Part 1. Cough. Naruto coughed hoarsely, leaning against the wall, feeling the blood running down his chin. A man with white skin and horns was approaching him, his steps sounding heavy and confident. "This is it, your end has come, the last shinobi Uzumaki Naruto," he said, his voice cold and confident. "Fuck you, Shibai," Naruto breathed out, without thinking, showing his middle finger. Shibai smirked and clenched his fist, crushing Naruto's head with one blow. Suddenly, Naruto woke up. He was sitting at his desk, surrounded by his classmates. Everything was as usual. "Naruto, tell us about the 5 elements," Haruka said, leaning over him with an insistent gaze. "What the hell is going on?" Naruto thought. "Where is that bastard Shibai?" Naruto thought, feeling a strange uneasiness. "Have I really gone back in time?" He pinched his arm sharply and felt a sharp pain, which made him doubt the reality of what was happening once again. Unable to hold back, Naruto suddenly burst into laughter. "Ahahahaha." Everyone in the class looked at him in surprise. Haruka, surprised, said, "Naruto, should I say hello? Go home." Naruto, without saying another word, silently left the academy, feeling how a strange feeling of unreality did not leave him. Naruto was sitting at home, looking out the window, immersed in his thoughts. "I lost to that bastard, and he finished me off," he said quietly, mentally returning to the recent events. "But, apparently, I ended up in the past." He clenched his fist, his gaze became more determined, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his face. "I will not allow such a future," he said louder, with complete confidence in his voice. "I will fight to change everything. Kurama, can you hear me?" Naruto tried to contact his friend, but there was no answer. "So, only I moved to the past, and Kurama remained here," he thought, concentrating on his actions. Naruto confidently entered the lotus position and began to accelerate the chakra, opening the channels and filling the body with chakra. After 15 minutes, Naruto found himself right next to the cell with Kurama. Blood-red eyes glowed behind the bars, and sharp teeth sparkled from behind them. "My jailer has finally arrived," Kurama said with hatred, his voice sounded aggressive. Naruto grinned and said, "Good to see you, my friend, Kurama." Kurama was shocked. He never revealed his name to anyone, only his tailed brothers and Rikudo Sanin knew about it. "How do you know my name?" he asked, with obvious distrust in his voice. Naruto grinned and calmly answered. "What do you mean from where? You told me this yourself, although it will happen in 5 to 6 years. I came from the future. Why should I believe you?" Kurama asked, his voice remained suspicious. "Look at my memories," Naruto answered, confidently approaching the cage. He tore off a piece of the seal, allowing Kurama to see his past. Naruto stood quietly, waiting for Kurama to look into his memories and evaluate the veracity of his words. "In 5 minutes. So, does that mean we lost the fight?" Kurama asked, disappointment in his voice. "Yes, unfortunately, the world was not ready," Naruto answered with a slight sigh. "Now I believe your words, Naruto," Kurama said, his voice became a little softer. "Well then, let's fix the future, Datbeo," Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically, holding out his fist to the cage. Kurama, after a short pause, extended his fist through the bars. Part 2. "Okay, first of all, I need to train, otherwise it turns out that I'm the weakest in the class," Naruto thought, clenching his fists. Naruto got up at dawn, determined to start his training. He knew that he needed to strengthen his body and raise his level of physical fitness as soon as possible, because in the future he would have to face more serious enemies. First, he decided to warm up. "You can't rush into battle right away, you need to get the blood flowing first," he muttered under his breath, doing circular movements with his shoulders, neck and arms. After that, he began bending forward, backward and to the sides to stretch his muscles. Then, lifting his knees as high as he could, he ran in place. "Okay, warmed up, now it's time for the real work," Naruto said enthusiastically, moving on to cardio. He ran out of the village, deciding to do a few laps around the training grounds. He ran the first lap at a slow pace, the second faster, and the third at maximum speed. After that, Naruto switched to sprints. He chose short distances and ran them over and over again at maximum speed. When he encountered obstacles, he jumped over them, trying to develop his jumping ability. "Ha, this is just the beginning," he said with a grin, moving on to training his legs. Naruto began squatting, holding his hands behind his head to increase the load. After doing 25 repetitions, he changed the exercise to lunges, moving forward with concentration along a flat path. Then he found a suitable tree and began jumping up, trying to reach its branches. Each jump became higher. After completing the exercises, he found a slope and began running up and down, developing explosive power. Legs are strong, but arms are just as important, he said, moving on to the next part of the workout. Naruto started doing push-ups on his fists, feeling his arms get stronger with each repetition. Then he found a thick branch and started doing pull-ups, holding on tightly. The next step was a handstand against a tree, Naruto balancing until his arms started shaking from the strain. The core is the foundation of everything, he reminded himself, lowering himself to the ground. He lay down on the grass and started doing crunches for his abdominal muscles, trying to breathe evenly. Then he moved on to a plank, tensing his entire body to hold it for as long as possible. After that, he did side planks, and then leg raises from a lying position to pump up his lower abs. To finish, Naruto decided to do some stretching to keep his muscles flexible. He sat on the ground, stretched out his legs, and began to reach for his toes. After that, he tried to do the splits, even though he knew it was far from perfect. Phew, day 1 done, Naruto said, falling onto the grass and smiling. There's more to do tomorrow. His body ached with fatigue, but inside he felt satisfaction. This was just the first step to becoming stronger and not repeating the mistakes of the past. Naruto trained at this intense pace for a whole year. Every day he followed a strict routine, waking up at dawn, warming up, cardio, strength training, and stretching. His persistence and perseverance began to bear fruit. By the end of the year, his body had changed significantly. His muscles became more defined, the muscles in his arms, legs, and core became stronger. He had gained a decent amount of muscle mass, which not only improved his physical strength but also increased his endurance. Not bad, Naruto muttered, examining his reflection in the river. But it's still not enough. There's still a lot of work ahead. Now he could easily do exercises that used to cause him difficulty. His dashes became faster, his jumps higher, and his punches more powerful. Every day he felt himself getting closer to his goal of being ready for any challenge that lay ahead. A strong body is just the beginning. It's time to focus on chakra and techniques, he decided, clenching his fist and looking ahead with confidence. Naruto decided that physical strength was not enough, and added chakra circulation to his training. Now, every day after grueling physical exercises, he sat in the lotus position, closed his eyes and focused on the internal flow of energy. Chakra is the basis of everything. Without control over it, I will not achieve true strength, he thought, feeling the energy inside him begin to move. Naruto imagined how chakra flowed throughout his entire body, starting from the center of his stomach and filling each channel. He directed it to his limbs, strengthening his arms and legs, then focused on the core, strengthening his internal stability. Each week he increased the length of the sessions, gradually increasing the time of meditation to 2 hours. Naruto experimented with the distribution of chakra, accelerating its flow in critical points of the body, such as the palms of his hands and feet, to prepare them for the techniques. I can feel my channels expanding, he said one day after a long training session, getting up from the ground. Now I can control my chakra better than ever. This daily practice became an important part of his path to perfection. After a few months, he was already freely manipulating chakra, increasing his speed, the strength of his blows, and his resilience. This is just the beginning. I will become the strongest, and no one will be able to stop me, Naruto said with confidence, preparing for the next training. Naruto made seals, focusing his chakra, and said, "Shadow clone." An exact clone of himself appeared next to him. Naruto looked at the result and nodded. Not bad, but my maximum right now is only 1 clone, he thought, feeling that he could not share more chakra yet. He dispelled the clone, and it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Then I will use this to avoid distractions for now, Naruto decided. From that day on, he began sending his clone to the academy to do routine tasks and study, while he fully focused on training. Now he had more time to improve his physical fitness, chakra circulation and work on techniques. While the clone does the little things, I will become stronger and faster, he said, immersing himself in another grueling day of training. Part 3. 2 years have passed. Naruto has not stopped training all this time. He is now 13 years old, and he is sent to the academy to take the genin exam. Naruto arrived at the academy, and almost immediately Sakura ran into him, swinging her fist. Naruto easily dodged, and her punch hit the wall, leaving a crack in it. "Hello, Sakura," he said calmly, ignoring her aggression, and headed to his seat. Sakura stood there, perplexed, watching his behavior. A few seconds later, she abruptly walked up to him, clearly angry. "Where have you been for the last 2 months?" she blurted out, looking at him with irritation. Naruto exhaled tiredly, looking at her. And you shouldn't give a fuck about that, he answered calmly, leaving Sakura speechless. Everyone in the class froze, shocked by what they heard. The noisy Naruto, who always ran after Sakura, trying to win her attention, suddenly said that to her. The guys looked at each other, not believing their ears. Even Sasuke, who usually ignored what was happening, looked up, interested in the sudden change in Naruto's behavior. Sakura stood there, unable to answer. Her face expressed a mixture of surprise and anger. What are you all looking at? Naruto said, noticing everyone's attention, and sat down in his seat as if nothing had happened. The class was filled with whispers again, but Naruto didn't care anymore. 10 minutes later, Haruka entered the classroom. We're going to have an exam today, he said, looking around at everyone. The first test will be written, and the second will test your abilities. Haruka handed out test forms to everyone. You have an hour. Everyone began working on their assignments, and silence filled the classroom. Naruto, without delving too deeply into the questions, filled out the form in a few minutes. He put his pen down, raised his hand, and waited for Haruka to notice him. What do you want to do, Naruto? Go to the bathroom? Haruka asked without raising his head. No, I just finished, Naruto answered calmly. Haruka froze for a moment, looking at him, and then sighed. You must be bored, Haruka said with a smile, but he still walked up to him and took the test. Haruka knew that Naruto had been training in secret from everyone, and that his efforts were not in vain. So, without burdening him with unnecessary questions, he allowed Naruto not to come to the main examination room. Okay, Naruto, follow me, Haruka said, nodding towards the door. Naruto followed him without asking questions. They walked down the corridor and came to a special room, where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, and other teachers were already sitting. He took the test before everyone else and everything is correct, Haruka said, pointing at Naruto. Hiruzen smiled, seeing Naruto approach. Hello, Grandpa, Naruto said with his usual grin, turning to Hiruzen. The room fell silent, and one of the teachers, clearly unhappy with this attitude, jumped up from his seat. How dare you speak, Lord Hokage, he said sharply, looking at Naruto. Naruto looked at the teacher, not losing his usual confidence. What about you, Grandpa? Aren't we on first-name terms? He answered mockingly, ignoring his irritation. Okay, Naruto, create an illusory clone, Hiruzen said, carefully watching his reaction. I don't know how to make an illusory clone, Naruto answered calmly. Why is that? You won't pass the exam if you can't do this, one of the teachers said, pouting. Naruto chuckled slightly, ignoring the reproaches. Because I'm from the Uzumaki clan, and I have a large supply of chakra. If you think with your head, you'll understand why I can't create an illusory clone, Naruto said, not hiding his displeasure and covering the mouth of the speaking teacher. The teacher gritted his teeth, not knowing what to say. But I can make a shadow clone, Naruto added, still confident, and immediately made seals. The next moment, 20 shadow clones appeared next to him, who synchronously repeated his movements. The teachers choked, not expecting such a display of power. Only Haruka and Hiruzen remained calm, watching what was happening with a slight smile. Well, how do you like it? Naruto asked, pleased with the result, after which he looked again at the teachers, whose faces expressed a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. You passed, take the protector, Hiruzen said with a smile, watching Naruto. Naruto nodded and, without wasting time, went to the table, took the protector and tied it on his forehead. After that, he looked at everyone present again. Thank you, Grandpa, he said, turning to Hiruzen, and added, looking at the teachers, well, see you later. He left the office, confidently heading for the exit. Part 4. Naruto, having received his forehead protector, was thinking about what he would do next. He knew that he would soon have to face Mizuki, but he decided that he would not interfere with his plans. Naruto had long since realized that Hiruzen, as an experienced and wise man, would definitely know about Mizuki's plan. If he does nothing, then he has his reasons, Naruto thought as he walked down the street. Mizuki himself is not a threat. He decided not to waste time on unnecessary interventions, knowing that every step he took had to be thought out. Interfering with events that were already under Hiruzen's control would only be unnecessary. Time will tell, he said to himself, continuing to walk, confidently looking to the future. The next day, Naruto woke up early, as always, and began his usual training. He felt that he was becoming stronger and more confident with each passing day. However, today his motivation was a little different. Screw it, he muttered, finishing his warm-up and already getting ready to go to the academy. I'll go to the academy closer to 1300. That blonde prick, Kakashi-sensei, will be late anyway. He stood at the stove, starting to cook, confident that he would make it on time. Meanwhile, all the genin had already gathered at the academy, ready to go through their assignments. Haruka began to read out the distribution of teams. Team number 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura Haruno. He began, and Sakura couldn't help but scream loudly with joy. Hooray, I'm with Sasuke-kun, she said, not hiding her delight. Haruka continued. In Naruto Uzumaki, your sensei is Kakashi Hatake. He looked around, expecting to see Naruto among his classmates, but he was nowhere to be found. He's not here. Well, he must have his reasons, Haruka thought, not too worried, and continued his preparations, knowing that Naruto was always a little unusual. An hour later, all the genin were taken away, and Sakura and Sasuke were left to wait for their sensei. Time dragged on endlessly, and Sakura couldn't find a place for herself, her patience was running out. Why can't he come on time? It's elementary, she grumbled, becoming more and more irritated. What the hell? Sasuke, sitting next to him, was no less irritated. He glared at the door, waiting for their sensei to appear, but remained silent, restraining himself. Well, when will he come? He muttered quietly, but angrily. Sakura, in turn, was becoming more and more aggressive with each passing moment. She couldn't get the thought out of her head that Naruto, as always, was late, and her anger was building up. She was ready to take this anger out on anyone, but of course, Naruto was first on her list. Finally, after 4 long hours, the door swung open and Naruto walked into the room. He looked in surprise at Sasuke and Sakura, who were sitting there, clearly not in the best mood. Almost choked watching you sleep, Naruto said with a grin, barely holding back his laughter. Sakura exploded. She jumped up from her seat, her face turning red with rage. Are you out of your mind? She screamed, unable to contain herself. Are you kidding me? We've been waiting for you for 4 hours. Do you even think this is normal? Naruto, despite her scream, continued to look at her with a grin. Did you expect me to be on time? He asked, with a smile on his face. Sakura was on the verge of hysterics, and Naruto continued to smile, completely not understanding why she was so annoyed. Inside his head, Kurama couldn't hold back his laughter, laughing at what was happening. Ahahaha, fahahaha, what a show, Naruto. 5 minutes later, the door opened again and Kakashi entered the office, calmly examining his new students. He noticed the tension in the air, but didn't pay much attention to it. I'll be waiting for you on the roof of the academy, Kakashi said, quickly turning around and heading for the exit. Sakura and Sasuke, wasting no time, ran towards the stairs to get to the roof as quickly as possible. Naruto, however, leisurely walked up to the window and, smiling, opened it. Well, no fun through the stairs, Naruto thought, looking at the walls of the academy. He easily moved to the outside of the building and, using his training, began to move along the wall. Step by step, without touching the ground, Naruto moved up, towards the roof. He felt like a fish in water, deftly balancing on the edge of the building. Why go through the stairs if you can do it this way? He thought, enjoying the simplicity of this path, while Sakura and Sasuke were probably exhausted by the climb. Meanwhile, inside his head, Kurama couldn't help but laugh. That guy sure always looks for a way to do things his way, he laughed as he watched Naruto's actions. When Sasuke and Sakura finally made it to the roof of the academy, they found Kakashi and Naruto already sitting there. Sasuke, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked. How did you do it so fast? Sakura, still trying to catch her breath, looked at Naruto in confusion. How did you do that? She asked. Naruto just smiled and calmly replied. I won't tell you. Sakura tried to get mad at him, but Naruto remained as steadfast as ever. Kakashi, ignoring their conversations, pointed to empty seats and told everyone to sit down. Once everyone was settled, he finally spoke. Let's introduce ourselves, Kakashi said, yawning. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I don't have many interests, I have no goals, and I won't tell you my dreams. He pointed at Sakura. Your turn. My name is Sakura Haruna, she began, her gaze still following Sasuke. She paused for a moment, but continued with slight irritation. I hate Naruto. PFF'd, Naruto said, clearly not bothered by her words. Kakashi, ignoring their squabble, pointed at Sasuke again. Your turn, Sasuke. Sasuke, showing no emotion, calmly said. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like much. My goal is to kill one person and restore my clan. Kakashi nodded and pointed at Naruto. And now you, Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment and said with a smile. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My goal. I won't tell you my dream either. I love, nothing, I guess. Kakashi thoughtfully watched his new students, and a strange but accurate picture formed in his head. What do we have? A lovesick fool, an avenger, and a mystery, he muttered to himself, glancing at Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto. He sighed, knowing that their team would be a definite challenge, but also a lot of fun. Tomorrow at 5 a.m. at Training Ground 7, he said out loud, addressing the boys. I advise you not to eat before that, Kakashi added with a sly smile, which made Sakura and Sasuke question him, but they nodded silently, knowing that it was not worth asking. After these words, Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke, hiding his path as always. Naruto didn't waste time talking and followed him, also leaving the roof, leaving the team completely bewildered. Sakura and Sasuke stood on the roof, trying to comprehend what was said. Tomorrow at 5 a.m. Sakura whispered, what awaits us? Sasuke was silent, his gaze focused and tense. He did not want to think about tomorrow, knowing that there would be a difficult test ahead. Part 5. The next day, as expected, Naruto came to the training ground closer to 10 a.m., unhurried and clearly not worried. His comrades, Sakura and Sasuke, were still asleep, waiting for the test to begin. Following him, as if on schedule, Kakashi appeared. He lazily woke up Sakura and Sasuke, who got up with difficulty, not yet understanding what awaited them. Wake up, team, he said with an indifferent tone, looking at his students. When everyone finally gathered, Kakashi calmly began to explain the essence of the exam. Your task is to take these 2 bells from me, he said, showing small objects attached to his belt. You have until 2 p.m. If you cannot take at least 1 bell, you will all be sent back to the academy. Sakura looked at the bells in horror. But, there are 3 of us, and only 2 bells. She asked. Exactly, Kakashi nodded with a slight grin. One of you will definitely be left without one. And if you all fail, then you are not worthy of the title of genin. After a short pause, Kakashi added. In order to take them from me, you must be determined to kill me. Do not think that it will be easy. His words caused a tense atmosphere. However, Naruto only chuckled, and Sasuke clenched his fists, clearly taking Kakashi's words seriously. Well, shall we begin? Kakashi waved his hand lazily. Without wasting time, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke instantly disappeared from sight, leaving Kakashi alone in the clearing. He calmly took out the Ika book, clearly enjoying the anticipation of the first attack. Naruto hid in one of the trees, watching the actions of his comrades. Okay, let's see how they handle it, he thought, settling himself more comfortably on the branch. There's no point in interfering for now. Sasuke and Sakura didn't keep him waiting long. Sasuke, hiding behind the bushes, coldly assessed Kakashi's movements. He's relaxed, reading a book. This is my chance, the Uchiha decided. Sakura, hiding behind a rock, nervously glanced at Kakashi and the bells, wondering what to do. We must act carefully. But how can I fight against our sensei? She thought, simultaneously preparing to attack. Kakashi, as if not noticing anything around him, continued to enthusiastically read, Ika. Well, who's going to take the risk first? He muttered under his breath. Sasuke, wasting no time, used a series of shurikens, throwing them at Kakashi. However, he didn't even raise his head, easily dodging, without letting go of the book. Okay, it's clear it won't be easy, Sasuke said, coming out of hiding. Sakura, seeing that Sasuke had entered the fight, decided to stay in the shadows and try to find the best moment to attack. Naruto, watching this from above, only grinned. Well, let's see how long you last, he thought, continuing to watch the actions of his comrades. Kurama inside him also couldn't help but comment. Hey, you're clearly enjoying this show, Naruto. Of course, let them warm up for now, and I'll intervene when they drive him into a corner, Naruto answered mentally, feeling that his plan had every chance of success. The atmosphere in the clearing was heating up. Sasuke, having abandoned attempts to use shuriken, went into close combat. His blows were fast and accurate, but Kakashi easily dodged, continuing to hold the book in his hand. Good technique, but it's not enough, Kakashi grinned, dodging another blow. Sakura, watching the fight from cover, decided to take advantage of the moment. While Kakashi was distracted by Sasuke, she carefully approached. If I can grab at least 1 bell, we'll have a chance, she thought, preparing to dash. However, Kakashi, as if anticipating her actions, suddenly disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Where is he? Sakura exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Here, a voice rang out from behind her. Sakura turned around, but before she could do anything, she found herself tied up with a rope. Kakashi calmly returned to his book. One less, he said with a slight smile, glancing at Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth, angry at himself and the situation. He continued the attack, but he understood that Kakashi was just playing with him, not taking him seriously. Naruto, watching what was happening from a tree branch, barely held back his laughter. Classic, he thought, but it looks like it's time to intervene. Are you going to do something or are you just going to sit there? Kurama asked curiously. Calm down, I want to see what Sasuke can do. Let him work a little more, Naruto replied with a smirk. Sasuke, meanwhile, continued to attack, his blows becoming more and more aggressive, but Kakashi easily parried them. What kind of mockery is that? Sasuke hissed, feeling himself losing his patience. Naruto watched the situation carefully, looking for the perfect moment to intervene. When Sasuke, exhausted from unsuccessful attempts, stopped to catch his breath, Kakashi calmly closed the book. Not bad, Sasuke, but your attacks are too predictable. You clearly rely only on your reflexes and strength. That is not enough, Kakashi said with a smile. Sasuke frowned, his eyes flashing with determination, but he knew that he could not handle this alone. Naruto, watching this from above, finally decided that the time had come. Hey, time to show what Uzumaki can do, he thought as he jumped down from the tree. Kakashi noticed him approaching and put his book away. Naruto, finally decided to join in. Kakashi asked, preparing for another attack. Naruto smirked. What's the rush? I was just waiting for them to warm you up, sensei. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at his confident answer. Let's see what you can do, he said, getting into a fighting stance. Naruto formed hand seals and created 5 shadow clones that surrounded Kakashi. A bit much for one person, don't you think? Kakashi asked with a grin, but his tone became more serious. Better more than less, Naruto replied, sending his clones to attack. Kakashi deftly dodged and destroyed the clones one by one, but Naruto used them to study his movements. Sasuke, seeing this, narrowed his eyes. He's not as useless as he seemed, he thought, admiring Naruto's strategy. Sakura, still tied up, watched the fight with surprise. When did he get so serious? She thought, unable to hide her surprise. Naruto, meanwhile, using the last of his clones, created a distraction and rushed towards the bells. Gotcha, he shouted, holding out his hand. But at the last moment, Kakashi disappeared again in a cloud of smoke, leaving Naruto empty-handed. Not so fast, Naruto, Kakashi's voice was heard from the other end of the clearing. Naruto chuckled, lightly rubbing the back of his head. Well, at least it was close. Hey, let's see what else you can do, Kakashi replied, preparing to continue. Naruto abruptly stepped back, almost touching the bell, and looked at Kakashi carefully. Okay, sensei, you're good. But let's see how long you can hold out, Naruto said with a slight smile. Kakashi adjusted the bandage on his forehead and nodded. Let's see what else you can do, Naruto. Having formed seals, Naruto created 10 shadow clones, which immediately surrounded Kakashi. The teacher narrowed his eyes, watching their actions. Decided to make more clones. This is already more interesting, but I'm not that simple. The clones began to act in a coordinated manner. 2 attacked in close combat, distracting Kakashi, 3 more began to throw kunai at him from different sides. The rest moved through the trees, preparing for the next attack. Kakashi easily dodged the kunai and destroyed the closest clones, but his attention was captured by their coordination. They move better than before. He thought of this in advance. Kakashi thought. The real Naruto, meanwhile, used the created chaos to hide and study Kakashi's movements. He reacts quickly to long-range attacks, but is a bit slow when protecting his legs. Great, this is my chance, Naruto decided. He signaled one of the clones, who threw a smoke bomb, filling the clearing with thick smoke. Smoke. That could be dangerous, Kakashi said, straining his ears. Naruto, hiding underground, chose the moment and suddenly attacked from under his feet, trying to knock Kakashi off balance. But the sensei instantly replaced himself with a log, as Naruto expected. Replacement. Predictable, Naruto muttered, jumping back. Kakashi appeared behind him and swung his fist, ready to attack, but Naruto managed to activate a new clone, who parried the blow. You learn quickly, Naruto. But it's not enough to defeat me, Kakashi said with a slight smile. We'll see, Naruto replied, making hand seals again. Sasuke, hiding in cover, watched what was happening with interest. He's really making Kakashi work. When did Naruto become like this? He thought. Sakura, from her hiding place, was trying to figure out what was going on. He looks like a completely different person. Is this Naruto? She was surprised. Kakashi, looking at Naruto, couldn't hide his surprise. This guy doesn't just act at random. He studies my movements and adapts to them. I wonder how far he'll go. Naruto, being at a safe distance, figured that he wouldn't win in an open fight. If I go head on, he'll just crush me. I need to make him play by my rules, Naruto thought, analyzing what was happening. He folded a few more seals and created 2 clones. One of them remained standing next to Naruto, and the other ran in the opposite direction. Distributing forces, or distracting, Kakashi thought, not hurrying to move. The real Naruto at this time hid in the shadows of the trees, leaving the clone in plain sight. The clone began to act aggressively, attacking Kakashi. The teacher easily parried the blows, but gradually began to notice that the clone was acting strangely. It's like he's opening himself up on purpose. Kakashi threw a kunai to destroy the clone, but it suddenly exploded, creating a powerful wave of smoke. An exploding clone, not bad. At that moment, another clone attacked Kakashi from behind, but it was just a trick. The real Naruto, taking advantage of the confusion, rushed towards the bells, intending to grab them. Kakashi managed to notice the movement, but Naruto switched with a clone at the last moment, who took the blow. He's using a substitution strategy to confuse me. Naruto suddenly appeared from above, attacking from behind, but Kakashi managed to dodge again. You think well, Naruto. But you lack speed. Naruto chuckled, standing a few steps away from Kakashi. It's not speed, sensei. It's patience. At that moment, the clones Naruto had placed in advance began to act simultaneously, attacking from different directions. They weren't trying to cause damage, but simply distracted Kakashi, forcing him to move. He's trying to limit my maneuverability. But Kakashi didn't notice that the real Naruto was not among the attacking clones. The real Naruto had used a camouflage technique, hiding underground. As Kakashi destroyed the last clone, Naruto suddenly jumped out right at his feet and instantly grabbed one of the bells. Kakashi was forced to admit. You really impressed me, Naruto. You thought several steps ahead, used your powers to the maximum, and made me act according to your rules. Naruto, holding the bell in his hands, smiled. I just know well what it means to fight with all your might, sensei. Kakashi adjusted his headband and looked at the remaining participants. While Sakura was tied to the pole, Sasuke and Naruto stood next to each other, lost in thought. As time went on, it was becoming increasingly difficult for both teams to watch her go without food. Despite the trials, Naruto couldn't just leave her hungry. So how do you propose leaving her here, hungry? Naruto asked Sasuke, glancing at Sakura, who was looking at them pitifully. Sasuke was silent for a moment, but then said, Are you crazy? We're supposed to work as a team. But this isn't just a matter of food, it's a trial. But if you want to feed her, go ahead. Naruto silently walked up to Sakura and began helping her with her food, despite the risk. Sasuke watched everything that was happening, not daring to intervene. At that moment, as Naruto handed her a piece of food, Kakashi appeared on the roof, quietly descending from the sky. Naruto, Sasuke, you two just broke a rule. Feeding her means passing the test in a way that was not intended, Kakashi said with a mysterious smile. The three of them froze. Kakashi looked at them again and grinned. But at the same time, you showed the most important quality, team spirit. That's what's really important. I think you both understand that a team is not only about winning, but also about supporting each other. He walked over to the pole and untied Sakura. Sakura, you passed the test. You became part of this team, so now, together, learn and grow. Part 6. For a month, Team 7 was busy carrying out D-rank missions. Their tasks were simple, sometimes even boring, helping villagers, catching cats, carrying boxes. But for Naruto, this was time that he could spend on developing his skills. The missions were so simple that Naruto sent his clones on them, and he himself trained his technique. His main goal was to master the rasengan. He worked on this technique every day, focusing all his energy and chakra on improving it. The problem was that controlling chakra was not that easy, especially when it came to such a complex technique as the rasengan. Every day, upon returning from missions, Naruto trained in an empty area. He created small balls of chakra, tried to stabilize them, strengthened them until they became more perfect. He had moments of frustration when the technique did not work, but Naruto knew that only perseverance would lead him to success. The next day, after his clone had successfully completed another mission, Naruto began training again. He concentrated his chakra in his palm, feeling its energy spinning, forming a sphere. I can do it, He muttered, and gradually, with each movement, the rasengan became more stable. After several failures, he managed to create a stable, but small rasengan. He was not ready for a powerful launch, but it was already significant progress. It's okay, I'll make it even stronger tomorrow, Naruto told himself, giving up on the fact that the technique was not yet perfect. He knew that the path to perfection was just beginning, and was ready to continue working even harder. Naruto continued training, creating and destroying his attempts with the rasengan. Every time he thought he understood all the intricacies of the technique, he had to start all over again. He gritted his teeth, seeing how the chakra in his hand began to lose shape again, despite all his efforts. Damn, I used to be able to create rasengan with ease, but now I can barely do it, Naruto said, rubbing his forehead, which was already covered in sweat. He concentrated again and tried to gather chakra in his palm. This time, he increased his control over the flows, trying not to make mistakes. The chakra began to spin again, but due to the lack of concentration, its stability was disrupted. Wait, not like that. Naruto again assumed the correct position and tried to gather chakra again. Several minutes passed before the chakra took the desired form. This time, Naruto felt that the rasengan in his hand was more stable, but not strong enough to use in combat. Almost. Just a little more, he said, feeling his hands getting tired. But despite this, he continued, trying to improve the technique. With each launch, he managed to make it a little more stable, but with each time, Naruto realized that he could not afford to stop. Naruto focused again, his eyes full of determination. He knew he had to reach the next level, the perfect rasengan. He had seen Jiraiya do it, and he had seen him create one in the future. Today was the day he had to get through this wall. I won't give up, he muttered, gathering his chakra. His hands were shaking slightly from the strain, but he didn't let himself relax. He could feel each fragment of chakra swirling around his palm, forming into a shape, but it still wasn't the rasengan he wanted to create. He took another deep breath, focusing all of his mind and chakra into one movement. Naruto focused on precision and speed. He knew one mistake could ruin everything, and this wasn't just a wish now, it was a goal. Chakra, spin faster, he said, feeling the energy building in his hand. The chakra began to spin quickly, and this time Naruto could feel it starting to take shape. He reinforced the process mentally, adding more energy, and in that moment the energy became perfect, gathering into a solid, stable ball. There you go, Naruto said as he completed the process. The perfect rasengan hung before him, glittering in his palm. It was stable, powerful, and ready to use. Naruto stood, clutching the hand that held his perfect rasengan. He could feel the chakra pulsing, and his confidence was growing with each passing moment. This was an important moment for him, but he knew that there was more to come. Finally, Naruto said, a white and slightly ominous expression on his face. He looked at his hand, feeling the power of the chakra. What are you so happy about, Naruto? Kurama asked, his voice sounding surprised, as if he sensed that something serious was brewing. Naruto looked at him with a menacing smile and replied. There's a mission coming soon, you'll understand then. Kurama perked up, feeling the tension in Naruto's voice. This answer was too cryptic not to make him wary. Are you planning something? He said, sensing that Naruto was ready for something big. Everything will be fine, Naruto said with a light laugh, heading for the exit. The time has come. The next day, Naruto decided to go on a mission himself instead of sending a clone. His team was waiting for him near the Hokage's residence. After congratulating each other, they entered the building and headed to Hiruzen's office. Today you will have a D-rank mission, Hiruzen began to speak, but Naruto interrupted him. Grandpa, give us a higher mission. We've been going on these missions for a month now, Naruto said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Hiruzen thought for a moment, looked at Kakashi and, after thinking it over, asked. Are they ready? Kakashi nodded in response, indicating that he considered the team ready for a more serious mission. Alright, Hiruzen agreed. Tazuna-san, come in. A middle-aged man walked through the door, his expression tired but determined. He was well-built and clearly came from a remote region. Hello, Hokage-sama, he greeted. I am Tazuna, a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. I need you to accompany me on a mission and protect me from possible threats. A bridge builder. That's serious business, Kakashi said, studying the man carefully. So you need protection while you work. Tazuna nodded. Yes, I am building an important bridge that will connect two countries and open up new trade routes. But there are forces in the way that want to prevent the completion of this project, and I need protection. Naruto, hearing this, looked at his comrades, then at Hiruzen, expecting that the mission would be difficult. Understood, Naruto said, determined. We are ready. Okay, Hiruzen said. Tazuna-san, your mission will be with this team. I hope it lives up to your expectations. Of course, Hokage-sama. I hope they can handle it, Tazuna said, a little worried, but still confident that his mission would be accomplished. Take all the necessary supplies and be careful with safety, here is an added. This may be more dangerous than you think. Kakashi looked at his team and said. Meet me at the Konoha gates tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. No delays. Yes, sir, Team 7 replied, and they left the Hokage's residence. The next morning, the entire team arrived on time. Once they had gathered at the Konoha gates, Kakashi did not keep them waiting long. Are you ready? He asked, barely peeking around the corner. His face was hidden behind a mask, and the only visible part of his appearance were his eyes. Of course, Naruto replied, clenching his fist in determination. Team 7 and Tazuna were heading towards the land of waves. The journey was long but calm. Suddenly, they noticed a strange puddle on the way. Are there ninja in the land of waves? Sakura asked. No, the land of waves doesn't have shinobi like the great countries, Kakashi replied. But their journey was interrupted. Two shinobi suddenly appeared from the puddle and instantly tore Kakashi apart with their chains. Naruto quickly assessed the situation and created several shadow clones. He rushed to attack the opponents, kunai in hand. One of the clones attacked from behind, another tried to knock down one of the enemies, while Naruto himself went to the second. The cloned Narutos dodged the attacks of the enemies, using clever maneuvers to confuse them. Several clones ran up from different sides, attacked with kunai, and quickly immobilized one of the enemies. Naruto walked up to the fallen enemy and tied him up with ropes. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared unharmed, smiling behind his mask. Well done, Naruto, Kakashi praised him. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood there, gritting his teeth in anger. It was unpleasant for him to realize that he could not do anything, while Naruto, as always, showed his abilities and defeated the enemies. It infuriated him that he was weaker than Naruto, and this only added to his irritation. Once Gozu and Maizu came to their senses, Kakashi began interrogating them. Through his questions and clever maneuvers, he learned that they were sent on a mission to kill Tazuna in order to prevent the construction of a bridge to the land of waves. Kakashi looked at Tazuna with a cold gaze, asking angrily. Did you downgrade the mission from B rank to C? Tazuna, feeling the weight of the questions and accusations, fell to his knees, cringing in shame and began to apologize. I'm so sorry, he said, lowering his head. The land of waves is poor. We don't have the money to hire a team for a more difficult mission. We thought everything would be fine, but... He looked up, and you could see his face twisting in bitterness. A bandit named Geto has taken over the country, and he controls the trade. Because of him, we live in poverty and are unable to fight him. I hoped that we could solve this ourselves, but now I realize that I was wrong. Please help us. Kakashi looked at his team, his gaze serious as he asked. What do we decide? Continue the mission or go back to Konoha? Naruto didn't hesitate to say. I think we should continue the mission. Sasuke simply nodded in agreement, his gaze focused, and although he didn't show any emotion, it was clear that he was determined to take action. Kakashi then turned his gaze to Sakura. She stood there with her hands shaking, her face pale with fear. She couldn't help but think that they might run into something far more dangerous than just bandits. But when she looked at Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom had already made their decision, her inner fear eased a little. Taking a deep breath, she finally squeezed out. Yes, let's continue the mission. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, but there was approval in his eyes. He knew that the team was now united, and that they were ready for further challenges. Okay, then let's move on, Kakashi said. Prepare yourself, it's going to be tough ahead. Part 7. Team 7 set up camp by the river, preparing for the next stage of their mission. Naruto, feeling the need to focus, decided to take a break and go into his mind to talk to Kurama. Once he was inside, he stepped towards the cage containing the large-tailed beast. Kurama was sleeping peacefully, his large eyes closed and a calm rhythm coming from his breathing. Naruto, seeing this, stopped and smiled softly. Hello, Kurama, Naruto greeted, but noticing that the beast was sleeping, decided not to wake him. Go to sleep, I won't disturb you. Naruto stood in front of the seal, ready to remove it. He could already feel Kurama's chakra beginning to fluctuate slightly, preparing to be released. His heart was beating faster and he could feel all the energy concentrated in his hands as he began to break the seal. I guess it's time to meet my father and mother, Naruto thought, finally making up his mind. However, just as he was about to completely break the seal, Kurama suddenly woke up. His eyes flashed red and his voice was filled with anxiety and rage. What are you doing? Don't do this, Kurama screamed, trying to stop Naruto. But it was too late. Almost breaking the seal, Naruto felt his hand freeze and someone suddenly grabbed it. "What are you doing?" A figure appeared in front of him. Naruto turned around abruptly and recognized the one standing in front of him. It was the man who was once his idol, his father. The fourth, Kurama whispered, recognizing Minato, and immediately fell silent. Minato, standing in front of him, grabbed Naruto's hand tightly, stopping him. He was calm and reserved, but his eyes showed pain and regret. "Hello, father," Naruto said, holding back his emotions, but unable to hide the joy of seeing him again. He leaned forward and hugged Minato tightly, as if trying to make sure this wasn't a dream. Minato, feeling the warmth of his son's embrace, smiled and hugged him back. "I missed you," Naruto said, barely containing his emotions. "I missed you too," Minato replied, his voice full of warmth. "I'm sorry for leaving such a burden on you." Naruto pulled away and looked into his father's eyes. "It's okay," he said with a small smile. "Thanks to you, I found a good friend. Thank you for sealing the 9 tails within me." Quote. These words made Minato look at Naruto in shock. He hadn't expected such a revelation from his son. You're not mad at me for this?" Minato asked, his voice full of surprise and inner pain. Naruto smiled and said, "No, I'm not mad. Perhaps if you hadn't sealed Kurama within me, I wouldn't have become who I am. And I wouldn't have found a friend in Kurama." Minato was shocked. He still couldn't believe that his son not only wasn't angry, but also found a positive side to the situation. "Actually, father, I came from the future to fix everything," Naruto said. "Can you call mom here?" he added, looking at Minato. Minato nodded, and soon Kushina appeared in front of them. Kushina looked around, noticing the cage with Kurama, and then her gaze stopped at Minato and Naruto. Naruto, Kushina said in surprise, looking around. Naruto, unable to bear it, came up to her and hugged her tightly. "Mom, I missed you so much," he whispered, feeling his heart fill with warmth. Kushina, shocked, froze at first, but then softly hugged him back and began to cry with happiness. Minato smiled and hugged them both. "You've become an adult," Kushina said, holding back her tears. "How old are you now, son?" she asked, looking at him with concern. 13 and a half, but in reality I'm 35, Naruto replied, his voice full of pain and determination. "Mom, Dad, I'm from the future. In the future, the whole world was burning, there were no shinobi left to stand against the enemies. I was left alone, fought to the last, but I couldn't win. In the end, that leader killed me, and I returned to the past to change everything," Naruto said, his gaze filled with bitterness but also hope. Kushina began to cry, her tears did not stop. Minato gently hugged her and tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, Kushina," Minato said, gently running his hand through her hair. Naruto, seeing this, continued. "Mom, Dad, I need your help. I have to fix everything, and for that I will need power. Mom, give me the power of the Kungo Fuso chains, and Dad, can you open the seal from the cage?" Kushina, still holding back her emotions, looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. Minato, already understanding what Naruto meant, nodded. "Of course, son, I will open the seal. You are not alone, we are together with you," he said, walking closer to the cage. "I will give you strength," Kushina added, her voice now full of confidence. "Just don't give up, you can do it." Kushina gently kissed Naruto on the forehead, her hand slowly slid down his cheek, leaving a warm mark. Minato walked up to the cage and began to remove the seal. As the cage began to disappear, Minato and Kushina began to disappear, leaving Naruto all alone. There were tears in their eyes, they understood that their time with him was limited. "We are proud of you, Naruto," Minato said, his voice full of tenderness. "We love you, son," Kushina added, her voice trembling with emotion. Naruto stood there, watching his parents disappear, his heart aching with pain and longing. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Thank you for giving birth to me, Mom, Dad. I'll definitely bring you back." Naruto looked at Kurama, wiping away his tears, and said, "So, Kurama, are you ready?" "Yeah," Kurama said, smiling. Naruto opened the cage, and a powerful stream of chakra burst out, enveloping him in a yellow robe. The 9 tails chakra filled his body, and he felt his strength increase significantly. "It's time to act," Naruto said, clenching his fists and his eyes shining with determination. Team 7 continued on their way, and soon reached the island. Suddenly, Kakashi shouted sharply, "Get down!" Everyone instantly fell to the ground, and right in front of their heads, a huge sword flew past, piercing a tree with a roar. Its fearsome length and massive shape indicated the strength of someone who could use such a weapon. Team 7 stood in tension, looking at Zabuza, who was standing on the sword, swaying slightly, as if the sword itself was a part of him. He had a bandage covering half of his face and a forehead protector from the hidden mist that stood out against his black clothes. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist, Kakashi said with a serious expression on his face as he gradually moved into a fighting stance. His eyes were full of determination, he knew who he was dealing with. Zabuza smiled coldly as he noticed how Kakashi immediately recognized him. Am I surprised that the legendary copy ninja Kakashi Hatake knows me? Or Kakashi's Sharingan? Zabuza said, his voice full of sarcasm and confidence. Team 7 formed a defensive stance around Tazuna, ready for any attack. While everyone's attention was focused on Kakashi's eye patch, Zabuza said that the Sharingan was hiding, the tension was growing. When Kakashi finally removed the eye patch and opened his left eye, everyone saw a red eye with 3 commas that shimmered in its iris. Sasuke, upon learning this, quickly explained to Sakura that the Sharingan was a special dojutsu of the Uchiha clan that allowed one to see any jutsu of an opponent and redirect it against them. Zabuza, with an evil grin, added that this eye could also copy any technique with incredible accuracy. Zabuza then used his technique of hiding in the fog. In a matter of seconds, a thick fog covered everything around, and the battlefield became completely indistinct. Silhouettes became blurry and visibility was almost zero. Kakashi told the team to stay together, while he concentrated, trying to catch the enemy's movements. Be careful, his power is in this fog, he could be anywhere, Kakashi warned, his eyes carefully watching every movement. The fog grew thicker and soon everyone lost sight of even Kakashi. Zabuza's lightning-fast voice echoed through the air. I can kill you, Kakashi, anywhere. Trust me, your Sharingan won't save you if you don't know where I am. Sasuke noticed his hands starting to shake in fear. But Kakashi, sensing his hesitation, walked up to him and said quietly. Sasuke, hold on, you're safe as long as I'm here. At that moment, the fog suddenly cleared and Zabuza appeared right between Team 7 and Tazuna, preparing for the finishing blow. Kakashi reacted instantly, his kunai piercing Zabuza's body with precision. Everyone saw water flowing out of the wound instead of blood. It wasn't the real Zabuza, but a water doppelganger, a decoy to hide his location. Just as the team realized this, the real threat appeared behind Kakashi. Zabuza's sword cut through the air with such force that Kakashi himself was cut in half at the moment of impact, but again, it was just a water illusion. Suddenly, Zabuza's laughter was heard from the fog. How do you like my technique, Kakashi? You really have learned from me how to copy everything I do. But this is not the end. Kakashi, once again unharmed, extended his hand and created a clone. He knew that his enemy was using the same method and was ready for the next move. Zabuza did not leave him time to think, and in the blink of an eye, he created 2 water doppelgangers, which stumped Kakashi. The fog thickened again, and Zabuza outsmarted the Jonin with every move, appearing first to the right, then to the left. Kakashi was forced to remain on the defensive, while with each attacking move, more and more chakra was taken away. Kakashi suddenly noticed that one of the doppelgangers blocked his path, and the real Zabuza was behind him, ready to strike. At the last moment, Kakashi made a lightning-fast dodge, but the blow from the giant sword still caught him in the side, throwing him off balance and forcing him to retreat. Zabuza, using his water prison again, captured Kakashi, immobilizing him. The water immediately surrounded the Jonin, and his arms and legs were pinned to the water wall. You won't be able to get out, Kakashi, Zabuza laughed, his duplicate standing at the ready, and one of his arms continued to support the water prison. Seeing that Kakashi was trapped, Naruto did not hesitate to rush into battle. His body was ready for action, and he used his taijutsu skills. Preparing for an attack, he jumped towards Zabuza and began exchanging blows with lightning speed. Zabuza, not expecting such determination from his younger opponent, was somewhat surprised by how Naruto easily dodged and parried his blows. Despite the fact that Zabuza was an experienced martial artist, Naruto was not inferior to him in speed and strength. Naruto's every move was precise and calculated, his strikes were lightning fast, and his agility allowed him to confidently fight a master like Zabuza. He rushed into the attack, used various combinations of punches and kicks, and when Zabuza tried to counterattack, Naruto was already one step ahead. After a series of exchanges of blows, Naruto quickly jumped back, giving himself time to catch his breath. He knew that despite his abilities, Zabuza was too strong to defeat him in one fight. I didn't expect you to be so fast, Zabuza said, smirking in satisfaction. He knew that he had to be more careful with this opponent. Naruto quickly looked around at his teammates and, seeing their confusion, immediately said, "Protect Tazuna, I will free Kakashi-sensei." His voice was determined and there was a fire in his eyes, ready to rush into battle despite all the danger. Kongo Fuso chains, Naruto said, and 9 chains with sharp tips erupted from his body. They did not just curl around him, but also reflected Zabuza's attacks, who, surprised, slowed his attack. You are not as weak as I thought, Zabuza said, appearing right in front of Naruto, holding a huge sword. Who are you, boy? He asked, a wicked grin on his face. The one who will defeat you, Naruto answered with confidence, not giving up. The fog was getting thicker, obscuring everything around him. Naruto felt his breathing quicken and the tension build. Zabuza was not only an assassin, but also a master of manipulating the fog, making every step he took deadly. Zabuza appeared in front of Naruto silently, his giant sword already in hand. He cut down several of Naruto's clone chains, not noticing that Naruto was using his chains for a more important task. Don't think you can defeat me, boy, Zabuza said mockingly, playing with his sword. Naruto, using his chains, quickly blocked the blows, but he knew that a direct confrontation with Zabuza was not the answer. His task was different. He had to free Kakashi from the water prison before he died. Suddenly, the fog cleared for a moment, and Naruto saw Zabuza already using the water prison technique, swallowing Kakashi whole. Kakashi was immobile, and his body was completely encased in transparent water, which squeezed him, depriving him of the ability to move. No time, Naruto muttered and took a step forward. Zabuza was not going to let go of his prey. He took another step and attacked Naruto again, but Naruto was already ready. Using his chains, Naruto attacked Zabuza, creating barriers and distracting his attention. At one point, he created several clones, and each of them attacked from different sides, trying to pull Zabuza away. But Zabuza, like before, easily destroyed the clones, using his sword with incredible precision. His movements were fast and deadly, and Naruto could not afford to relax. He used the clone chains to distract Zabuza and outsmart him. At that moment, Naruto saw the weakness in Zabuza's defense. His attention was focused on his attacks and not on Kakashi. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He concentrated and summoned powerful chains that pierced the ground, creating a powerful thrust towards the water prison, surrounding it on several sides. The chains broke through the defense, and instantly Naruto created more clones to break the water prison before Zabuza could intervene. Get away! Zabuza exclaimed, but Naruto was getting closer to his target with every movement. He was persistent, his chains intercepting the water, and despite the pressure, he continued to push on the trap. As the water prison began to collapse, Kakashi finally broke free. He coughed, but managed to take a breath. The Junin's body was weak, but his eyes were full of determination. He quickly stood up and raised his hand. Naruto, you did it, Kakashi said barely audibly. The battle between Kakashi and Zabuza resumed with renewed vigor. Zabuza wasted no time in throwing shurikens, which flew towards Kakashi at high speed. But Kakashi reacted instantly, using his incredible reflexes to block them with his kunai, and then accurately knocked several shurikens out of Zabuza's hands. You are fast, but not fast enough, Zabuza said, his eyes full of anger, and he immediately began gathering chakra for a new jutsu. Kakashi, watching his every move through his Sharingan, copied all of Zabuza's actions at the same second. He knew what to do to interrupt his technique. When the technique was ready, both shinobi raised their hands at the same time, and 2 water dragons rose from the water, attacking each other furiously. They met in midair with great force, their bodies made of water colliding, creating waves and whirlpools that rocked the already restless lake even more violently. Zabuza and Kakashi, grabbing kunai and sword, continued their fight, not giving each other the slightest chance to catch their breath. Every blow was deadly. Their movements were so fast that they looked like shadows sliding across the water, leaving no trace behind. The battle came at a moment of balance. But Zabuza could not understand how Kakashi managed to copy all his movements with such precision. It was as if the Junin knew what he was going to do before he did it. Zabuza, slightly embarrassed, suddenly took a step back, and Kakashi, as if on cue, did the same maneuver, stepping back in exactly the same position. His eyes did not leave his opponent. Are you tired already, Zabuza? Kakashi said with a grin, watching as each of his strikes was repeated flawlessly. Zabuza did not like this. And then, at that moment, a second Zabuza appeared from the mist and water. He laughed, seeing how Kakashi had difficulty recognizing him. How did you figure it out, Kakashi? Zabuza asked, his voice full of mockery. But before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi dexterously cupped his fists and cast a jutsu, a giant waterfall. A stream of water rushed into the air like a powerful whirlwind and engulfed both Zabuzas, who were frozen in shock from such a quick counter-move. A whirlpool, like a giant storm, pulled Zabuza into the depths of the water, his body disappeared under the water, and the water element stirred up everything around him. A raging wave rushed onto the shore, knocking down trees and rocks in its path. Kakashi's strength was incredible, and his jutsu completely engulfed his opponent. Naruto, standing on the shore, grabbed onto a nearby tree branch to avoid being carried away by the water flow that almost engulfed him. He barely managed to hold on and looked back to see what was happening. Kakashi, without wasting time, activated his legs and again aimed his kunai towards the fallen Zabuza. He aimed accurately and hit him in the neck, pinning him to the tree. At that moment, two kunai pierced Zabuza's neck with precision. He collapsed to the ground, his body barely moving. Blood poured from the wounds. At first glance, he was dead. Kakashi walked over, checked Zabuza's pulse, and hunched over. "It's over," he said, knowing that victory was theirs. At that moment, a young masked archer emerged from the fog, standing on a tree branch, holding a bow. He carefully placed it aside and jumped to the ground, his gaze serious. "Thank you for helping me kill him," the masked man said, addressing Kakashi and his team. His voice was low and slightly distorted, but there was gratitude in it. With that, he leaned over Zabuza's body, gently lifting it onto his shoulder as if it were just a heavy weight, and with one sharp movement, he disappeared into the thick fog, dissolving into its shadow as if he had never been there. "Okay, let's continue on our way," Kakashi said with difficulty, trying to maintain his composure, but his strength was running out. He took a few steps, but his body suddenly gave way, and he fell unconscious to the ground. Part 8. When Kakashi opened his eyes, he was greeted by a soft light coming through the curtains. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt the pain go away and his body slowly recover. He was in a room that looked like it belonged to a simple house, Tazuna's house. He was lying on a comfortable bed, which was nice after the grueling fight with Zabuza. He rubbed his temples, trying to remember the events of the previous day. Bits and pieces of memories started to come back to him: the fight with Zabuza, the water prison, the blows to his body. And then it hit him. "This doesn't add up," Kakashi muttered out loud, looking at his finger, which was now whole and unharmed. He got out of bed and put on his mask, showing no small amount of worry. The lack of wounds that he should have sustained from his fight with Zabuza seemed odd. He couldn't forget how he felt the blows and saw the blood when Zabuza had struck. But now that he was whole, the thought haunted him. He walked out into the hallway and headed to the living room where Team 7 was sitting at the table. Tazuna greeted him with a worried look, and Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto exchanged glances when they noticed his presence. "You're finally awake," Tazuna said. "How are you feeling?" "Better than I expected," Kakashi replied, feeling lighter in his body. "But there's something that's bothering me." Sasuke raised his eyebrows, sensing that something was wrong. "What are you talking about, sensei?" he asked. "Zabuza's death was strange," Kakashi said. "When I checked his pulse, I was sure he was dead, but now something doesn't add up." "It looks like Zabuza is alive," Kakashi said, stroking his chin. "That shooter is probably working with him and saved him. This is all too suspicious." Sasuke frowned, his eyes watching his teacher. "Then how were they able to trick us?" he asked. "We saw him die." "Yeah, that's what worries me," Kakashi continued. "We were too confident that we had won. But Zabuza isn't the type to give up so easily. He always acts cautiously, and maybe he waited for the right moment to disappear before we noticed." Sakura stood up and ran her hands through her hair, thinking nervously. "So does that mean we were happy for nothing?" she asked, feeling a growing sense of unease. "Will he come back?" "It's possible," Kakashi replied, looking around the team. "We need to be prepared for anything. But now that we know he might be alive, we'll keep our eyes peeled." Tazuna shook his head, still in disbelief at what they'd just been through. "Do you think he'll attack again?" he asked, trying to figure out what was going on. "Yeah," Kakashi said, thinking for a second. "Zabuza isn't one to waste time. He might wait until he finds a better moment. But if we're careful, we can avoid any unpleasant surprises." After they ate, Kakashi addressed his team. "Sasuke and Sakura, come on, I'll teach you tree walking and water walking," Kakashi said. "Why isn't Naruto coming with us?" Sakura asked. "Because he already knows how," Kakashi replied. That made Sasuke grit his teeth and clench his fist. It really pissed him off that Naruto was one step ahead. After the attack on Tazuna's family, it was decided to leave Naruto at Tazuna's house to guard him. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura headed to the bridge to guard the carpenters who were continuing their work on the bridge. Naruto, who remained in the house, carefully watched what was happening around him, preparing for a possible attack, and did not allow himself to relax, knowing that the safety of their mission depended on his alertness. As Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna approached the bridge, Zabuza suddenly appeared right in front of them. He was standing on the water, his huge sword in his hands, and his face was hidden under a bandaged mask. His appearance was so sudden that no one had time to react right away. "So you're alive after all," Kakashi said, getting into a fighting stance. "So, are you ready for a rematch?" Zabuza said, and they began to fight. Suddenly, Haku attacked Sasuke. The fight between Kakashi and Zabuza continued. Kakashi quickly stepped aside, dodging Zabuza's strike, but he didn't give him time to rest. His sword whistled through the air, each strike could have cut any opponent in half, but Kakashi dodged it in time with his Sharingan. Zabuza laughed, enjoying the fight, but Kakashi knew that he would have to use his strategy and not give in to his emotions. He took a few more steps back, practicing each move. At that moment, their fight was interrupted. Haku flew out from behind the nearby trees, and Sasuke, who had already begun to recover from their previous fight, appeared right in front of him. Haku instantly attacked him using his mirror technique, and Sasuke was trapped. He tried to defend himself, but the needles raining down from all sides were too fast for his speed. One needle after another pierced the air, and despite all his agility, Sasuke was unable to defend against all the attacks. When one of the needles pierced his shoulder, Sakura screamed, and Naruto, who was watching from a close distance, was ready to intervene. But Kakashi, seeing that Sasuke was in danger, immediately turned his attention to his opponent. He knew that as long as Zabuza continued to fight him, he needed to help Sasuke. "Sasuke!" Kakashi shouted to get his attention. He used a technique to distract Zabuza for a second. Zabuza, despite his experience, did not expect his opponent to react so quickly. Kakashi, dodging Zabuza's attack at the last moment, threw several kunai towards Haku, trying to divert his attention from Sasuke. Haku, dodging, found himself in a position where he could not attack and defend at the same time. This gave Sasuke a chance to regain his stance, despite the damage. With his newfound drive and willpower, he decided to engage in battle, tearing apart Haku's mirrors with his punches. Meanwhile, Zabuza prepared for another strike against Kakashi, but Kakashi used his instant movement technique to appear behind the assassin, preparing to counter. The fight continued to unfold with great intensity. Sasuke, despite his quick reflexes and improved skills, could not fully predict Haku's movements. He moved at lightning speed, and every time Sasuke attempted to attack, his opponent had already disappeared into the mirror and appeared on the other side, delivering another blow. "You won't be able to defeat me that easily, Sasuke." Haku laughed, maneuvering through the mirrors and throwing needles that always found their target. Sasuke tried to dodge, but his movements became increasingly uncertain. Suddenly, Haku used his Ice Demon mirror technique, creating multiple mirrors around Sasuke that began to spin, reflecting his movements. Sasuke was now trapped, his field of vision limited by the mirrors, and his every move was predictable. The needles were flying from all directions, and despite his efforts, Sasuke was unable to avoid all of the attacks. "You are weak," Haku said as he saw Sasuke losing his balance and being surrounded by mirrors. The needles were hitting his body, weakening him. Sasuke, bleeding, tried to break free, but all his attempts were in vain. In one of the mirrors, he saw Haku appear right in front of him with another volley of needles. At the last moment, Sasuke raised his hand to defend himself, but it was too late. The needles passed through his defense and he was defeated, falling to his knees. "This is the end for you, Sasuke," Haku said coldly, walking up to him. Kakashi, who was watching the fight, realized that Sasuke was trapped and needed help urgently. He turned to Zabuza, preparing for the next phase of the fight. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Naruto. "Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed, pointing at Sasuke. "Sasuke is trapped." Naruto wasted no time in rushing towards Sasuke. He quickly reached the place where Sasuke was surrounded by mirrors and realized that he had to act immediately. Concentrating his chakra in his right hand, Naruto formed a rasengan and without hesitation slammed it into the mirrors. The powerful blow broke the ice mirrors, freeing Sasuke. Sasuke, surprised and grateful, looked at Naruto, who stood in front of him, ready to continue the fight. "Thank you, Naruto," Sasuke said. Naruto did not stop, quickly returning to the fight with Haku. Haku, who did not expect such a reaction, immediately attacked, throwing needles at Naruto, but he dodged. Naruto then rushed forward with incredible speed, hitting Haku in the chest with a kunai. Haku flew back, but quickly recovered. Haku created a new mirror and tried to attack, but Naruto, anticipating his actions, jumped into the air and broke the mirror with a powerful kick. Naruto left Haku no chance of winning, each of his blows was precise and powerful. When Haku created a new mirror, Naruto shattered it using Rasengan. Not only did the source explode, but so did the ice shards that were trying to attack Naruto. Eventually, Haku was trapped. Naruto grabbed him by the neck, broke the mirrors, and sent him to the ground with a powerful kick. Haku could no longer resist. The fight continued. Kakashi, despite his injuries, prepared for the final attack. He pulled out a scroll and activated the stalking fang technique. 9 dogs released from the scroll surrounded Zabuza, forcing him to stop. "You won't be able to dodge now," Kakashi said, focusing his chakra for Reikiri. Zabuza, trying to hold off the dogs, was caught off guard when Kakashi activated Reikiri and sent it into Zabuza's heart. The latter used his strength to try to survive, but his body could no longer withstand it. "This is the end," Kakashi said as the fight ended. Haku was dead and Zabuza was falling to his knees. After the fight was over and the fog began to clear, more figures appeared on the horizon. They were Gedo's men, his loyal henchmen, who had come to finish off Team 7. There were several of them, and they walked with confidence, ready to finish what they had started. Their faces were set in a fierce determination, and their eyes were blazing with hatred. "We will not let you leave here alive," one of them said, stepping forward. Kakashi, weakened but not broken, raised his head, preparing for the next attack. He began to plan how to protect his team, but suddenly everyone's attention turned to Naruto. Naruto, who was standing next to Haku's body, suddenly noticed Zabuza's sword lying on the ground. His vision blurred for a moment, and then, with a determined expression on his face, he grabbed the weapon. The sword was heavy and Naruto had difficulty lifting it, but as he felt it in his hands, he felt the strength and rage that filled him. He couldn't let anyone else get hurt, let these people continue to pursue them. "I'll stop them," Naruto said, his voice full of determination. He quickly turned around and charged towards Gedo's approaching men, ignoring the cries of his comrades. The sword in his hands whistled through the air as Naruto, as if imbued with incredible strength, charged. He knew that this fight was not supposed to end. Gedo, standing in the center of his group, watched Naruto's actions in surprise. He didn't expect the young shinobi to be able to get up after everything that had happened, but his willpower and determination were too strong to handle. "What is he doing?" one of Gedo's henchmen exclaimed, unable to dodge the blow. Naruto tore through the enemy lines with astonishing speed, his strikes were sharp and precise. Zabuza's sword dealt heavy damage, each swing was deadly. Before Gedo's men could even comprehend what was happening, Naruto was already upon them, striking them with blows that left a trail of destruction in his wake. With each new step, Naruto became more and more determined. His movements were lightning fast, he spared no one. With his fury and strength, he seemed almost invulnerable, and those who tried to resist him quickly fell under his blows. Gedo, realizing that his men could not cope with this madness, began to retreat. He knew that continuing to fight Naruto in this state meant exposing himself to certain death. Naruto did not stop. He continued to pursue his minions, destroying everything in their path, until he finally found himself face to face with Gedo. His breathing was heavy, and his eyes were burning with determination. "You won't get away," Naruto said, clutching his sword. Gedo, realizing his helplessness, took one last step back, but Naruto was faster. One precise blow, and his opponent fell. After the last threat was eliminated, Naruto froze for a moment, breathing heavily. The sword in his hands was covered in blood, and around him lay the bodies of fallen enemies. Part 9. After completing the mission in the Land of Waves, Team Kakashi was finally returning back to Konoha. The tension after the difficult task eased a little, and the shinobi moved home with relief. Naruto, as always, walked ahead, thinking about the next events. Suddenly, a small box, strangely appearing next to him, attracted his attention. Naruto, grinning, began to think out loud. Rocks do not have a regular rectangular shape, and even with 2 holes in the front. What kind of joke is this? As soon as he managed to say these words, the box suddenly exploded. In the smoke and debris, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi, Team Konohamaru, appeared. "We are Konohamaru's squad," Konohamaru proudly announced, jumping out of the box. Naruto wasn't surprised, but he still looked at them with interest. The little kid stood in front of him, waiting for a reaction, but Naruto simply chewed his gum and rolled his eyes, saying, "So, you came here again. What do you think this is, a spectacular entrance? Horrible." Konohamaru didn't let him continue and enthusiastically suggested, "Let's play ninja." But Naruto, sensing that the day wouldn't end with them, immediately refused. "I don't want to. This will drag on for the whole day, and then you'll start tiring me out again." Meanwhile, the kids weren't about to give up. But then something unexpected happened. Konohamaru, despite his determination, didn't notice how he unexpectedly bumped into someone. "Are you out of your mind? Do you want to die?" the ninja said, squeezing Konohamaru's scarf threateningly. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his voice full of challenge. Are you out of your mind, by any chance? You're threatening to kill the third Hokage's grandson, painted girl. There was silence for a moment, and suddenly the girl standing next to the ninja burst out laughing loudly. She bent over, trying to hold back the tears that were rolling down her face from laughter. What are you laughing at? The guy was indignant, throwing an angry look at her. It's war paint on your face. But the girl couldn't stop, continuing to laugh at the humiliating nickname given to her brother. Naruto looked at the girl with a slight smile and winked at her. She instantly blushed, her face turning crimson. What are you? She muttered, turning away to hide her embarrassment. Hey, what are you staring at? The puppeteer exploded, getting even angrier. Unable to bear it, he rushed at Naruto, but before he could even get close, he found himself pinned to the ground. Naruto, standing above him, calmly said, "Don't meddle where you're not wanted." Suddenly, a voice came from the shadows. "Kankuro, Tamari, let's go." A red-haired guy with a pot on his back appeared in front of the Konoha team. His gaze was cold, and his aura was alarming. "What's your name?" he asked, looking straight at Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto answered, looking at the stranger with curiosity. "And my name is Gaara," the guy said calmly, turning to leave with his team. But Naruto suddenly shouted after him. "I can help with your neighbor." Gaara stopped abruptly. His gaze narrowed, he turned around and looked intently at Naruto. "How do you know about him?" Naruto took a step forward, his voice firm. "Because I am just like you." Gaara stopped and looked at Naruto carefully, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Are you a Jinchuriki too?" he asked, a cold note in his voice. Naruto nodded. "Yes, I have the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Jubi." Somewhere in his mind, Kurama raised his head, snorting proudly. "These are words worthy of me," he muttered, filled with pride. Naruto took a step forward, his voice softer, but there was confidence in it. "I know you are awake. You think that only loneliness can protect you. But if you trust me, I will help you." Gaara looked at Naruto carefully, trying to read a catch in his words. But something in Naruto's tone made him think. Naruto looked at Gaara with a serious expression. "Consider my offer. If you decide, you will tell me." He turned, picked up Konohamaru, who had been silently watching the conversation the entire time, and headed back towards the village. Gaara watched him for a long time, thinking hard. Naruto's words sounded unusually sincere, and for the first time, something that could hardly be called simple indifference flashed in his eyes. Tamari and Kankuro exchanged glances, not daring to break the silence. Finally, Gaara quietly said, "Uzumaki Naruto," and turned around and walked away without saying another word. The third Hokage looked thoughtfully at the assembled Jonin. His calm voice broke the silence. "Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai. Recommend the genin you consider worthy of participating in the Chunin exams." Iruka, standing nearby, frowned. "Lord Hokage, I apologize, but they are too young. The newbies need more time to prepare," he countered. Kakashi, in his usual relaxed manner, stepped forward. "I recommend Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno." Iruka froze, not believing his ears. His surprise grew when Kurenai calmly said, "Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka." Asuma, standing next to him, nodded. "Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamichi, and Shikamaru Nara." Iruka stepped forward, protesting. "They just graduated from the academy. That's too early, especially for Naruto." Kakashi looked at him seriously. "Iruka, you underestimate them. This exam is the best test for them." The Hokage raised his hand, stopping the argument. "Okay, we will conduct a preliminary test for all 9 newbies." The next morning, Kakashi handed out the application forms for the exam to his students. "The decision is yours. If you want to participate, fill them out and bring them to the academy." Naruto grabbed the application, full of enthusiasm. "Of course I'll participate." Sasuke took his application silently. Sakura hesitated, looking at the paper in her hands. "I'm not sure." Kakashi noticed her hesitation, but said nothing, giving her time. Later, Team 7 was attacked by an unknown ninja. He appeared suddenly, grabbing Moegi. Naruto rushed to help. After Moegi ended up in the hands of the unknown ninja, Naruto reacted instantly. "Let her go, or you'll regret it," he shouted, getting into a fighting stance. The ninja smirked and threw a kunai at Naruto, but he deftly dodged it and activated his speed. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was next to the enemy and knocked him off balance with a powerful fist. "I said let her go." Naruto repeated and activated the shadow clone technique. The clones surrounded the enemy, not giving him a chance to escape. The enemy tried to use a smoke bomb, but one of the clones quickly intercepted it and threw it aside. Meanwhile, the real Naruto brought down a powerful blow on the enemy, knocking him off his feet. The ninja fell, releasing Moegi, who immediately rushed to Sakura for protection. "You asked for it," Naruto shouted, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, but stopped, seeing that the enemy could no longer resist. At that moment, Kakashi appeared. "Great job, Naruto. You did it," he said with approval, and then looked at the defeated ninja. "But you still have to always be on your guard." It later turned out that this was a test from Iruka, who wanted to check the abilities of newcomers. Naruto, not understanding, exclaimed, "Iruka-sensei, that was not funny at all." Iruka smiled. "But you proved that you are capable of protecting your comrades. You are doing well, Naruto." All 9 rookies passed the test successfully. Kakashi nodded, satisfied with the result. That means they are ready for the real exam. Part 10. Team 7 headed to the academy to take the Chunin exam. Naruto walked ahead with a confidence that made his comrades wary. "We are in room 301, Sakura said, pointing to the door on the first floor, in front of which a crowd of students had gathered. Naruto gave her a look full of calm. "It's a genjutsu," he said in an even voice, not even stopping. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, surprised by his confidence. "How do you know?" Sasuke asked, trying not to show his confusion. "Logic. Room 301 on the first floor. Besides, the chakra around the door in the crowd of students is too unstable." Naruto answered without slowing down. He walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, followed by his comrades. As they approached the real door numbered 301, Naruto turned around and added, "If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed that this is a trap for those who rely too much on the obvious." Sasuke chuckled, admitted to himself that Naruto was right, and said nothing. Sakura, feeling awkward, just nodded. Team 7 had just entered the classroom when a young ninja with thick eyebrows and a green suit appeared in front of them. His energy was felt even in his stance. "Sasuke Uchiha," he declared loudly, pointing a finger at him. "I challenge you to a fight." Sasuke frowned, assessing the boy from head to toe. "I refuse," he replied coldly, clearly not interested in the challenge. Rock Lee's expression darkened slightly, but then his gaze settled on Naruto. "Then you, Uzumaki Naruto. I heard that you are the strongest genin of your generation," he declared with delight. Naruto slightly raised an eyebrow, but did not have time to answer. Sasuke, who was standing next to him, suddenly clenched his fist and said defiantly, "I agree." Naruto only smirked, watching the sudden rivalry flare up. Sasuke immediately rushed to attack. His movements were fast and precise, but Rock Lee easily dodged, using his speed. Lee countered with the Leaf Hurricane technique, throwing Sasuke back. Sasuke stood up, activating his Sharingan. His eyes carefully followed Lee's every move, trying to predict Lee's next move. He rushed forward again, using a series of strikes, but Lee dodged again, ending up behind Sasuke. A precise kick threw the Uchiha into the air. Without wasting time, Lee used the Dancing Leaf Shadow technique, instantly appearing next to Sasuke. Sasuke stood up again, but Rock Lee was ready for another blow. However, before the fight could continue, a large turtle appeared between them, blocking their path. "Rock Lee," a stern voice rang out. Might Guy had appeared on the battlefield. He immediately assessed the situation and walked towards his student. "Lee, I warned you not to abuse your powers against your allies," Guy said, his face stern. Before Lee could respond, Guy quickly delivered a sharp but controlled punch to Lee's face. Lee staggered, but remained on his feet, accepting the punishment with humility. "Master, I deserve this," Lee said quietly, bowing. "Remember, Rock Lee, power comes with responsibility. Respect your comrades, even if you wish to test your abilities," Guy added, then turned to Sasuke and Naruto. "Forgive my student for his haste. He is still learning to control his impulses." Sasuke said nothing, simply looking away. Naruto watched the proceedings with a slight frown. "Come on, Lee, we still have a lot of training ahead of us," Guy said, leading his student away. When Team 7 entered the auditorium, they were immediately struck by the number of genin gathered. The hall was overcrowded with participants from different villages, which made Sakura visibly tense. "There are so many people here," she muttered, feeling growing anxious. Her mood worsened when Ino Yamanaka, beaming with joy, suddenly jumped up to Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, how wonderful it is that we meet again," she said, trying to get his attention. Sasuke, as usual, remained cool and ignored her. You're at it again. Shikamaru grumbled as he approached, yawning lazily. Next to him was Choji, munching on another bag of chips. Naruto, standing to the side, smiled and decided to share his observations with the team. This is Shikamaru Nara. He is the laziest person I know, and he always complains that everything is a problem. Choji Akamichi, he is always eating. I don't know where he gets the room for all that food. And finally, Ino Yamanaka. Naruto hesitated a little. She is annoying because she is always competing with Sakura. What did you say, Naruto? Sakura flared up, looking at him with displeasure. Naruto quickly pretended not to hear her. A little later, 3 more newcomers approached them. It was Team Kurenai, Kiba Inuzuka, next to whom stood his faithful dog Akamaru, Hinata Hyuga, modestly standing behind, and Shino Aburame, silent and secretive as always. Hey, Naruto, Kiba called loudly, waving his hand in greeting. Are you here too? I hope you're ready for the competition. Hinata just smiled shyly and blushed slightly as she looked at Naruto. Shino stayed away, only nodding briefly in greeting. As Naruto greeted everyone, he tried not to meet Hinata's gaze. Her kind, warm eyes, always so sincere, made him feel uncomfortable. What's wrong, Naruto? Kurama's voice sounded in his mind, slightly concerned by his strange behavior. Naruto swallowed silently, and then, sighing, quietly answered. In my past life, I married Hinata. We lived together for 13 years. He fell silent, as if the memories were too much for him. We didn't have children. We tried, but nothing worked out. Kurama seemed to disappear for a second, but then he said softly. Naruto. In the end, we got divorced, he continued, forcing out the words with difficulty. She deserved more. I knew it, but I couldn't make her happy. Naruto looked away, looking somewhere to the side, as if the answer to the question that was tormenting him was hidden there. His voice became barely audible. She deserves better. Kurama watched his thoughts carefully, feeling the depth of sadness hidden in these words. Naruto, do you blame yourself for what happened? He asked carefully. Naruto clenched his fists, but said nothing. When Kabuto Yakushi approached the group, his calm manner attracted attention. He was an experienced participant in the exam, taking it for the 7th time, and warned the newcomers to be careful. This exam is held twice a year, and it is not just a test of strength, Kabuto said, studying the audience. This is my 4th time taking the exam. It is important to understand how serious and difficult it is, both physically and mentally. Kabuto took out a deck of cards, which were called ninja cards. I have collected information on each of the participants, and with these cards I can give you details on the other examinees. I extract data from these cards using chakra, he said, activating one of them. A card immediately appeared in front of them, showing information on the countries and the number of participants. Kabuto continued. This exam is aimed at strengthening diplomatic relations between villages and improving the skills of ninja. However, in reality, its main purpose is to maintain the balance of power between the villages, through strict filtering of shinobi. Sasuke, as always, showed interest and asked. Do you have information on the other participants, such as Gaara from Hidden Sand and Rock Lee from Konoha? Kabuto nodded, answering. Rock Lee is a year older than you. He has completed 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. His specialty is taijutsu, close combat. His teacher is Might Guy, and his comrades are Tenten and Neji Hyuga. He's good at fighting, but he has trouble with other techniques. This is his first Chunin exam. He then moved on to Gaara. Gaara from Sunagakur has completed 8 C-rank missions, 1 B-rank. He has always returned unharmed, no matter how difficult the missions were. This is his first exam. Kabuto continued his story. Participants from different villages. Leaf Village 72 participants, 24 teams. Sand Village 30 participants, 10 teams. Rain Village 21 participants, 7 teams. Grass Village 15 participants, 5 teams. Waterfall Village 12 participants, 4 teams. Sound Village 3 participants, 1 team. Then Naruto, feeling everyone's attention focusing on the information, suddenly stood up abruptly. He couldn't help but provoke. I don't intend to lose to anyone. Remember this, he said confidently, challengingly, looking at the assembled group. There have been rumors that my team and I are just getting started, but I will disappoint you. We will not have any losses. Naruto's words instantly attracted attention, and several people present, including those from Team Sound, began to get angry. Before anyone could protest, one of Team Sound sneaked up on Kabuto without anyone noticing and struck. One threw kunai, the other tried to attack him from behind. However, Naruto reacted quickly at the moment of attack. He sensed the threat and did not give Kabuto time to approach. He easily blocked one of the attacks and forced the attacker to retreat, his gaze remaining cold and calculating. Kabuto barely managed to dodge, but his glasses cracked, and he found himself on his knees as his body began to spurt blood. Seeing this, Naruto stepped forward to drive away the remaining attackers with a gaze that left no doubt. At that moment, Ibiki Morino, the exam expert, entered the room, and his presence immediately attracted everyone's attention. "The situation is getting out of hand," Ibiki said, assessing the situation. "You are all about to be tested." Naruto, not holding back his confidence, calmly replied. "Let this exam be a real test. We are ready." At that moment, everyone was preparing for the exam, and Ibiki Morino announced that the written test would begin. He shouted out the rules, warning everyone of the strict punishment for cheating. "No questions and no cheating," he said loudly. "The exam is graded on a descending system. You will receive 10 points for the correct answer, but points will be subtracted for each incorrect answer. For cheating, 2 points immediately. At the end, if you have no points left, you and your team are eliminated." The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone realized that this was going to be a brutal exam. Ibiki also added that order was being monitored by the Chunin, and any violation would be recorded. If someone was caught cheating 5 times, then he and his team would be disqualified. With that said, everyone began to think of ways they could cheat the system. Naruto, on the other hand, looked around the room with a cold gaze, knowing that this exam was not for the faint of heart. As the tests began to be filled out, Naruto took his time. Instead of simply starting to look for ways to cheat, he focused on the question itself. Instead of copying the answers like the others, he quickly understood the structure of the test, predicted the types of questions, and analyzed the possible answers as he went along, using his knowledge gained from the future. Instead of using obvious methods of cheating, Naruto created a strategy for himself where he used the questions to understand the psychology of the examiners. He noticed patterns in their style, even in the questions that seemed the most difficult. This allowed him to quickly decipher the correct answers without resorting to the usual cheating. Unlike the others who used obvious methods of cheating, from Gaara's-san to distract the other participants, to Neji using the Byakugan to see the answers through the bodies of others, Naruto showed his own exceptional strategy. When Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy the answers and Ino outsmarted Sakura with her mind transfer technique, Naruto calmly continued to write down his answers, relying solely on his intuition and abilities. He knew that he did not need to steal knowledge to pass this exam, because he was prepared for any questions. While others tried to bend the rules using their abilities or tricky methods, Naruto simply analyzed and solved the test in the way only he could, with calculation and predictability, which gave him confidence and peace of mind. His answers were correct and clear, and he knew that his strategy would be the safest and most effective. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Ibiki explained that the 10th question was the last and most difficult one. He explained that each of them could decide whether to answer this question or not. However, if someone chose to refuse, their entire team would be disqualified. And if someone tried to answer but gave the wrong answer, they would be banned from participating in the Chunin exams forever. Many genin, upon hearing this, began to doubt, murmuring nervously among themselves and wondering if it was worth the risk. Some were already ready to leave the classroom to avoid the possible consequences. All eyes turned to Naruto as he stood up and said loudly, "This is all just a fear game. The goal is not for us to guess the answer, but for us to show that we are not afraid to make a choice. All these rules are an attempt to break us, but that does not define who we truly are. We are not here to follow fear, but to accept the challenge and act even when everything is against us. I will answer this question because I am not afraid to take risks. And if any of you decide to leave, that will be their choice. But remember, this is not an exam where you win by shirking your responsibility." The class fell silent. Some of the genin, hearing Naruto's words, began to think about their decision. Soon, the others followed suit and also stayed, not giving up. Ibiki, watching this, continued. "It is good that you made a decision. Everyone who stayed, passes." He paused, then added, "The point of the first 9 questions was not to see if you knew the answers, but to test your ability to gather information. How you solve problems based on what you can see and understand." Ibiki looked at the audience and continued. "As for the 10th question, it is a test of your resolve and courage. It was asked to see how you react when faced with a choice that could jeopardize your success. It's like a mission where you have to infiltrate a village to steal important documents. You don't know anything about the enemy, their strength, or what awaits you. You have no way to go back and prepare again. You have to make a decision here and now. This is a real test, not in knowledge, but in the courage to make a choice despite all the risks." With every word Ibiki said, it became clear that the essence of the exam was not in the questions, but in the test of character, the willingness to go all the way despite all the doubts and obstacles. Part 11. After that, the second examiner, Enko Mitarashi, burst through the window like a storm. Her appearance was so unexpected that some of the genin were startled by the sound of breaking glass. "You're getting old, Ibiki, there are only 78 people," she said with a grin, looking at the remaining examinees. She looked around the class, her gaze darting from one genin to the next, as if she was already prepared to see signs of weakness in someone. Then she said, "Brats, I'm waiting for you in training ground number 44. Prepare yourself, the real test awaits you. And it won't be easy." With that, Enko disappeared as suddenly as she had appeared, leaving the examiners and students in a state of slight confusion. Naruto and his comrades stood in front of the Forest of Death, nervously glancing at the mysterious place where they would take the second stage of the Chunin exams. The atmosphere was tense, and each of them felt a sense of unease in the air. Suddenly, Naruto noticed a square stone that seemed to be watching him. He felt his gaze drawn to the object, but before he could do anything, the stone exploded, and a group flew out of a cloud of smoke. At first, Naruto prepared to attack in a panic, but soon familiar faces appeared from the smoke. "Konohamaru!" Naruto exclaimed, recognizing his former student and his team. Konohamaru and his friends approached Naruto with smiles on their faces. "We came to gather material for an article about the Chunin exam," Konohamaru said, winking. "Well, Naruto-kun, how can you, the hero of our village, refuse an interview? Share your impressions with us." Naruto looked at them in surprise, but before he could answer, Enko Mitarashi appeared. She glanced at what was happening, then at Konohamaru and his team. "What's going on here?" she asked, not hiding her surprise. The guys quickly explained their task to her and said that they came to interview Naruto for their article. Enko, not without a smile, shook her head. Enko Mitarashi stood in front of the exam participants, explaining to them why the Forest of Death was named that way. However, Naruto, always ready to disturb the peace, decided to tease the proctor once again. He couldn't resist the opportunity to prank her. "The Forest of Death," Naruto said loudly, grinning. "Well, if Enko is going to scare us like that, I guess we won't have to worry at all. We'll be afraid that she'll catch us and start telling us her scary stories." He gave Enko a playful look, then looked at the other participants, who began to quietly laugh, feeling the tension ease a little. Enko, despite being an experienced ninja, didn't react right away. "Hey, is that you, Naruto?" Enko asked sarcastically, narrowing her eyes. "Do you think you'll be immune to the Forest of Death? Maybe you should try summoning a few more kunai here to finish the show." Naruto didn't lose his composure, and quickly grabbed a couple of his own kunai, throwing them into the air and catching them deftly. "What did you say? I'm definitely not afraid of kunai. But if you want it so much, I can send you a couple of them too," he answered with a grin and a wink. Enko looked at him with a cold expression, but her eyes flashed with respect for his audacity. However, she was not going to give up and decided that it was better to continue the exam than to waste time talking to this annoying boy. "You shouldn't take such risks, Naruto," she said with a slight smile. "Don't forget that you are not on a field of jokes here, but in the most dangerous place. This is not a kunai, but a real fight for survival." But Naruto, as always, could not resist provocation. "Oh, I'm not worried, Enko. I understand perfectly well that the Forest of Death is scary, but what will be scarier, the forest or your psychedelic jokes? Let's start with the fact that we will all rock this exam." He glanced at the other participants, causing several teams to laugh. Enko responded with a short glance and threw a kunai at him, but Naruto dodged, in turn, deftly throwing it back. He still couldn't pass up the opportunity to show off his talent and courage. "Not bad," Enko said, smiling, but there was a clear threat in her voice. "But don't forget that jokes in this exam don't always end in laughter. In the Forest of Death, you will face real threats." After that, she finished handing out forms and continued explaining the rules. Enko, standing in front of the group of candidates, began explaining the second part of the exam. "Your task," she said, looking at the participants, "is to fight each other for scrolls. Each team will be given one scroll, either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Your goal is to capture the desired scroll and reach the tower, where the next part of the exam awaits you." Quote. She paused, giving everyone time to understand the importance of her words. "But be careful," she continued, "there are several conditions that can lead to disqualification. First, if all team members fail to reach the tower within 5 days, you will be eliminated from the exam. Secondly, if any of your team members are unable to continue the fight, such as losing consciousness or being seriously injured, the entire team will be eliminated. However, the most important thing is to never open the scrolls before you reach the tower. The proctors began handing out the scrolls, and each team received one. Team Kakashi received the Sky Scroll. Each participant felt the tension in the air. This was only the first stage, and there were dangers ahead. After all the scrolls were handed over, the participants lined up in front of their gates. Team Kakashi stood in front of gate number 12, Team Asuma number 27, Team Kurenai number 16, Team Guy number 41, Team Baki, the Sand representatives, number 6, Team Kabuto number 38, Team Sound Ninja number 20, and Team Grass Ninja number 15. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the gates suddenly swung open and all the candidates rushed forward, each in their own direction. "Everyone follow me," Naruto shouted in a commanding tone, and his team hurried to follow him, heading in the direction he pointed. They encountered Team Rain on their way and they dealt with them without much effort. But suddenly, a huge snake appeared in front of Naruto and quickly swallowed him, leaving Sasuke and Sakura in shock. Sakura was so shocked that she could not hold back her horror. At that moment, a mysterious woman emerged from the shadows, sending shivers down her spine. It was Orochimaru. He swallowed his scroll and, turning to Sakura and Sasuke, paralyzed them, forcing them to experience an unbearable fear of imminent death. Meanwhile, inside the snake's belly, Naruto was trying to get out. Memories flashed through his mind and he suddenly realized that he had to survive no matter what. Focusing all his strength, Naruto used the shadow clone technique to make the snake inflate to its limit. As soon as it burst, Naruto was free. Sasuke and Sakura, despite trying to hide, did not have time to avoid the snake's attack. When it attacked again, Sasuke managed to throw several shuriken in its direction. Orochimaru appeared from the dead body of the reptile, who began to slowly approach Sasuke. But suddenly, when Orochimaru was almost next to Sasuke, the severed head of the snake flew by. It was Naruto, who had climbed out of its mouth, ready to continue the fight. "Orochimaru, one of the great Sannin, glad to meet you," Naruto said with a grin, directing his gaze at Orochimaru. "Naruto-kun, you shouldn't call me that," Orochimaru answered coldly, his eyes sparkling with an ominous gleam. Suddenly, golden chains burst out of Naruto's body, which, as if alive, began to wrap around his arms and legs. "Are these really the chains of Kungo Fuso? A feature of the Uzumaki clan? You are quite interesting," Orochimaru remarked, his tone becoming increasingly interested. He knew of the clan's ability, but seeing it in action was something new. "Oh, I'm going to surprise you now," Naruto replied with a confident smile. Chakra began to bubble through his body and a glow formed around him as he entered Kurama's shroud. Orochimaru froze, his eyes widening in surprise. "You control the Kyuubi. Incredible." His voice was almost awe-inspiring, but his eyes still held the lust for power and exploration. Without wasting any time, Naruto charged forward. Using Kurama's power, his speed increased to incredible levels. Orochimaru, however, was not so simple. His snake techniques were fast and deadly. He created several snakes to surround Naruto and suppress his movement. Naruto, however, used his chains to instantly immobilize one of the snakes, moving so fast that Orochimaru had no time to react. He charged again, this time using the shadow clone technique to create dozens of clones that surrounded Orochimaru. The clones began to attack from all sides, and Orochimaru was forced to block the attacks using his snake shields. But Naruto was not only fast, he was also smart. Each clone was part of a general strategy, and just when Orochimaru thought that one of the attacks was a fake, the real Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto used the rasengan technique with Kurama's chakra element, giving him a powerful boost. Orochimaru, not expecting such a blow, barely managed to jump back, but Naruto instantly used his chains to pin him to the ground. "You are certainly strong, Orochimaru," Naruto said, not giving his opponent the slightest chance to resist, "but you are out of luck this time." Orochimaru gritted his teeth, realizing that his plans for this moment were ruined, and despite his confidence, he realized that Naruto had become much stronger than he expected. Naruto created a rasengan in his right hand and aimed it towards Orochimaru. However, just as he was preparing to strike, Orochimaru split into many smaller snakes that disappeared, leaving only emptiness. Naruto, wasting no time, struck the ground, creating a funnel that swallowed up part of the surrounding landscape. Orochimaru, using the moment to hide among the snakes, managed to slip away from the blow. "Ha ha 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 ha, pathetic snake," Naruto laughed mockingly, watching Orochimaru disappear into a cloud of snakes. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with malice. He envied Naruto's strength, feeling his own dissatisfaction flaring up even more. He was not ready to admit that someone could be stronger than him, especially if it was Naruto, with whom he had once competed so often. Meanwhile, Team 7, despite all the obstacles, finally made it to the tower, completing the second stage of the exam. Part 12. Hayate, standing in front of the candidates, announced. Due to the fact that there are too many participants left, we will hold elimination matches. In response to his words, Yakushi Kabuto stood up and declared. I withdraw from participation. I received serious injuries in the second stage and will not be able to continue the fight. Hayate nodded, accepting his refusal, and continued his explanation. Each fight will decide your fate. The one who loses leaves the exam. Be prepared. The names for the first match appeared on the board, Sasuke and Akato Yoroi. Sasuke stepped into the arena, clenching his fists. He was determined, but he knew it wouldn't be that easy this time. Yoroi was known for his ability to absorb chakra, and due to his Juin, Sasuke couldn't use ninjutsu. As soon as the fight began, Yoroi rushed forward, fast and confident, as if he knew he could win. He jumped at Sasuke, trying to absorb his chakra. Sasuke felt his chakra begin to drain, and immediately knew that his opponent was dangerous. He felt weak, but did not give up. Taking a breath, he focused his will and suddenly delivered a strong kick to Yoroi's stomach. Yoroi flew back, but did not take much damage. Yoroi, not wanting to stop, rushed into the attack again. He tried to grab Sasuke and suck out his chakra again, but Sasuke deftly dodged his attacks, quickly dodging and causing Yoroi to miss. Sasuke, gathering his strength, knew that the time had come to act. He resolutely jumped towards Yoroi and performed a Shishi Renden attack, powerfully throwing him into the air with an uppercut. Before Yoroi could react, Sasuke continued his attack, grabbing him in midair and knocking him out of the arena. Yoroi fell to the ground and was taken away on a stretcher, unable to continue the fight. Hayate announced. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke held his breath and walked out of the arena. A tense silence fell over the arena after Kankuro defeated Masumi. Everyone watched intently as events unfolded. Kankuro won quickly and effectively, his puppet Karasu acting as if it were a living being, completely subservient to its master. He tricked Masumi into attacking, using his puppet in a way that not only struck but also confused the enemy. Masumi tried to resist, even attempting to break Kankuro's neck, but the puppet retaliated by using such force that the snap on his enemy's neck became loud and threatening. However, thanks to her plastic ability, Masumi managed to survive. The next match was between Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruna. At first, the girls exchanged harsh words, their conversation was full of reproaches and insults, but both knew that there was a fight ahead, and this squabble would lead to nothing. Ino, smiling, threw her hair back and took a step forward. Sakura, sighing, prepared for the fight, her face became serious and focused. The fight began with an exchange of blows and techniques. Ino used her skills in the field of mental control, directing the flow of chakra for precise attacks, while Sakura relied on her strength and agility to block blows and counterattack. Ino tried to make Sakura surrender several times, but she stubbornly held on, not giving her opponent an advantage. By the end of the battle, both girls were already pretty exhausted, their chakra is running out. Ino decides to take a risk and uses her technique, the consciousness transfer technique. Sakura felt her mind being taken over by an alien influence as Ino rushed into her head and tried to take control. Sakura felt her body go inert, but despite that, she clenched her fists and concentrated. However, at that moment, Ino made a mistake. She spent too much of her chakra trying to force Sakura to give up. Sakura, although she could not fully fight Ino's control, was still able to come to the edge of consciousness and with a final effort, break free from her subjugated state. Both girls, barely standing, looked at each other. Right before the finish line, they simultaneously fell to their knees, exhausted and on the edge of consciousness. We're both out, Sakura said quietly, breathing heavily. Yes, Ino answered, her face twisted with fatigue, but there was bitterness in her eyes. It was a draw, and both girls, although with different methods, still could not defeat each other. Their fight was worthy, but it drained their strength at that moment. The duel between Tenten and Temari began with quick attacks and lightning-fast maneuvers. Tenten used her weapons, throwing them at Temari with incredible accuracy, but Temari, despite all her attempts, confidently dodged each strike. She used her fan with ease, creating powerful wind currents that destroyed Tenten's weapons in midair. Tenten tried to attack again and again, but every step she took was countered by strong gusts of wind, knocking the weapons out of her hands. Temari used her fan technique, increasing the speed of her attacks and not giving Tenten a single chance. Only a few times did Tenten try to get closer to her opponent, but each of her approaches was unsuccessful. In the end, a tired Tenten ended up on the ground, unable to continue the fight, and the referee declared Temari the winner. However, as Temari went to finish the fight, trying to throw the unconscious Tenten onto the weapons lying on the floor. Rock Lee intervened. He deftly caught Tenten, preventing her from falling onto the tip of her sword. Temari, noticing his interference, smirked and decided to provoke Lee into a fight. "Don't you think that you could stand up to me?" she said mockingly. Lee immediately prepared to attack, but his teacher Might Guy, noticing the situation, intervened and stopped his student. "Lee, don't," Guy said, holding him back. "This is not the place for such a fight. We came here to defend honor, not to make mistakes." Lee, although very excited, gave in to his teacher and retreated. Then came the moment for the next match, Shikamaru against Kinsuchi. The fight began with Kin aggressively rushing into the attack, using her kunai and her ability to create traps. However, Shikamaru, with his amazing ability to analyze the situation, quickly took control of the situation. Shikamaru used his shadow imitation technique, allowing his shadow clone to grab Kin and restrict her movements. Her attempts to free herself were unsuccessful. Shikamaru, with a smile on his face, calmly controlled her, laying out his strategy step by step. He gradually squeezed her, giving her no room to maneuver. When Shikamaru was sure that victory was near, he relaxed, making his final move. Kin was completely immobilized, and the referee declared Shikamaru the winner. Her attempts to fight were useless against his strategic thinking. After that, in a tense silence, the next match was announced: Naruto vs. Kiba. When the match between Naruto and Kiba was announced, the audience immediately felt the tension. Kiba, with his indomitable character and confidence in his abilities, immediately began to show aggression, preparing to attack. He immediately summoned Akamaru, his faithful companion, so that they could work as a team and achieve victory. "I won't lose to you, Naruto," Kiba shouted, rushing to attack, trying to surround Naruto from two sides, with Akamaru on one side and himself on the other. Naruto, however, was in no hurry to engage in combat, with a bright smile on his face. He calmly watched Kiba, assessing his movements, and as soon as he got closer, he instantly reacted. The next moment, with a quick movement, Naruto used the shadow clone technique, creating several clones of himself that surrounded Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba tried to attack one of the clones, but it quickly disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Trying to catch Naruto, he rushed to attack again, but Naruto was already behind him, confidently avoiding the attacks. He used his lightning speed to easily go around Kiba, who, despite his aggressiveness, was unable to catch him. Akamaru, noticing that his master was failing, rushed towards Naruto, but he easily dodged the attack, jumping high into the air and landing right in front of Kiba. With a smile, Naruto said, "You think it will be difficult for me? Well, you are sorely mistaken." Using the flame pillar technique, Naruto powerfully attacked Kiba and Akamaru. The fire engulfed the area around them, forcing them to retreat, and Naruto, not giving them any chance to counterattack, simply walked up to Kiba. Kiba, confused by the speed of his actions, was completely confused. Naruto calmly walked up, holding Kiba in place, and finished the fight with ease. He knew that his opponent was not yet experienced enough to deal with such a fast and thoughtful opponent like him. When the fight was over, the referee quickly declared Naruto the winner. Kiba, breathing heavily, looked at Naruto, and although he was disappointed, he knew that his opponent was too strong for him this time. Meanwhile, the audience began to applaud, and Naruto simply continued to move forward, not paying attention to all these tests. The start of the match between Hinata and Neji was tense. Neji's eyes were full of disdain. He knew that he had a huge advantage, and he began to mock his cousin, her weakness and indecisiveness. "You are too kind and weak, Hinata, to be a real ninja," Neji said with a mocking smile. "Maybe you should just give up and avoid the shame." His words hurt Hinata. She had always been kind, but such accusations undermined her self-confidence. She felt her resolve begin to melt, and her shoulders slumped a little. However, Naruto, who was standing in the stands, could not stand to see Neji continue to insult Hinata. He stood up and shouted, "Hinata, you can do it. You are strong. Don't give up." Her eyes met his, and a new feeling flared in them. Naruto believed in her, and that gave her strength. Kurenai, who was watching the fight, noticed a change in Hinata. Previously, she would have been broken by now, but now her spirit was strengthened. Neji, not noticing this, continued to attack, but Hinata, now much more determined, counterattacked using her martial arts style, the gentle fist. At first, she had difficulty defending herself, but with each passing moment, she became more confident in her actions. She avoided Neji's attacks, exploited his weaknesses and delivered precise blows. However, her strength was running out, and her body gave in when she received several blows to her most vulnerable points. When she fell to her knees, it seemed that the fight was already over. Hayate Gecko began to declare the winner when Hinata struggled to her feet. I will not give up. I can't be weak in Naruto's eyes. She whispered, barely holding back her tears. Neji, furious, rushed at her again. He was ready to finish the fight and show that he was right, fate cannot be changed. But as soon as he took a step forward, he was stopped by several people at once: Hayate, Kakashi, Kurenai and Guy. Neji, that's enough, Kakashi said sternly, but his words did not reach Neji. There was rage in his eyes, but he still could not resist the efforts of his elders. Hinata could not stand it, her body could not cope with the load. She lost consciousness, falling to the ground. Hinata, Naruto exclaimed, rushing to her. Neji, you will lose, and I will prove that people write their own fate. Naruto said with determination, his voice was full of confidence. He stepped forward, casting a determined look at Neji. The fight between Rock Lee and Gaara begins with a powerful attack from Lee. He uses his fast and precise taijutsu techniques, but all the blows run into the impregnable sand shield created by Gaara. The sand seems to protect him from any blow, and Lee realizes that he needs something more effective. Might Guy, watching the fight, quickly assesses the situation and advises Lee to remove his weights to increase his speed. Without thinking, Lee rips off the weights and immediately charges into the fight with renewed vigor. His movements become unimaginably fast, and Gaara barely has time to react. A series of strikes are delivered against Gaara with incredible precision, but Lee soon discovers that his opponent is covered in a protective layer of sand. Gaara remains motionless, and it seems that the sand is the only protection he needs. Wasting no time, Lee decides to open the gate, a dangerous technique that only a few people use. He opens the first gate, and his attack becomes even more powerful. The powerful blow sends Gaara flying into the air, and Lee binds him with bandages before using Reverse Lotus, an incredibly powerful technique that, despite its danger, should have taken Gaara out of the game. When Gaara's sand cleared and it seemed that everything was over, Lee discovered that his opponent had only used the body replacement technique, and that only a sand clone remained on the battlefield. Gaara was apparently unharmed by the blow. Gaara reappeared and attacked, but Lee, despite being tired and in pain from using the Reverse Lotus, was willing to continue. His body surged with energy and he opened the second gate, followed by the third gate. He continued to fight despite his apparent fatigue, and every step he took, every movement, was met with admiration from the spectators and shock from Gaara. Gaara had not expected such resistance. Suddenly, Lee opened the fifth gate, and his strength increased to incredible levels. He used another version of the Reverse Lotus, and Gaara seemed to lose consciousness. However, Gaara, despite the pain and fatigue, used sand to cushion his fall and then attacked, breaking Lee's arm and leg. An explosion of emotion and energy fills the arena, but Lee remains standing, despite the terrible pain. Gaara, determined to end the fight, sends sand to finish Lee, but Might Guy intervenes, protecting his student. Guy throws the sand away, and Lee, despite his broken limbs, still fights, but he passes out from the pain. Medical nin quickly come to Lee's aid, and one of them reports that Lee's injuries are too severe for him to continue his career as a shinobi. Guy, saddened and worried for his student, blames himself for teaching him such a dangerous technique. Rock Lee, the one who sacrificed everything for his dream, can no longer fight. With regret and anger, Guy clears the arena for the next match between Choji Akamichi and Dosu Kinuta. The fight between Choji Akamichi and Dosu Kinuta begins. Choji, observing his opponent, has prepared well for the fight. He has carefully studied Dosu's techniques, knowing that his powers are based on sound waves and vibrations. Choji decides that covering his ears will minimize the impact of these attacks, and will prevent Dosu from using his sound attack at full power. Confident in his abilities, Choji decides to act first. He uses his human bullet tank technique, accelerating his body to incredible speeds and aiming it straight at Dosu. At first, everything goes according to plan. Choji approaches his opponent, but Dosu wastes no time. Dosu touches Choji with a quick and confident movement, then activates one of his sound techniques. Choji feels a powerful vibration pass through his body, and immediately feels pain. This happened because the human body is 70% water, and water conducts sound waves very well. Choji, despite his mass and strength, is vulnerable to such an impact, which leads to severe damage. After a powerful blow, Choji loses his balance and falls. Dosu uses his advantageous tactics and completely controls the fight, not giving Choji the opportunity to counterattack. As a result, Choji gives up, and Dosu wins this round. After the end of the fight, the Hokage announces that the third stage of the exam will be held in a month, giving the participants time to prepare. Part 13. Today, I have to meet Jiraiya. Naruto smiled sadly, looking at the sky. He headed towards the hot springs, knowing that his teacher was usually there. Getting closer, Naruto noticed a familiar white mane peeking out from behind the fence. Jiraiya, as usual, was doing his research. What are you, a pervert? Watching girls. Aren't you ashamed? Naruto shouted loudly, deliberately attracting attention. The women in the bathhouse immediately turned around at the noise. Seeing Jiraiya with his notebook in his hands, their eyes lit up with righteous anger. You old pervert, one of the girls exclaimed, swinging a bucket. We'll show you our research. Another added, lifting a basin of water. Screams, the sound of blows and splashes of water echoed around the area. Jiraiya tried to justify himself, covering his head with his hands, but in vain, the girls were not going to pity him. Naruto stood to the side, smirking. I won't forget you, Jiraiya shouted after him, barely running away from the angry girls. A good lesson, Ero Sanin, Naruto muttered quietly, leaving the scene. Naruto headed to the training grounds, where he was going to begin training. He knew in advance that he would meet Jiraiya, and waited for him to appear. After a while, his expectations were justified. Jiraiya came out of the bushes, clearly irritated. You little bastard, you're interrupting my research, Jiraiya grumbled, dusting off his robes. Naruto smirked. It's your own fault, pervert. You shouldn't have been spying on girls. Jiraiya pursed his lips in displeasure, but quickly changed his expression to a serious one. Jiraiya, hearing Naruto's words, stopped and looked at him in surprise. What's your name? He asked, carefully examining the young shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto answered calmly, staring intently at Jiraiya. Jiraiya froze, his gaze changed, and his expression became more serious. It was as if he was thinking about something important. Uzumaki, huh? He muttered under his breath, but Naruto abruptly interrupted him. Yeah, Uzumaki. And don't pretend to be surprised. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his voice becoming firmer. I know who you are, Jiraiya. You're my godfather. That bastard who abandoned me and was never there for me when I needed you. Naruto's words hit him like thunder. Jiraiya looked away, feeling a lump in his throat. Naruto formed a seal with his hands, then lightly slapped Jiraiya's forehead. Alright, forget it, you perverted old man, he said, smirking. Before Jiraiya could process what had happened, his consciousness began to cloud over. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. A few moments later, he came to, standing heavily on his feet. His eyes were full of confusion and beads of sweat were covering his face. What I saw, is it true? His voice was cautious, as if he was afraid of hearing the answer. Naruto stood in front of him, his hands in his pockets, looking straight into Jiraiya's eyes. Yes, this is my future, Ero Sanin, he replied with a soft smile. Jiraiya paused, digesting what he heard, and then smiled sadly. I'm sorry, he began, his voice shaking. I'm sorry for going there alone. It won't happen again in the future, I promise. Naruto just nodded. I hope so, he said calmly, but with a hint of determination. Because I'm not going to lose anyone I care about anymore. Jiraiya placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, his smile growing warmer. You've grown into a strong and wise shinobi, Naruto. And I'm proud of you, as are everyone who's been by your side. Then prove it, Naruto abruptly changed the subject. Show me that you're a true legendary Sannin, and not just a perverted old man. Hey, who's the perverted one? Jiraiya protested, but a sparkle flashed in his eyes. Okay, brat, get ready, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Naruto and Jiraiya moved to an open training ground surrounded by thick trees. Jiraiya stood in front of his student, crossing his arms over his chest. So, are you ready, boy? Jiraiya asked with a smile. Of course. Naruto got into a fighting stance, crossing his fingers in a familiar seal. I'll show you what I can do. Jiraiya waved his hand. Go ahead, attack. Beginning of the fight. Naruto immediately used the multiple shadow clone creation technique, surrounding Jiraiya with a dozen copies. Typical, the Sannin chuckled. Let's see what you've learned. Jiraiya easily dodged the clones' attacks, breaking them with precise blows. However, the real Naruto was already preparing a surprise. Catch this, he shouted, appearing behind Jiraiya with a ready rasengan in his hand. Jiraiya turned around at the last moment, holding out his chakra-coated palm to block the attack. The air around them vibrated from the collision of two powerful streams of chakra. Not bad, but not enough, Jiraiya said, pushing Naruto back. Naruto retreated, but wasted no time. He formed a new series of hand seals. You don't think that's the only thing I can do, do you? He said, and his clones began to attack Jiraiya from different directions, distracting him at the same time. Jiraiya's response. Jiraiya raised his hand and used chakra needles, creating a barrier around himself. The clones scattered, but the real Naruto attacked again, this time using close combat. You've gotten faster, Jiraiya noted, dodging the blows. Naruto, on the other hand, increased his pace, trying to find an opening in his defense. After a series of exchanges, he suddenly jumped back. Now it's your turn, Ero-sanin. Alright, if you insist, Jiraiya said, forming hand seals. The next second, he summoned a small toad, which rushed at Naruto, distracting him. Hey, are you serious? Naruto dodged the toad's attack, but did not notice Jiraiya using the mud swamp technique. Naruto found himself knee-deep in the sticky mud. That's what experience is, kid. Jiraiya winked. Naruto's counterattack. Naruto quickly gathered chakra in his hands and used the body replacement technique, replacing himself with a nearby rock. How's that for you? He shouted, creating more clones. One of them used a rasengan, while the others attacked Jiraiya from the flanks. Jiraiya barely managed to block the rasengan's attack, but the real Naruto appeared behind him. Gotcha, Naruto said, preparing a second strike. However, Jiraiya reacted at the last moment, putting his hand out to soften the blow. They both flew apart. End of the fight. They were both breathing heavily, standing in front of each other. Good job, Jiraiya admitted, wiping sweat from his forehead. You've definitely grown. Huh, sure, Naruto smirked. But I'm going to get even stronger, so get ready, old man. Part 14. Naruto vs. Neji. The crowd froze as Genma waved his hand, signaling the start of the match. Naruto silently threw several kunai towards Neji. Neji dodged with minimal movement. Naruto's gaze remained cold. He formed hand seals, creating hundreds of shadow clones. The clones rushed at Neji, surrounding him from all sides. It's pointless. Neji activated the 8 trigrams, Heavenly Revolve. A powerful vortex of chakra surrounded him, destroying all the clones instantly. Neji looked at Naruto with a smirk, but Naruto didn't say a word. Neji took a step forward, activating the Byakugan, but suddenly golden chakra chains began to erupt from Naruto's body. They moved quickly and unpredictably, attacking Neji. What kind of technique is this? Neji was surprised, dodging and using Revolve to block the attacks. The chains destroyed the ground around him, creating chaos. One of the chains broke through the defense, leaving a deep scratch on his chakra armor. Naruto continued to advance, his movements precise and confident. Neji rushed in, using 8 trigrams, 64 strikes, aiming for Naruto's chakra points. He tried to deliver the finishing blow, but the clone disappeared in front of him. The real Naruto appeared behind him, his hand spinning a glittering rasengan. The rasengan slammed into Neji's body, sending him flying into the air. The blow was so powerful that Neji fell to the ground, leaving a deep crater behind. Neji, trying to get up, felt the chakra chains grab him again. They wrapped around his body, lifting him off the ground. Naruto silently approached, his gaze cold as ice. He turned around and calmly left the arena, not paying attention to the spectators. Genma raised his hand, the winner is Naruto Uzumaki. The arena erupted in applause, but Naruto remained impassive. His figure disappeared down the aisle, leaving Neji defeated and humiliated. In the cage box, Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th cage, watched the duel with interest. His eyes sparkled as Naruto used chakra chains. What a magnificent body, he whispered, more to himself. Then his lips curled into a sinister smile. If it weren't for the Kyuubi, boy, I would have made your body my own long ago, Orochimaru said quietly, so Hiruzen wouldn't hear. But alas, I do not need such risks. This demon is your protection. His gaze grew increasingly greedy. Kushina gave him the Uzumaki power, and Minato gave him intelligence and potential. What a shame that I cannot use him for my own purpose. Yet. Orochimaru laughed softly, enjoying his dark thoughts. Hiruzen, noticing the shadow on the cage's face, glanced at him briefly, but said nothing, preferring to concentrate on the duel. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Naruto and Neji's fight closely, his thoughts focused on the amazing techniques Naruto used. Chakra chains are the power of the Uzumaki clan. It is undoubtedly Kushina's legacy. She was one of the strongest of her clan. But Naruto was never taught how to use this technique. How was he able to awaken it on his own? His gaze became thoughtful. Also, his composure. It's more like Minato. Calm, focused in battle, no unnecessary words. There's more to this boy than meets the eye. I've underestimated him for too long. Hiruzen felt a slight worry, his gaze sliding towards the 4th cage. That man is watching Naruto too closely. Something about his behavior seems strange. No, I can't be wrong, that look is familiar to me. Orochimaru. But what is he planning? The old Hokage tightened his grip on his staff, preparing for any eventuality. If he decides to interfere, I must be ready. Naruto may be one of his targets, but I will not let him ruin the future of Konoha. An excellent fight, Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto with pride. He extended his hand, clenching it into a fist. Naruto, smiling slightly, walked closer and lightly punched Jiraiya's fist with his own. After numerous complaints about Sasuke Uchiha's tardiness, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, decides to disqualify him in order to comply with the rules of the exam. However, the fourth Kage, sitting in the box, rises from his seat and addresses Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the Kage says, folding his hands. Many village leaders and daimyo are here solely to see Gaara fight the Uchiha. This fight is not only a spectacle, but also a test of the strength of our youth. Postpone this match, and we will retain the respect of our guests. Hiruzen ponders his words for a moment, looking closely at the Kage. Although he internally distrusts him, he understands the importance of international relations and agrees to postpone the match. Alright, the match between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara will be held later, he announces. Meanwhile, Genma Shiranui steps into the center of the arena and, clearing his throat, announces, the next match is Kankuro vs Shino Aburame. However, Kankuro immediately raises his hand. I surrender, he says. I have no desire to reveal my abilities. Genma declares Shino the winner. Aburame, as usual, remains calm and leaves the arena impassively, as if victory means nothing to him. With Kankuro gone, Genma re-enters the arena. The next match is Temari vs Shikamaru Nara. Temari confidently walks into the center of the arena, holding her giant fan in her hands. Shikamaru reluctantly gets up from his seat and begins to descend. His lazy appearance causes laughter and confusion among the spectators. Is he really going to fight so relaxed? The crowd whispers. Temari smirks, looking at him. I hope you'll at least try to make this interesting. Shikamaru, scratching the back of his head, lazily replies, I'll try, but only if I don't fall asleep. Genma, looking at both of them, raises his hand and loudly announces, begin. Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara fight. Although Shikamaru initially did not want to fight, he decides to fight Temari because he cannot afford to lose to a girl, despite his lazy nature. Raising his hands in a gesture showing complete indifference, he lazily says. Okay, let's begin. Temari smirks mockingly, I hope you don't regret this. Shikamaru immediately begins to study the arena. He notices its unevenness, the peculiarities of the landscape, and elements that he can use for his tactics. Temari, in turn, unfolds her huge fan, preparing to attack. It looks like you're planning something tricky, she says, watching him. Shikamaru creates shadows, trying to catch her with his shadow imitation technique. However, Temari, having seen the technique before, avoids it, dodging to the side and using her wind attacks to keep Shikamaru at bay. It's not that hard. Your shadows are too slow, she says. But Shikamaru only smirks. He continues to move around the arena, deliberately moving in different directions, forcing Temari to constantly change positions. Little by little, he manipulates her movements, luring her closer and closer to one of the pits left from Naruto's previous fight. You're being too confident, Shikamaru says quietly, aiming his technique straight at Temari. Temari notices the shadows and jumps to the side to avoid them, but she suddenly finds herself too close to the pit. Her foot slips and she loses her balance. Shikamaru takes advantage of this momentum, pulling out his shadow imitation technique and binding her. It looks like I win, he says calmly, raising his hand to show that the technique was successful. But to everyone's surprise, Shikamaru releases the technique and raises his hand in surrender. I pass, he says, turning around and walking away. I'm low on chakra. If I continue and win, it'll just mean more work. Temari looks at him with surprise and slight annoyance, but also acknowledges his genius. What a strange guy, she says quietly, watching as Shikamaru returns to his seat. Genma declared Temari the winner, but the crowd couldn't help but admire Shikamaru for his strategy and cold calculation. Shikamaru, climbing into the box, glanced at Naruto, who was sitting there with a smile on his face, waiting for him. You're such a lazy ass, Naruto said, smiling openly, and extended his fist at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, taking one lazy glance at Naruto, half-heartedly raised his hand and replied. Yeah, you would have given up too if you were me. They fist-bumped in friendship, both realizing that such victories were not something to dwell on. As Shikamaru and Temari's match came to an end, the crowd in the box began to actively discuss the fight. Shikamaru's mastery of strategy and his ability to adapt under pressure was admired by many. Despite his loss, everyone recognized his ability to think several steps ahead and manipulate the situation to his advantage. At this time, the moment for the fight between Sasuke and Gaara was approaching the arena. The third Hokage announced the deadline for Sasuke to arrive, warning that if he did not show up on time, the match would be postponed. The tension in the air was becoming more and more noticeable, because everyone was expecting to see a clash of two powerful ninja. Sasuke finally appeared in the arena, only at the last second, and next to him was Kakashi Hatake, who did not leave his student's side. Right on their way to the arena, Sasuke and Kakashi encountered several guards who tried to hinder the movement and delay the start of the fight, but Gaara, standing at the entrance, killed several of them without hesitation with restless coldness and cruelty. He did not even linger for a moment, but silently headed into the arena. When both ninja finally entered the field, the tension reached its limit. The fight was about to begin. Sasuke attacked with confidence, his speed and the taijutsu techniques he had acquired during his intensive training allowing him to easily bypass Gaara's defense made of sand. Gaara strengthened his defenses more and more with each passing moment, but Sasuke was faster and one step ahead. However, Gaara, realizing that his sand could not stop Sasuke, retreated inside his sand shield, deciding to resort to transformation. Sasuke did not waste time and continued to observe Gaara's actions. He knew that his standard methods would not be able to penetrate this defense. A determined glow flashed in his eyes and he concentrated, letting go of all doubts. The moment Gaara began his transformation, Sasuke gathered all his chakra and used a new technique, Chidori. With lightning speed, he aimed his attack straight at the sand shield. Sparks, bright and powerful, broke through Gaara's defense, and with a loud crack, the sand flew apart. Not only did Sasuke break through Gaara's defenses, but he was also able to injure him, becoming the second person to ever physically hurt him. Gaara stood frozen in shock. However, something far more sinister was happening. Kabuto Yakushi, hidden among the crowd, cast a genjutsu to put the entire audience to sleep, and at that moment, the destruction of Konoha was begun. Part 15. When Orochimaru began his attack, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The Sound Four created a barrier, isolating them from the outside world, allowing them to fight without interference. One of the Anbu, who decided to intervene, touched the barrier and, before he could even comprehend what was happening, collapsed to the ground. This was a warning to anyone who was thinking of interfering. Meanwhile, the Sand Shinobi invaded Konoha. One of them summoned a giant snake, which easily broke through the wall, opening a passage for the rest. The sounds of battle began to resound throughout the village, until the enemies began to infiltrate its borders. Kankuro and Temari wasted no time in carrying Gaara to safety, deciding it was best to get him away from the chaos until he could recover. There was no time to waste and they knew they had to act fast. Sasuke, deciding that this was his chance to finish what he started, went after Kankuro and Temari. He had no intention of waiting. Gaara was his target and he was going to finish this match no matter what was happening around him. Naruto was fighting off enemy shinobi, protecting civilians, when he noticed Shikamaru lying motionless. He walked over and kicked him in the side. "Hey, Shikamaru, wake up," Naruto said. Shikamaru opened his eyes and looked at him, but didn't respond. At that moment, Kakashi appeared next to him. "Naruto, you need to catch up to Sasuke and stop him," he said shortly. Naruto nodded and disappeared into a shunshin, instantly disappearing from sight. Orochimaru and the third Hokage began their battle. They used their strongest techniques, and the Anbu watching them described their fight as a cage-level battle. Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage with the summoning, impure world reincarnation technique to fight the third. The third Hokage wasted no time in summoning the Monkey King, Enma, transforming him into a staff. The two engaged in a battle filled with powerful attacks, but Orochimaru was one step ahead. He peeled off his skin, revealing a girl's face, shocking the third. Orochimaru demonstrated his ability to transmigrate, and now his target was Sasuke Uchiha. The third, realizing that Orochimaru had become too powerful, began preparing to use a forbidden technique. He activated the Death God Seal, trapping the souls of the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru tried to stop him, but it was too late. The third's clones were able to seal the souls of their former teachers. The fight continued, but eventually Orochimaru was stopped, and his body became susceptible to the seal's influence. Hiruzen died, taking Orochimaru's arms with him. Naruto, pursuing Sasuke, went deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, he was surrounded by sound shinobi, but Naruto dealt with them with ease, as if it were play. Suddenly, Temari and Kankuro appeared in front of him. "Step back," Naruto snapped. "No way," Kankuro replied, squeezing the dolls threateningly. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was next to Kankuro and with a powerful blow slammed him into the nearest tree. "Is this the body flicker technique?" Temari whispered, her eyes widening in surprise, and she tensed up, preparing for battle. Step back, I won't fight you if you don't interfere, Naruto said, trying to contain his growing irritation. I'll protect my little brother. Temari shouted, tears blurring her vision. Naruto took a deep breath. Let's do it this way, you let me through, and I'll save Gaara and calm the One Tail. Promise? Temari asked, not hiding her doubts. I promise, Naruto replied, wasting no time in running further. He finally reached the place. Sasuke was lying unconscious in Sakura's arms. Where were you? Sasuke almost died. Sakura pounced on him with reproaches. Shut up, I shouldn't become the Uchiha's nanny. How much longer are you going to rely on me? Naruto barked, his voice full of rage and fatigue. But, Sakura tried to object, but Naruto interrupted her. Take him and get the hell out of here. Naruto barked, his gaze falling on Gaara, who was in a state of madness, undergoing a transformation, his body writhing from uncontrollable power. Naruto attacked Gaara, but he was almost done with his transformation. Naruto released the chains and grabbed Gaara, not allowing him to move. Gaara screamed in madness and bloodlust. Naruto, hit him in the stomach with a rasengan and he will wake up, Kurama said. Naruto formed a rasengan and with a blow to the stomach destroyed the Beska and woke up Gaara. Gaara flew back and landed on the ground. Naruto appeared next to Gaara and took off his shirt. What are you doing? Gaara asked. Naruto made hand seals and hit him in the stomach. Gaara suddenly felt relieved. No one told him, but the connection with Shukaku was cut off. Your sister and brother are worried about you, and you continue to fight this, Naruto answered. He won't bother you anymore, Naruto said, after which Temari and Kankuro arrived. As I promised, I saved him, Naruto smiled towards Temari. Temari kissed Naruto on the cheek and ran away with Kankuro and Gaara, leaving Naruto standing there confused. 3 days later. Konoha was in mourning, the third Hokage had died, and his funeral was held along with the others. Naruto came, laid flowers, paid his respects, and left silently. Part 16. Two strangers in black cloaks approach the gates of Konoha. The guard on duty notices them, but before he can say anything, one of the strangers waves his hand slightly, and he immediately falls asleep, lowering his weapon. The strangers continue on their way, not paying attention to the incident. Meanwhile, Naruto finishes his morning training, wiping sweat from his forehead. He is about to head home when he meets Konohamaru along the way. The boy looks at the Hokage monument with a thoughtful expression, clearly lost in thoughts about his grandfather. Classes at the academy have not yet begun, Konohamaru informs. The building is destroyed, but all the students are helping to rebuild it. Naruto, noticing that Konohamaru was a little sad, hands him a coupon for a free lunch at Ramen Ichiraku, smiling. Well, since the academy is closed for now, this is a good excuse to get some food. Naruto patted him on the shoulder and, saying goodbye, continued on his way. Not far from the baths in Konoha, among the shady streets, Jiraiya was leisurely strolling, getting ready, as always, to gather material for his new book. Suddenly, two elders from the village council approached him. They exchanged glances and finally one of them spoke. Jiraiya, we want to offer you the post of Hokage. You are a worthy heir, you could handle it. Jiraiya stopped abruptly, raising his eyebrows in surprise. I am not a suitable candidate, he replied with a slight smile. It is not for me. There is a much more suitable person. Tsunade, she will be an excellent Hokage. The elders looked at each other, but Jiraiya did not leave them time to think. I suggest we go after her. We will find her together with Naruto, Jiraiya added, not doubting his decision. He looked at the elders, waiting for their reaction, and was already ready to go. Meanwhile, Naruto continued training at the training ground, when his attention was drawn to two strange people in black cloaks. They were walking towards him, and Naruto felt that something was wrong. They came, Naruto thought, watching the strangers closely. Uzumaki Naruto, you are going with us, said one of the strangers, Itachi, his voice sounded calm and confident. As soon as Itachi spoke, Sasuke jumped out from around the corner, furiously heading towards his older brother. Itachi! Sasuke shouted, forming Chidori. He instantly rushed to attack, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. But Itachi, without showing even a hint of worry, calmly blocked the attack and, without putting in any effort, laid Sasuke face down on the ground. You are still weak, little brother, I have no interest in you, Itachi said, looking at Sasuke with irritation. Then his gaze switched to Naruto. You will have to come with us. I refuse, Naruto replied, showing no fear. The Kyuubi's chakra played in his hands, and he instantly extended his arms, grabbing Sasuke and carrying him to a safe place, away from the potential threat. Itachi, watching this, did not hide his surprise. "You control the Kyuubi?" Itachi asked, his voice full of bewilderment. Naruto stood, confident in his abilities, and calmly answered. "Yes, and I am not going to go with you." Itachi, surprised by Naruto's answer and actions, realized that his plans may be more complex than he expected. Naruto, sensing the approaching threat, activated his chakra and focused all his energy in his right hand, forming a powerful rasengan. He didn't give Itachi a second to prepare and launched a sharp attack, aiming it straight at his opponent. Itachi, assessing the situation, dodged the strike with ease, quickly reacting to Naruto's movement, but his intentions were clear. Without further ado, Itachi activated his Sharingan and assumed a stance, preparing to counterattack. At that moment, Kisame, with his huge sword, moved forward, attempting to attack from both sides. Naruto, quickly assessing the situation, used the Kyuubi's chakra chains to immobilize Kisame, giving himself room to maneuver. He sent out several more clones to distract Itachi, and using his speed, moved right in front of him. Naruto, wasting no time, used his technique and created a second Rasengan, aiming it straight at Itachi's face. However, Itachi only flashed silently in front of him and blocked the strike with minimal effort. Naruto was surprised by such a reaction, but did not let down his guard. He launched his clones again, creating an illusion of chaos to try and find an opening to attack. But Itachi wasted no time in continuing to attack with his Sharingan, creating illusions that put Naruto in a difficult position. Naruto, using his physical strength and intelligence, was able to avoid direct attacks and continued to fight despite the difficult situation. At that moment, noticing that Sasuke had regained consciousness, Naruto decided to end the fight. Focusing his chakra, he intensified his attack and landed a decisive Rasengan straight at Itachi. The explosion of chakra stunned both of them, and the moment the smoke cleared, Naruto and Sasuke disappeared from the battlefield. Naruto, without a word, brought Sasuke to safety and roughly threw him to the ground. Sasuke, slightly dumbfounded, looked at him in surprise. "How did you become so strong?" Sasuke asked, trying to understand what happened. Naruto just snorted and turned away, ignoring the question. He was already heading towards the village, mentally deciding that it would be best to find Jiraiya. He was probably in the hot springs right now, relaxing and enjoying the moment. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived in Tanzaku, stopping at the local manager to ask about Tsunade. They were informed that an unusual attack had recently occurred, where a huge snake had destroyed the castle. Jiraiya immediately realized that it was Orochimaru's doing, but when they arrived at the ruins, there was no one there. In the evening, they decided to have dinner at a bar. At that moment, Tsunade herself was sitting at the bar and drinking. Jiraiya and Naruto noticed her, and, deciding to approach, sat at a table next to her and her assistant, Shizune. Tsunade looked at them and, sensing that Jiraiya had come for a reason, began to deal out the cards, asking him at the same time. "So, what brings you here?" Jiraiya, not hiding his intentions, answered directly. "We have come to offer you the position of the new Hokage. The village asks you to take this post." Tsunade was not surprised, but simply nodded, showing that she understood what was being said. "You know about the third's death and have crossed paths with Orochimaru, right?" Jiraiya again confirmed her words, but insisted. "You have made a huge contribution to Konoha's victory. Your combat and medical skills are unparalleled, and you are also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. All this makes you an ideal candidate for the position of the fifth Hokage." Tsunade leaned back in her chair and waved her hand. Anyone who accepted this title was a fool. Those who are willing to put their lives on the line for such a position clearly do not understand what it entails. Jiraiya sat silently, understanding that her refusal did not mean the end of the conversation. Naruto, without waiting for the conversation to continue, decisively intervened. "Listen, Granny, let's make a bet. If I win, you come with us, become Hokage and give me this pendant." Naruto pointed to the pendant on Tsunade's neck. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by his boldness. "And if you lose?" she asked, ready for an unexpected turn. "I'll give you all my money," Naruto answered without hesitation. Tsunade snorted. "PFF'd, I don't need your pennies." She waved her hand, but Naruto suddenly threw a wallet full of money into her desk. Shizune, sitting next to her, cried out in surprise. "God, this is a fortune." Tsunade looked at the wallet and looked back at Naruto. A slight smile appeared on her face. "Well, do you agree?" Naruto asked challengingly. Tsunade, without thinking twice, replied. "Come on, brat, let's go outside and see what you're capable of." Shizune sighed, knowing that this wouldn't be easy for Naruto. Everyone came out to watch the fight. Jiraiya stood to the side, watching the action closely. "I'll beat you with one finger," Tsunade said confidently. "PFF'd, don't be so cocky," Naruto replied, not slowing down. Jiraiya gave the signal, and the fight began. Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared behind Tsunade. He tried to kick her in the back, but Tsunade immediately blocked his attack. In response, she tried to hit him, but her fist only destroyed the ground, penetrating it several meters deep. "Not bad, brat," Tsunade said with a slight respect in her voice. Naruto didn't waste any time, made hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fire destruction." But Jiraiya interrupted him. "You're an idiot. You'll burn everything around you." Naruto, slightly surprised, immediately changed tactics. He appeared next to Tsunade, and she tried to strike. But Naruto disappeared again and materialized in front of her, passing by her attacks. He abruptly struck her in the stomach, slamming her into the ground. Then, without giving her time to recover, he took out a kunai and pressed it to her throat. "Naruto wins," Jiraiya said, confirming the result. After the fight was over, Tsunade slowly got up from the ground, shaking her head to clear her head. She looked at Naruto, who stood before her with a slight expression of satisfaction on his face. There was something more than just recognition of her opponent's strength in her eyes. She looked at him for a long time, as if seeing not just a young, hot fighter, but someone much more familiar, close. "You," she said quietly, almost to herself, "you look like him." Naruto frowned slightly, not understanding what she was talking about, but Tsunade, without turning away, took out her pendant and handed it to him. "Take it," she said, her voice softening a bit but still firm. "You win, and I will agree to become Hokage. Konoha will be under your protection, just like before." Naruto took the pendant, a little surprised by her words, but respectful of her decision. "Thank you, Granny Tsunade," he said, but deep down he already knew that this step would change everything. Tsunade looked at him again carefully and finally smiled, as if releasing some heavy weight from her shoulders. The next morning began with Naruto gently shaking Shizune's shoulder. "Shizune-san, it's time to get up," he said, looking at her face with impatience. She opened her eyes, instantly sitting up. "What time is it?" she asked, looking around. "I have to." Shizune stood up abruptly, ready to hurry to the window, but suddenly a kunai pierced the wall right next to her. She froze, taking in the dangerous situation. "Who?" she exclaimed, bristling. Jiraiya was walking towards them on wobbly legs, barely able to support himself. His face was pale and his eyes were tired. "Jiraiya-sama," Shizune said in surprise. "What happened?" "Yesterday." He paused. "Tsunade poisoned me. Now I'm barely holding on, but I need to know what happened to Orochimaru," he said, continuing to approach. Shizune nodded, understanding the importance of the situation. She decided to help Orochimaru. "I know where he meets her." Naruto came closer, holding a kunai in his hands. "We must act," he said. "Let's go." And together they headed towards the ruins of the castle, where no less dangerous events were already taking place. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood against the backdrop of the ruined castle walls, his eyes burning. He was waiting for Tsunade. When she appeared, Orochimaru watched her carefully. "I agree to heal your arms, Orochimaru, but only on one condition," Tsunade said, looking at him sternly. "And what condition?" Orochimaru asked, smiling ominously. "You will not destroy Konoha," she replied firmly, not looking away. Orochimaru chuckled, but before he could say anything, Kabuto threw a kunai that sank into the ground right between them. "Stop it!" Kabuto shouted, stepping forward. "Tsunade's chakra. It is filled with killing intent. This will not help." Orochimaru, noticing her chakra, sighed. "Why do you want to kill me, Tsunade?" he asked, tilting his head curiously. Tsunade, not hiding her emotions, answered coldly. "I would spare nothing to see my loved ones again. But you lied to me, Orochimaru. You still want to destroy Konoha, the village I protected, where my brother and lover died. You want to destroy what I'm trying to save. But there's one more person who reminded me of my dream. The dream of my loved ones. Naruto." Orochimaru was silent for a few seconds, trying to understand her words. "But you can't stop me," he said, narrowing his eyes. Tsunade raised her hand, and her chakra soared, filling with monstrous power. She slashed at Orochimaru. "You're wrong, Orochimaru. I'll stop you," she shouted, delivering a powerful blow. Orochimaru jumped back, moving his hand to the side. "Kabuto, be careful. One blow like that can kill," he warned, looking around. Kabuto, noticing that the fight had become too dangerous, suggested. Let's move the fight to a more open area. It's too crowded here for us. Tsunade, despite her immense strength and experience, had difficulty maintaining her balance. Kabuto proved to be quite agile and managed to land several critical hits on her. Tsunade, using her skills, attacked Kabuto and disrupted his nervous system to temporarily paralyze his movements. However, Kabuto quickly recovered. Before Tsunade could heal her injuries, Kabuto attacked again. But suddenly, Jiraiya, Naruto, Shizune, and Tun appeared from over the horizon, ready to back her up. Tsunade charged again, realizing that Kabuto had not yet fully regained his coordination. However, her attempts to attack were quickly thwarted when Kabuto suddenly used her hemophobia against her. With brutal precision, he splattered her with blood, and Tsunade, feeling panicked, was unable to move. With each passing moment, her body was becoming paralyzed by terror, leaving her unable to fight. Kabuto, seeing her state, did not miss the chance. He quickly approached and knocked her out, leaving her unconscious body on the ground. As the fight continued, Kabuto looked at Naruto with a mocking look and remarked. You don't understand what's going on, do you? I'm a spy from Otogakur. My mission was to gather information, and now I'm using it to achieve my goals. He stopped, looking at Naruto with a threatening look in his eyes. If you try to interfere, I'll kill you. But Naruto remained silent, clenching his fists, unable to respond. He felt that the situation was getting out of control, and every moment was dangerous. Jiraiya, seeing that Tsunade could no longer continue the fight, commanded Shizune. Shizune, take on Kabuto. I'll fight Orochimaru. Shizune nodded, instantly springing into action and attacking Kabuto, while Jiraiya headed towards Orochimaru, determined to fight him face to face. Kabuto, using his blood, summoned twin snakes that swirled around Tsunade and Naruto, devouring the space around them. In response, Jiraiya tried to summon his favorite toad, Gamabunta. However, due to fatigue and weakened chakra, he was only able to summon a small toad, which barely fulfilled its role on the battlefield. Know your place, Kabuto. Naruto suddenly intervened, his eyes sparkling with determination. He created a clone that quickly picked up Tsunade and carried her to a safe place, away from the battlefield. Kabuto, not expecting such a turn of events, froze for a moment, but before he could even open his mouth, Naruto spoke again. I will show you the gap between us. You dared to threaten my loved ones. Now look into the gap that you will never reach. Naruto said, and his right hand flew up, creating a huge Rasen shuriken, which instantly filled with furious wind chakra. He threw the shuriken straight towards Kabuto's giant snake. The wind, which hit with incredible force, tore it apart, and the snake disappeared in a cloud of dust, shocking everyone on the battlefield. Tsunade, still shaking off the shock, asked. Did you know he was that strong? Jiraiya, shocked by what was happening, replied. No, I didn't think he was that strong. But Naruto didn't stop there. Suddenly, his chakra flared with a bright light, and he entered tailed beast mode. In the blink of an eye, the nine-tailed fox appeared in front of them. The fox opened its huge mouth, and a colossal tailed beast bomb began to form from it. Kabuto, who was watching this, could not stand it and fell to his knees when his body could not withstand such an onslaught. But the next moment, he was grabbed by Orochimaru, who apparently decided to intervene to prevent him from breaking completely. Naruto, without hesitation, released the tailed beast bomb, and the explosion shook the ground, creating a huge crater. When the dust cleared, Naruto had already exited the mode, and the nine-tailed fox disappeared, dissolving into thin air. Shizune, looking at the aftermath of the explosion, asked full of doubt. You killed them? Naruto, taking a short breath, calmly replied. No, they disappeared. Part 17. After returning to Konoha, Tsunade, as a great medical ninja, immediately took over the treatment of the injured. Her abilities had repeatedly saved her in the most difficult situations, and now she was helping to restore the strength of those who had suffered severe injuries. Sasuke and Kakashi, who had been injured in the fight with Itachi, were her first patients. Tsunade did everything she could to get them back on track. Calmly and confidently, she used her skills to treat their injuries and restore their physical condition, not missing a single detail. Both shinobi felt grateful, but understood that their recovery was only a temporary respite on their journey. Tsunade then headed to Rock Lee's house. The villagers had repeatedly asked her to examine him, because after Lee was seriously injured by Gaara during the Chunin exams, his condition was extremely serious. Tsunade couldn't refuse, knowing how important Lee was to the village. After examining him, she sighed heavily and finally said, You, Lee, will have to give up on your career as a shinobi. There are bone fragments in your spine that cannot be removed in the usual way. This will require a technique that has only a 50% chance of success. Tsunade's words sounded like a death sentence. Lee, despite all his determination and faith in his strength, could not hide his despair, although he tried to hold on. Tsunade did not lie to him, understanding that he had a difficult choice in front of him. A few minutes before Tsunade was officially declared the fifth Hokage, Shizune entered her mentor's office to prepare her for the ceremony. She noticed an open book on Tsunade's desk, a page of which had strange mathematical equations written around images of the human body. Shizune walked closer and noticed that the previous number, 50%, had been neatly crossed out, and in its place was now 58%. Shizune paused, looking at the change in confusion, and her heart began to beat faster. This was a sign of progress that Tsunade had kept silent about. She knew that Tsunade was always looking for ways to improve her healing techniques and find ways to increase the chances of a patient's recovery. But what was written here was a significant advancement in her research. A small smile lit up her face, and then she quietly said, "So you have found a solution after all." Shizune knew that this was a step towards greater possibilities. Tsunade may not have revealed all of her accomplishments to the world yet, but this change in record was a sign that Tsunade had not given up and was still working on methods that could save lives. The shortage of Jonin in Konoha, a result of Orochimaru's recent failed invasion, forced Tsunade to make an unconventional decision. In the face of the crisis, she was forced to send the genin on more dangerous missions than usual. Thus, Team 7, excluding Kakashi, who was given a separate task, was assigned to guard a member of the Wasabi family during an annual race that took place across several countries. There were rumors that the rival Wagarashi family had hired the ninja to hinder the Wasabi family's success. On their way to their destination, during their journey, Team 7 encountered an arrogant teenager named Idate. He openly expressed his dislike for ninja, and easily tricked them into paying his bill at a restaurant. But his antics didn't stop there, as he demonstrated incredible speed, literally disappearing from sight and running away from the team. When they arrived in the land of tea and met Joriko, the head of the Wasabi family, their surprise was enormous when they discovered that Idate was the man they were supposed to escort. The mission became much more difficult than they expected. During the run, Naruto and Idate made no secret of their dislike for each other. It turned out that Idate was Ibiki's younger brother, and was also a former genin of the Hidden Leaf. They soon encountered 3 genin from Omegakure, whom Team 7 had previously encountered during the Chunin exams. After defeating them, they continued on their way and soon encountered Aoi Rokusho, a former Konoha shinobi who had betrayed his home village and defected to Omegakure. Aoi was revealed to not only be Idate's former teacher, but also the one responsible for his defection from Konoha. During the fight, after barely surviving, Idate revealed how, after failing the Chunin exams, Aoi tricked him into stealing an important scroll and the Thunder God sword from Konoha. When the race was once again in jeopardy, Aoi reappeared, wielding the Thunder Sword. He easily defeated Team 7, but despite everything, Sasuke weakened Aoi's sword with his Chidori. This gave Naruto a chance to attack. Using his rasengan, he broke Aoi's weapon and defeated him in battle. Having overcome all the difficulties, Idate was finally free to continue the race and emerged victorious, representing the Wasabi family. On the way back, as Team 7 was returning to the village, they were accompanied by Ibiki. Although he did not say it out loud, he was genuinely glad that Naruto helped his brother become a real man, overcome his mistakes, and find a way forward. Sasuke lay in the hospital, tormented not only by the physical pain of the injury he received in the land of tea, but also by internal disappointment. Every day he was irritated by the thought that while he was lying in the ward, Naruto was becoming stronger, continuing to grow and develop, while he himself could not even come close to his main goal, killing his brother, Itachi. This paradox haunted him, making him feel powerless and envious. One day, unable to bear this feeling, Sasuke challenged Naruto to a fight. He wanted to prove to himself that he was not weak and that he, despite everything, could be stronger. Both went to the roof of the hospital, where they were met by emptiness and a cool wind. Holding their breath, they prepared for battle. The fight began, but it was difficult to call it a battle. Naruto showed his absolute confidence and superiority with every movement. Sasuke tried to attack, but Naruto was always one step ahead, dodging his blows and in response delivering accurate and powerful counterstrikes. Sasuke felt his strength draining away, and every failed attempt to strike only increased his irritation. Naruto did not give him the slightest chance. But suddenly, in a fit of rage and desperation, Sasuke focused his chakra and used Chidori. He rushed at Naruto, hoping that this attack could somehow change the course of the battle. However, Naruto did not retreat, gathering his chakra in his right hand and creating a rasengan. They clashed, and it seemed that from this moment on, something irreversible could happen, but it was at this moment that Kakashi appeared. With his appearance, the battle stopped. He calmly stood between them, his presence causing both ninja to freeze. Enough, Kakashi said, his voice firm and decisive. You are not my match. Find someone on your level, Naruto said with a cold gaze, turning around and walking away from the roof. His words penetrated Sasuke's soul, leaving only rage in him. Sasuke stood there, clenching his fists, feeling the anger filling his chest. His body still ached, but it didn't matter. A fire was burning inside him. Naruto said it so calmly, so confidently. He knew that Sasuke couldn't stand up to him, and that made him even angrier. Every word Naruto said felt like an insult. Sasuke couldn't afford to stay in the shadows, to be weak. He wanted to prove to himself and everyone else that he was stronger, that he deserved more. And these words spoken by Naruto only added fuel to the fire of his hatred and desire to destroy everything that stood in the way of his goal. Sasuke gritted his teeth and continued to stand on the roof, staring into space. His eyes were full of determination, he was not going to stop. But deep in his heart, a new shadow was forming, a shadow of doubt that he tried hard to drive away. Naruto, confidently walking towards the Hokage's residence, soon found himself at the door of Tsunade's office. He knocked lightly and entered, with his usual casualness. Granny, did you call her? Naruto asked with a smile, addressing her with this familiar nickname. Tsunade frowned for a moment, but quickly returned to her previous seriousness. I told you not to call me that. Call me Hokage yourself, she said sternly, but Naruto did not pay attention to her remark, as usual, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Tsunade smiled and, noticing his insistent look, continued. Congratulations, you are now a chunin. For your contribution to the protection of the village and the efforts you have made, you have deservedly been awarded this rank. She handed him the vest symbolizing his new status and added. You should also learn the truth about your parents. But Naruto, not letting her finish, interrupted. I know the truth. I want to get their entire inheritance. Tsunade nodded, a little surprised by his determination, and handed him the documents, signing them. She quietly said. Everything you need is now yours. Naruto took the documents, thanked her, and headed out without hesitation. He turned around at the door, throwing over his shoulder. Bye, Grandma. Tsunade only nodded briefly. Naruto headed towards his new home, which had become his legacy. As expected, the door opened easily with the turn of the key, but behind it was exactly what he predicted, dust and neglect. In the 13 years that no one lived here, the house had lost some of its shine. Everything was covered in a layer of dust, and there was a slight smell of oblivion in the air. He walked inside, looking around. Everything seemed familiar and at the same time alien. But in the center of one of the walls, his gaze was immediately drawn to the painting hanging there. It depicted his parents, Minato and Kushina. Kushina was in the last months of pregnancy, and Minato looked at her with such tenderness that it was impossible not to notice. Naruto paused, looking at the painting, a warm smile appearing on his face. He stared at it for a long moment, feeling his heart lighten. I'm home, he said quietly, as if speaking to them. Part 18. Ever since they had gone through the Chunin exams and faced Gaara, Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto had become stronger than him in every way. This gap in power that had opened up between them was almost tangible. Every day he felt Naruto grow and become more powerful, and he remained in place, watching helplessly. Despite Kakashi's many admonitions that revenge would not bring satisfaction, Sasuke could not forget his goal. When the Sound Four had appeared in the village, offering him greater power in exchange for help, and when he was humiliated in battle again, that was the last straw. Sasuke made the decision to leave that night. He gathered his things and headed towards the exit of the village. But at that moment, Sakura stopped him. The girl, noticing his intention, came up to him and began to speak in despair. Sasuke, you can't just leave. We are your comrades, we are with you. Stay. Sasuke was silent, looking into her eyes, but her words did not reach his heart. He had already made a decision. Suddenly, standing in front of him, Sakura, holding back tears, confessed. I love you, Sasuke. Please, don't leave us, don't leave me. Sasuke felt pain, but only turned away, not wanting to respond to her feelings. He knew that it was impossible. No words, no feelings could distract him from his path. Sakura, realizing that he would leave anyway, asked in despair. Please, take me with you. I will help you in your revenge. But Sasuke only shook his head, his gaze was cold and determined. You won't understand, he said, not looking at her. Sakura, feeling that she couldn't stop him, went for a last attempt. She raised her voice, ready to scream and warn the guards, but Sasuke wasn't weak. He knocked her down with one light blow, threw her on a bench and mercilessly continued on his way. "Thank you for everything, Sakura," he said quietly, no longer looking back. And without slowing down, Sasuke left Konoha. Having caught up with the Sound 4, the two teams split up. Shikamaru, Naruto, Neji and Kiba went one way, and Choji, aware of his role, stayed with Jirobo. The confrontation was tense, each blow was full of determination, but Jirobo was a strong opponent, and Choji felt his strength beginning to leave him. As the situation became increasingly critical and Jirobo almost defeated him, Choji remembered his clan's weapon, secret pills that strengthened his chakra. He decided to use the first one to survive. His strength did increase, but it was not enough to defeat Jirobo. Then Choji decided to take the last step. He took out a red pill that could increase his strength by 100 times. But it was dangerous, after its action, he might not survive. After taking the pill, Choji felt his chakra rapidly increase, and his body began to transform. The excess weight disappeared, turning into unimaginably beautiful butterfly wings formed from chakra, which gave him incredible speed and strength. At that moment, his fist became like a powerful hammer, and Choji delivered the decisive blow. He hit Jirobo with such force that he fell, unable to get up. Choji was struggling to stand, almost losing consciousness. He had taken revenge for all the insults, for the words that Jirobo had spoken about his clan, for the insults directed towards Shikamaru. With the last of his strength, Choji tried to catch up with his friends, but his body did not obey him, and he lost consciousness after barely taking a few steps. Leaning against the tree on which his friends had left him messages, he plunged into darkness, knowing that he had fulfilled his mission. Meanwhile, Neji separated from his team, heading towards his opponent, Kidomaru, a master of long-range attacks, who had difficulty fighting in close combat. Neji understood that this was his strong point, and felt confident in his abilities. Kidomaru, noticing this, decided to attack from afar, using his chakra threads, which allowed him to manipulate arrows from a distance. But Neji would not be a Hyuga if he did not know how to respond to such threats. He used his Byakugan, but soon realized that he had a weak spot, a blind spot near his first vertebra. Kidomaru, noticing this, took advantage by aiming one of his arrows directly at this weak point. But Neji, having predicted the attack, not only allowed himself to be hit, but also accepted the blow as part of his strategy. He quickly grabbed the thread connecting the arrow to the enemy's chakra and used it to his advantage. Neji used the gentle fist technique, and through the chakra thread, he sent his energy into Kidomaru's body, damaging his opponent's internal organs. It was painful and effective. Seeing that Kidomaru was losing strength, Neji did not hesitate and used the 8 trigrams technique to block the flow of the enemy's chakra and stop his breathing. Kidomaru, unable to resist, collapsed, his body frozen in a lifeless pose. Neji, in turn, felt very tired. He fell to his knees, feeling his body giving in, but despite the pain and fatigue, he continued to fight. He remained next to the body of his former rival, in a grave condition, realizing that his victory was far from painless. Leaving Naruto with Sasuke, Kiba and Akamaru went into battle against the brothers Saken and Uken. From the very beginning, they attacked in unison, using their combined techniques, but before the decisive blow, Uken and Saken separated, activating their cursed seals to the next level, increasing their powers several times. Now the battle took a much more difficult turn. At the same time, Shikamaru fought Tayuya, using his intellect and mastery of strategies, but even with his experience, he could not find a way to kill her due to her unique ability to manipulate sound. He tried to use shadow capture on her summons several times, but was unable to hold them. And although he cast shadow strangulation on Tayuya, the energy was quickly running out, and there was less and less time left. Kiba, despite the injuries of his faithful companion Akamaru, refused to leave him. However, without it, he could not use their usual fighting combinations, and he was forced to retreat, realizing that they would not be able to continue the fight as a whole. At this point, Shikamaru found himself in the most difficult situation. He was almost out of ideas and in danger of defeat, his chakra was running low, and Tayuya continued to resist. But unexpectedly, help came from the Sand Trinity. Like a light at the end of the tunnel, Kankuro appeared in front of Kiba. His puppets, protected from Saken and Uken's ability to merge with body cells, were invulnerable to these attacks. Kankuro fought the brothers using his puppets, and when they tried to merge with him, he manipulated them so that they could not do so. With his Karori technique, he captured Saken and Uken, and then used his secret technique, Mechanical Bullet Black Secret Technique, to destroy them. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was saved by Tamari. She used her Sickle Weasel technique to attack Tayuya, blowing her away and cutting her flute. This gave Shikamaru the time he needed to tell Tamari about her weaknesses and prepare for the finishing blow. As Tayuya attempted to repair the flute and prepared for the final attack, Tamari summoned a massive storm, destroying her and tearing the flute apart, while destroying most of the forest. Thanks to the timely arrival of help, the opponents were defeated and the team was able to continue their mission. Kimimaro, deciding to help the Sound 4, attacks Naruto, but he only watches calmly. Kurama, holding back his displeasure, asks, "Naruto, are you deliberately holding back? You could have captured Sasuke a long time ago." Naruto replies with a serious expression. "It's because he needs to go away and become stronger. I deliberately provoked him so that he would grow and develop. In the future, he will die in a battle with one of the Otsutsuki." At this point, Kimimaro attacks Naruto, but there is no killing intent in his eyes, he only wants to delay his opponent. Meanwhile, Sasuke wakes up and starts moving towards Orochimaru, and Naruto realizes that time is running out. He starts stalling. Suddenly, Rock Lee appears and, seeing the situation, says, "Naruto, leave Kimimaro to me. I can handle him." Naruto nods and goes after Sasuke, while Lee fights Kimimaro. Both are masters of taijutsu, but Lee is in a weakened state after his surgery. In order to regain his strength, he accidentally drinks sake and, getting drunk, begins to fight in his unique style, the drunken fist. Although his movements are not always precise, Lee manages to gain the upper hand for a while, despite the pain and fatigue. When Kimimaro decides to use his dance of the camellia technique, Lee takes a serious blow but responds with a devastating counterattack. However, Kimimaro decides to use the cursed seal, activating his ability to manipulate bones. This becomes a serious threat to Lee, who would have died if not for Gaara's intervention. Gaara, arriving in time, uses sand to protect Lee, blocking all of Kimimaro's physical attacks. However, Kimimaro himself, despite the sand's protection, breaks it with his strength, creating a bone shield under his skin. He finds the strength to continue resisting. Despite this, as Kimimaro prepares to deliver the finishing blow, his illness begins to take its toll. His body betrays him, and at the moment of the decisive clash, his life is cut short. Kimimaro dies without finishing his fight, and Lee, although severely exhausted, remains alive. Naruto caught up with Sasuke at the edge of the village. Their eyes met, and Naruto's voice broke the silence. "Do you really think that by becoming stronger like this, you can achieve your goal?" Sasuke clenched his fists, activating the cursed seal of heaven. His body began to change, and his strength noticeably increased. "You don't understand anything, Naruto. You will never understand what it means to be in pain." They rushed at each other and the fight began. But Sasuke quickly realized that his strength was nothing compared to Naruto's skill. Each of his blows was easily blocked, and Naruto's attacks were fast, precise, and merciless. "Is that the best you can do?" Naruto asked, dodging another attack. "If you can't even touch me, how are you going to defeat Itachi?" Sasuke, frustrated and angry, used Chidori and rushed forward. Naruto, barely straining, dodged and responded with a powerful blow, throwing Sasuke several meters away. "You are pathetic, Sasuke," Naruto said, coming closer. "This is not a fight, this is just a beating. You are no match for me." Sasuke, injured and angry, stood up with difficulty. But deep down, he knew that the gap between him and Naruto had become too great. Naruto looked at the injured Sasuke, who was kneeling on the ground. "You're weak now," he said coldly. "But perhaps you'll become stronger if you go to Orochimaru." Sasuke was breathing heavily, his gaze full of rage and despair, but Naruto only turned around. "I don't want to waste time with you." With that, he walked away without even looking back, leaving Sasuke alone in the silence of the night. Anger and humiliation boiled inside Sasuke. His body tensed up, and he clenched his fists, screaming in anger. It felt like everything he had worked for was crumbling before him. His eyes began to change, the red irises with two tomos swirled, a third was added. But it wasn't enough. The huge surge of emotion and anger filling his heart awakened something greater. Sasuke's eyes began to transform, the Sharingan changed, turning into the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Naruto!" Sasuke croaked, getting to his feet. A new strength engulfed his body, but his mind was already focused on one thing: revenge. Naruto walked back through the forest, digesting the events of the recent battle. Suddenly, he heard voices and, coming out into a small clearing, saw Gaara, Tamari, Kankuro and his comrades. Shikamaru approached Naruto first. "Where is Sasuke?" he asked with tension in his voice. Naruto looked at him calmly, although his eyes showed fatigue. "Ran away. Orochimaru showed up and took him," he answered shortly, trying not to show unnecessary emotions. The team sank into silence. Everyone realized that the mission had failed, but no one blamed each other, everyone did everything they could. "We need to get back to Konoha," Naruto broke the silence. Some of the genin were in such a bad condition that they had to be carried. Choji was exhausted from using the pills, Neji was still bleeding, and Kiba was barely able to stand. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro agreed to help. Gaara caught Neji with his sand, Temari carried Kiba, and Naruto took Choji. The team slowly moved back to Konoha, burdened not only with the weight of their comrades but also with failure. Naruto entered the Hokage's office and briefly reported. The mission has failed. Sasuke escaped. Tsunade frowned, but she knew that Naruto and his comrades could not be blamed. They did everything they could. Naruto bowed and, without waiting for further questions, left. He wanted to visit his friends, but as he walked down the street, he bumped into Sakura. "Where is Sasuke?" she asked, her eyes burning with hope. "He escaped," Naruto answered briefly, getting ready to leave. "Why? Why didn't you bring him back?" she screamed hysterically, her voice shaking with tears. Naruto stopped abruptly. He turned slowly, looking at her with cold fury. "Did you seriously just say that?" he said, his voice became low and threatening. Sakura, not noticing his state, continued to shout. "You were supposed to bring him back. Why didn't you do anything?" These words were the last straw. "He needs a nanny." Naruto interrupted her sharply. "Listen here, Haruna. I told you before, I don't care about him. Why should I be responsible for him? Sasuke chose his own path. He is a traitor. He voluntarily went to Orochimaru. And you think that I should drag him back like some prodigal child?" Sakura fell silent, but Naruto did not stop. "If you are so important to you to get him back, go and save him yourself. But don't you dare blame me for not doing it. And you know what? All this time you were nothing but a burden. You were of no use in any fight, only pathetic hysterics and screams. I'm tired of this. You don't even realize that your Sasuke is no longer who you imagine him to be." He turned and walked away, leaving Sakura standing there in a daze, unable to respond. "Aren't you being harsh?" Kurama's voice came from Naruto's head. Naruto winced slightly as he continued walking down the street. "Let her think about it," he replied coldly. "It will make her look at the world differently and become stronger." "Are you sure this is the right path?" Kurama doubted. Naruto was silent for a moment, then, looking down, added. "Her demise in the future is terrible. I don't want her to meet the same fate. This will give her the motivation to change and survive." Part 19. Naruto stood at the main gates of Konoha. Jiraiya was next to him, looking casual as always, despite the seriousness of the moment. "Are you ready?" Jiraiya asked, looking the boy over. "Yes," Naruto answered shortly, adjusting the straps of his backpack. Tsunade stood nearby, watching them. Her gaze was firm, but there was a slight worry in it. "Don't let me down, Naruto. And listen to Jiraiya," she said, folding her arms over her chest. "I know, Granny." Naruto smiled, but there was determination in his voice. Jiraiya chuckled. "Don't worry, Tsunade. I'll return him to the village as a real ninja." Tsunade only nodded, watching them go. "Then let's go," Jiraiya said, turning towards the road. Naruto turned around for a moment, taking one last look at the village, then followed his teacher. They disappeared over the horizon, and the gates of Konoha closed again, hiding the journey that had begun. Two people were approaching the gates of Konoha. "Someone is approaching," Izumo said. Kotetsu looked closely and recognized Jiraiya in one of them. "That's Jiraiya, and there's some guy next to him," Kotetsu said. "Isn't this guy Naruto?" Izumo asked. "No, he has red hair and is about 185 centimeters tall," Kotetsu didn't believe him. Two people approached the gate. "Hello, Jiraiya, welcome back," Kotetsu said, and Jiraiya greeted him too. "Where is Naruto?" Jiraiya himself. Izumo asked. "There he is," Jiraiya pointed to the guy next to him. Naruto smiled and moved forward, leaving Jiraiya behind. Naruto had grown a lot. He was now 185 centimeters tall. He had changed his clothes. From bright orange, he went to black and red. He was wearing a long cloak with blood-red inserts. Under the cloak, there was a black and red shirt with a high collar. A sword in a sheath hung on his belt. Naruto climbed the pole and, standing on top of it, proudly looked around the village. He noticed that Konoha had changed a little, but his voice was full of confidence as he said. "Konoha has changed a little, but I'm back." His gaze fell on the Hokage rock where Tsunade's face hung and he realized that was the only difference. He smiled as he thought that despite the changes, his home had remained the same. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi were walking through the village when they noticed Sakura. Konohamaru, without thinking, asked, "Where are you going?" Sakura replied. "Tsunade herself asked me to run an errand at the main gate. Come with me." When they reached the gate, 2 guards informed them that someone special had arrived in the village. Sakura and Konohamaru immediately realized that it was Naruto. They hurried through the village and soon found him. Sakura, upon noticing Naruto, immediately realized that he had grown taller than her and had changed in appearance. He was no longer wearing orange clothes, but a stylish black and red outfit, and his whole appearance seemed to radiate confidence. Naruto, Sakura asked in surprise. Hey, Sakura, I see you've grown, but you're still far from big in the chest department, Naruto teased. Sakura instantly got angry and tried to hit him, but Naruto easily dodged. Sakura's blow hit the ground, and it cracked from the force of the blow. I see you've gotten stronger, well done, Naruto praised, smiling, and then turned his gaze to Konohamaru. Hey, brats, you've grown, Konohamaru, Naruto said with a smile. Look, Naruto-chan, I've improved my technique. Konohamaru replied, and then said, seduction technique. Soon white smoke appeared, and Konohamaru emerged from it, transformed into a sexy girl. Naruto immediately jumped up and hit him on the head, causing the technique to dissipate. Don't do that, it's a waste of time, Naruto said. Better practice your real techniques. I'll teach you a good technique someday if you persist. Naruto said goodbye to his friends and headed to the Hokage's residence. Entering the office, he saw Tsunade, absorbed in a mountain of paperwork. Hello, Granny, Naruto greeted. Tsunade raised her head, looking at him in surprise. Naruto, you're back, she said, noticing his changed appearance. What's with your hair? Oh, just my mom's genes taking over, Naruto replied with a smile. Tsunade looked at Naruto and said, I prepared an opponent for you to test your skills. But before she could continue, there was a knock on the door and 2 ninja entered the office. They were Shikamaru and Temari. Hey, how did you get here? Shikamaru chuckled, noticing Naruto. Temari looked at Naruto, her face turning red. She looked at him carefully, and suddenly realized, it was Naruto. He had changed, he had become a real handsome man, in front of whom even Sasuke's beauty no longer mattered. Hello, Shikamaru, Naruto greeted his old friend. Then, smiling, he took Temari's hands. Hello, Temari-san, Naruto said. From his words and surprise, Temari fainted, unable to withstand the emotion. Naruto, grinning, asked. So, you are my opponent, Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked at him with slight bewilderment. I don't know what you are talking about, Naruto. I am only here to pick up some documents, Shikamaru replied, turning his gaze to Tsunade. Tsunade, shaking her head, pointed to the window. Your opponent is right outside, she said. Naruto walked up to the window and, looking out, saw a familiar figure. His old sensei, Kakashi, was sitting on a bench, immersed in a book of Ika Ika. Naruto, with a smile on his face, tossed the book to Kakashi. He, without wasting any time, deftly caught it, and then turned his gaze to Naruto. A slight worry appeared in his eyes. Is this it? Kakashi asked, looking closely at the book. Naruto, after a short pause, answered. Yes, this is the last volume of this book that has not yet been released. Naruto, slightly mockingly, turned to Kakashi. Are you my opponent, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, with a slight smile, answered. I am both your opponent and Sakura's opponent. Tsunade not only wants to test your training that Jiraiya gave you, but also Sakura. But as soon as Kakashi tried to return to his book again, Naruto interrupted him. We can't start the exercise now. You were going to train with me, weren't you? Kakashi, smiling, sighed and explained. No, Naruto, you must be tired from the journey. We'll start later. Naruto, pursing his lips in displeasure, looked at him. You left us just to read that book? He asked, a little annoyed. Jiraiya and Sakura entered the office. Jiraiya, noticing Tsunade, smiled and said hello. Hello, Tsunade. Then, looking at Naruto, who was standing next to him, he added. Naruto is very strong now. You could even say that he is the strongest in this office. Tsunade, hearing Jiraiya's words, looked at Naruto with interest. Really? She asked, not hiding her surprise. Have you changed that much? Naruto chuckled and shrugged slightly. Well, I've trained a lot, he replied with a confident smile. But there is still room to improve. Jiraiya, standing next to him, added. He's not joking, Tsunade. He really has become strong. I can hardly keep up with him in training. Tsunade, looking Naruto over appraising Ly, nodded. Good. Then we have a serious test ahead of us. Jiraiya, I hope you're not exaggerating, she said, turning her attention back to the documents on the table. Naruto suddenly released his chakra aura, and a powerful wave of energy made everyone in the office shake. The air was tense, and everything around him seemed to vibrate with his power. "Okay, Naruto, I've confirmed," Tsunade said, not taking her eyes off him. Naruto relaxed and felt his chakra calm down. His presence became less noticeable again. "You may go," Tsunade added, indicating that everyone could leave. Naruto, noticing that Temari was still unconscious, walked over to her, carefully picked her up, and followed everyone out of the office. Meanwhile, in the office, Jiraiya stood next to Tsunade, thinking out loud. "I didn't really train him much. After half a year, he went into the ruins of Uzushio, and came back a year later with red hair. He didn't really say anything, he just said he was training," Jiraiya said, as if reflecting on the past. Tsunade sighed, looking up heavily. "Man, that brat is getting stronger every day," she said, obviously admiring his progress. Temari slowly came to her senses, her eyes carefully opening, and the first thing she saw was Naruto's familiar silhouette. She felt the warmth of his arms, which were carefully supporting her. It was silent around her, only her breathing and his calm pulse merging into one harmony. She felt how gently he held her, and her heart beat faster from the unexpected closeness. Naruto noticed that she was awake, and his gaze became soft, full of concern. He carefully lifted her up so that she could look at him, and his eyes, full of warm light, met hers. He smiled, tilting his head slightly, and quietly said, "Are you okay?" Temari froze for a moment, feeling his voice penetrate her soul. Her heart was beating faster, and she couldn't tear her eyes away from his face, from his caring expression that made her feel safe and cozy despite everything that was happening around her. I'm okay," she whispered, trying to hide the trembling in her voice. "But, why are you holding me like this?" Naruto, without letting go of her, stroked her hand and answered with slight embarrassment, but still sincerely. "Because you are important to me, Temari." In that moment, time seemed to stop. Her heart began to beat in her chest again, but with a different feeling, a feeling that she couldn't immediately understand, but which certainly changed everything the moment she was in his arms. Part 20. A week later, Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office. "Team Kakashi, Team Guy, you are leaving on a mission. The case cage has been kidnapped, your task is to help Suna," Tsunade said, not looking up from her paperwork. Everyone was already prepared, standing near the gate, ready to leave, except for one person. "Where is Naruto?" Sakura asked, looking around. Suddenly, with a bright flash, Naruto appeared next to her. His appearance was so fast that Sakura barely had time to blink. "Naruto, this is," Kakashi said in surprise, not believing his eyes. "Hiraishin," Naruto replied with a smile, his eyes shining with determination. After these words, he abruptly turned and ran forward at a rapid pace, overtaking everyone, heading towards Suna. "He's running too fast," Sakura said, surprised by his rapid run. Rock Lee and Guy, noticing how quickly Naruto rushed on his way, could not stay away. Inspired by his energy, they began to speed up, deciding to keep up. "Long live the power of youth!" Lee and Guy shouted loudly, their voices filling the air with enthusiasm, and they rushed forward with renewed vigor. Everyone began to rush towards Suna, but Naruto, like a gust of wind, was already far ahead. Suddenly, on the way, Naruto noticed Temari, who was also heading towards Suna. "Temari!" he shouted, catching her attention. Temari turned around, and her eyes met Naruto's. A smile slowly appeared on her face, because now she felt that hope had just appeared. "Naruto," she whispered, coming closer. Temari joined the team from the Leaf, and together they continued on their way to Suna. Their steps became faster and faster, everyone's hearts were beating faster in anticipation of what awaited them ahead. A few hours later, the Leaf team is stopped by a powerful sandstorm. Sand and wind seem to fall on them, making it difficult to move. Everyone takes cover, taking shelter from the elements. When the storm abates and there is silence in the air, they rush back to the village. Upon arriving in Suna, the shinobi meet them at the entrance and immediately report Kankuro's condition. He is dying from poison. The sky seems even darker for a moment as this news becomes reality. Sakura quickly approaches Temari and confidently says, "Don't worry, I will check on Kankuro. Everything will be fine." They rush to the hospital, where Sakura and Temari immediately rush to Kankuro's side to help him. Chio, watching what is happening, could not help but notice Kakashi, who was standing nearby. She immediately frowned and sighed softly. You are Konoha's White Fang, right?" Chio asked, suddenly looking at Kakashi with suspicion in her eyes. Kakashi, unsurprised by her question, calmly replied, "I am not the White Fang of Konoha. I am his son." Chiyo froze for a moment, and then her expression softened. She sighed in relief and, blushing slightly from embarrassment, added, "I apologize, I was mistaken." Meanwhile, in the room, Sakura was concentrating on treating Kankuro. She used her delicate toxicant removal technique, carefully extracting the poison from his body. Her hands moved steadily and quickly, and soon most of the poison was extracted, saving Kankuro's life. Sakura wasted no time in using the medicinal herbs found in Tsunagaku's reserves to prepare 3 antidotes. With her successful work, Kankuro began to regain consciousness. Chiyo, watching her actions, could not help but notice how similar Sakura was to Tsunade in her prime. You remind me of Tsunade," Chiyo said quietly, almost with admiration. Sakura, without looking up from her work, answered with a smile. "Tsunade is my teacher. I will not linger here, I will save Gaara," Naruto said with determination in his voice and quickly left Suna, heading to where Gaara was taken. When Naruto reached the right place, Itachi suddenly attacked him. He appeared from the shadows, and his eyes sparkled with menace. "What kind of stupid farce is this, attacking me with a double?" Naruto said with a cold smirk, drawing his sword. The blade was bright red, as if imbued with fiery energy. Without further ado, he assumed a fighting stance. Naruto allowed Itachi to use the Tsukuyomi technique. Itachi was confident that he would be able to manipulate his perception, but Naruto, as if he knew what would happen, calmly withstood the attack. "I know you're a spy for Akatsuki," Naruto began, his voice even and calm, as if this had all been predicted long ago. Itachi wasn't surprised. He nodded and replied with a cold grin. "I see." Naruto didn't waste any time, deciding to get straight to the point. "Sasuke wants to kill you. And he will kill you, sooner or later," he said firmly, as if he had already seen this outcome in the future. Itachi paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on Naruto, and he felt that something was wrong. Naruto wasn't just a young shinobi, he knew more than he should have. "Listen to me, Itachi," Naruto continued, his voice even more serious. "In the future, Konoha will be destroyed. Sasuke will die in agony. I am actually from the future, and I am here to stop that shit from happening." Itachi, despite his steadfastness, felt a crack appear in his soul. Those words, they weren't just a threat. They were information that he couldn't help but believe. "You have to make Sasuke stronger," Naruto added, meeting his gaze with a determination that was beyond doubt. Itachi slowly backed away, his eyes still unable to comprehend what was happening. Naruto seemed to know everything in advance, as if he was witnessing the future they were all trying so hard to avoid. "Itachi, listen to me," Naruto began, his voice firm and full of authority. "Sasuke hates you and me right now. You have to raise him up as much as possible, make him stronger. That's the only way to change his fate." Itachi, not believing Naruto's words, coldly replied. "Why should I believe you?" Naruto slowly raised his hand and touched his forehead, his eyes darkening for a moment, and then images appeared in the air before them, painful memories. They were scenes that would have shaken even Itachi himself. They were of Sasuke dying in unimaginable agony, the shinobi world collapsing, and Konoha falling in the fires of war. The death of everyone he knew, the destruction of the world that was their home. Itachi, looking at these memories, froze, his face paled. He had seen Sasuke, his brother, die, and he had seen the entire shinobi world crumble. These weren't just images, these were the horrors he feared and that could one day become reality. Naruto, meeting his gaze, said, "You may not believe me, but you can't ignore what I'm showing you. This is the future that awaits us if nothing is changed. Only you can prevent this, only you can make sure that Sasuke becomes stronger and doesn't go down this path." Itachi was silent, his eyes no longer expressing the confidence they once did. Doubt was beginning to form in his soul. "Itachi, give me Shisui's eye," Naruto said, his voice cold and determined. Itachi narrowed his eyes, not expecting such a request. He looked a little surprised, but he didn't let it show. "Are you sure? What are you going to do with it?" he asked, his voice not expressing doubt or interest, just observation. "I'll transplant it," Naruto answered briefly, without specifying more than necessary. Itachi nodded silently. The next moment, a raven appeared next to him, as if on his command. He deftly took Shisui's eye out of the bird, carefully extracted it and placed it in a special capsule. Then, without saying a word, he handed the capsule to Naruto. "Okay," Itachi said, his eyes following Naruto's every move. "Thank you," Naruto replied without hesitation. He quickly tore Tsukuyomi apart and ran towards the shelter without further ado, purposefully striding forward. Before disappearing into the darkness, he destroyed Itachi's double with one blow, not even giving him a chance to attack back. The silence that reigned around was broken only by the echo of Naruto's footsteps, quickly moving away into the night. Naruto appeared in front of the shelter, over which hung a powerful seal, blocking access. His eyes studied the barrier intently, and then he made a few quick seals. The barrier fell with a crack, like a wall being destroyed. Naruto didn't waste any time. He formed a huge hand from his chakra, which in the blink of an eye crashed down on the rocks, breaking them into small pieces. A cave opened up, and before his eyes appeared a scene that did not surprise him. Gaara had already removed the biju from his body. Damn it, what is this? Deidara was indignant, but before he could take a step, he received a blow right in the face and crashed into the wall of the cave, leaving a deep mark. Fire release, great fire destruction. Naruto shouted. A raging pillar of flame erupted from his hands, heading towards Sasori. He did not have time to react, and his puppet burned in the fire. Sasori, left without his battle puppet, quickly prepared for an attack. But Naruto, not giving him time to maneuver, appeared next to him, bursting out of the shadows and swiftly piercing Sasori with his sword. The blade pierced the puppeteer's heart, and he collapsed with horror in his eyes, his body not having time to give a single response to this unexpected blow. Naruto silently pulled out his sword and picked up Gaara's body. He did not waste time, quickly taking one last look at the cave. All that he had to do was already done. He took Gaara in his arms and hurriedly ran out, leaving the shelter, his steps carrying him in the direction of salvation. Why did not you kill the yellow-haired one? Kurama asked, his voice full of curiosity. He must fight Sasuke again, Naruto answered, his eyes reflecting not only fatigue but also determination. He knew that this fight was inevitable and perhaps the last chance for Sasuke to return to the bright path. Meanwhile, Team Leaf was already moving to help towards Suna. Everything was covered in thick shadows when suddenly Naruto appeared in a flash of thunder, holding Gaara's body in his arms. He was exhausted, his breathing heavy in the silence, but his gaze remained focused. He's dying. Sakura, help him, Naruto shouted, almost falling to his knees from exhaustion. His voice was full of despair, but he still hoped for a miracle. Sakura immediately ran over, her hands shining in the lightning as she began to use her medical techniques. She applied them to Gaara's body, but despite all her efforts, nothing happened. There's no time, Sakura, Naruto said with concern. You have to do something. He can't die. But Sakura, shocked, threw her hands back and said in horror. He's dying. I can't save him. At that moment, Chiyo's grandmother appeared. She stepped into the circle of light, her eyes full of pain but determination. Walking up to Gaara, she looked at him, and then looked at Sakura and Naruto. I can help, Chiyo said, her voice quiet but full of strength. But for this, I will give my life. Naruto and Sakura froze, unable to respond. They couldn't believe the old woman's words, but they couldn't refuse her help either. Chiyo gently placed her hands on Gaara's chest and began to perform the necessary manipulations using her art. At that moment, her chakra began to weaken, and an expression appeared on her face that she knew that she would soon pass away. The strength in her body weakened, but she did not take her eyes off Gaara, continuing her sacrifice. With her last breath, Chiyo transferred her life into Gaara's body, and her eyes closed, forever depriving her of that life. Gaara's body began to recover, and his breathing became even and deep. After a few seconds, Gaara opened his eyes. At first, he looked at the surroundings a little stunned, then his eyes settled on Naruto, and his voice was weak. Naruto, what happened? Naruto, with relief and gratitude in his eyes, answered. You're alive, you're saved, but Chiyo's grandmother, she gave her life for yours. Gaara slowly stood up, his body weakened, but he felt like his life had been returned. He looked around and saw Chiyo, who was now lifeless. Gaara silently nodded in respect and gratitude. We will not forget her sacrifice, Naruto said quietly. Understanding of what had happened began to dawn on Gaara, and he finally realized that he had been saved. But now it was his duty to continue the fight, and he had to use his power to protect this world from a threat that could harm everyone. Part 21. The Hokage's office. Tsunade sat at her desk, surrounded by stacks of paperwork. In front of her stood Naruto, Sakura, and Sai, who now looked no less serious than usual. Sai is now a member of Team 7. And Naruto. Tsunade paused for a moment. You are becoming a Jonin. Sakura's eyes widened. So now there are only 3 of us. Kakashi-sensei, me, and Sai. Yes, Tsunade confirmed. Naruto will be working separately as a Jonin now. His skills have already gone beyond simple teamwork. She picked up the green Jonin vest from the table and handed it to Naruto. Here, this is yours. Naruto examined the vest and said, frowning slightly, I'm not going to wear this. Tsunade smiled and sighed. You don't have to wear it. It ruins your menacing style anyway. Sakura looked from Tsunade to Naruto and chuckled. Well, you're right about that. The vest clearly won't suit you. Sai watched the entire scene silently, as if studying each of them, but then simply nodded. Perhaps Naruto is right. This doesn't fit his image. Naruto smiled slightly. I'll just do my job. The vest is not needed here. Tsunade waved her hand. Okay, go ahead. You have tasks to complete, and I need to sort out this chaos on the table. Naruto, don't disappoint me. I won't disappoint you, Granny, Naruto winked, heading for the door. Sakura rolled her eyes, and Tsunade sighed heavily. When will he learn to say, Hokage-sama? The training ground was silent. Konohamaru looked closely at his older comrade, Naruto, who was holding a water balloon in his hands. Rasengan is a technique my father created, and I want you to master it, Naruto said, handing Konohamaru the balloon. But it's not that easy. Are you ready? Of course, Konohamaru answered with determination. Then let's start with the first stage. This is the rotation of the chakra. You need to make it move chaotically so that the water inside breaks the balloon, Naruto explained. Konohamaru concentrated. He folded his hands on the balloon, directing his chakra inside. At first, nothing happened. After a few minutes, the balloon only began to make a slight noise. Take your time, Naruto said, watching him. Concentrate. The chakra must move in different directions at the same time. Konohamaru continued to try day after day, his arms aching and his concentration sometimes failing him. But after a few days, a splash of water and the sound of a balloon bursting resounded across the training ground. You did it, Konohamaru shouted happily, raising his hands up. Well done, Naruto smiled. Now for the second stage. Naruto handed Konohamaru a rubber ball. This will be more difficult. Now we need to increase the power of our chakra. You must break through this ball. Konohamaru felt the tension rising again. Each day he poured more chakra into the ball, but the ball remained intact. It felt like he was marking time. Don't give up, Naruto encouraged him. Give your chakra more energy, as if you were trying to break through a wall. After a week of endless attempts, there was a loud bang, the ball broke, and its remains fell to the ground. I did it. Konohamaru could hardly contain his joy. Now for the last stage, Naruto said seriously. You need to combine the rotation and the force. The chakra must be in the form of a stable sphere. This stage was the most difficult. Every time Konohamaru created a sphere, it disintegrated before he could complete the technique. Time after time he failed, but he did not stop. You're close, Naruto said. Keep your chakra under control. Do not let it go beyond the sphere. Another week of hard training, and one day, Konohamaru, concentrating like never before, was able to create a perfect chakra sphere. He looked at the rasengan spinning in his palm, as if he could not believe his eyes. I did it, he exclaimed. Excellent work, Naruto said with pride. Now you can use the rasengan. The meeting in the Sunagakure village council hall was in full swing. The kage, listening silently to the elders and counselors, watched their discussion with an unyielding expression. We need to strengthen our relationship with Konoha, one of the elders stated, looking closely at the others. After the way they saved our kage, they deserve more respect. Not only did they not demand reparations for past conflicts, but they also helped restore the seal on Shukaku despite losing the Biju. The assembled people nodded in approval. The elders' words resonated in the hearts of everyone present. Konoha has proven itself to be a reliable ally, another elder added. But an alliance alone is not enough. We must strengthen our ties. Baki, who had remained silent until this point, stood up. His gaze was serious, and the words he spoke made many think. Then I propose a marriage alliance. The hall fell into a deathly silence. A marriage alliance? The elder asked, frowning. Yes, Baki continued confidently. We need to strengthen the alliance between our villages on a personal level. To marry Tamari to Naruto Uzumaki, the heroes of both villages. Whispers swept through the hall. The elders began to discuss the proposal among themselves. Gaara, who had been silently watching the proceedings, frowned slightly. This is a strategic move, Baki continued, seeing the reaction of the council. Naruto Uzumaki not only saved our kage, but is also the next heir to the Uzumaki clan. His ties to Konoha and his own strength make him an ideal ally for Sunagakure. But what will Temari's reaction be? One of the counselors asked. That is a matter we must discuss with her, Baki replied. However, knowing her loyalty to the village, I am sure she will understand the importance of this alliance. Gaara, what do you think? One of the elders asked, turning his gaze to the cage. Gaara looked up and faced the council. If this union can truly strengthen the relationship between our villages, I have no objection, he said, his voice calm but firm. But I want Temari to make the final decision. The council nodded in agreement. Then it is decided, Baki said. We will discuss it with Temari and send an envoy to Konoha to convey our proposal. The meeting ended, but everyone present understood that this marriage alliance could change the future of two great villages. Temari, meanwhile, was sitting quietly in her room, writing a new training plan for the village's shinobi. Her thoughts were interrupted by sudden footsteps and a sudden knock on the door. Come in, she said calmly, not taking her eyes off the parchment. The door opened, and Baki and Gaara walked into the room. The sight of their serious faces immediately made her put her work aside. What happened? She asked, looking at both of them. Baki cleared his throat, clearly choosing his words. Gaara simply nodded, indicating that the conversation was indeed important. Temari, the council made a decision that concerns not only you, but the entire village, Baki began. She frowned, sensing that the conversation would not be easy. And what is it? Her voice remained firm. Baki exhaled. The council proposed a marriage alliance with Konoha to strengthen the relationship between our villages. Temari was silent for a few seconds, trying to process what she had heard. And who did they decide to send to this alliance? Her voice was even, but there was tension in it. Baki looked at Gaara, and then back at her. You. Temari's eyes widened in surprise. Me? She asked again, a barely noticeable hint of indignation appearing in her voice. And who will be my mate? Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara interjected. His tone was calm, but he was looking at his sister intently. Temari froze, realizing the name she had heard. She remembered Naruto very well, his strength, his determination, and the energy he charged everyone with. Naruto? She asked, trying to hide her surprise. This decision was made for the good of the village, Baki continued. Naruto is a hero of Konoha and an important ally. He saved Gaara, and was of great help to Suna. An alliance with him will only strengthen our village. Temari frowned, processing what she had heard. And you think I would simply agree to marry for the sake of politics? Her voice became firmer. Gaara came closer, looking straight into his sister's eyes. The decision is yours, Temari, he said quietly. No one is forcing you to do this. But I ask that you think about it. Naruto is a worthy man, and this alliance can prevent many future conflicts. Temari sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. She had always put the good of the village above her own personal interests, but this situation was more difficult than any battle or negotiation she had ever been involved in. I need time to think, she finally said. Baki nodded. Of course, but a decision will have to be made soon. With that, Baki and Gaara left her room, leaving Temari alone with her thoughts. She stared out the window thoughtfully, remembering Naruto, his smile, his strength, and the determined look she had seen in his eyes when he had saved Gaara. Politics. Or something more, she whispered, looking out at the setting sun. As Temari was left alone in her room, her thoughts raced restlessly, searching for a solution. Baki and Gaara left, leaving her to ponder. But she already knew that the decision would not be that difficult for her. She could not forget how Naruto saved her home village, how he fought for her and Gaara, risking his life. She could not forget his sincere determination, the strength he showed even in the most difficult situations. His energy was infectious, and his presence always made her feel stronger. But most of all, her soul was tormented by her feelings for him. Naruto. She knew that her heart was drawn to him for a long time, but she could never admit it to herself. Politics and duty to the village were more important than her personal experiences. But now that she was faced with such a choice, she understood that her feelings would not disappear. Temari looked out the window, where the evening light falling on the village seemed so peaceful and calm. She dreamed of how Naruto would be near, how they would work together, protecting their homes. Because despite everything, she wanted to be near him. Maybe this is my chance, she whispered, feeling her heart speed up. Temari stood up resolutely, ready to make a decision. She knew that this alliance was important for the village, but she also realized that her heart had long belonged to Naruto. Even if she didn't admit it, she knew that his support and care meant more to her than any political games. I agree, she said quietly, but confidently. I will do it for Suna and for him. With each word, she felt her decision becoming clearer. There was no longer any doubt in her chest. There was only one person in her life with whom she wanted to spend the future, Naruto. And if this alliance was a step towards that, she was ready to take it. Tsunade sat at her desk in her office, idly leafing through documents. Suddenly, one of the Anbu brought a rolled-up parchment into the room, sealed with the Sunagaku seal. She looked up and thoughtfully accepted the letter. What kind of letter is this? she thought, examining the seal. Tsunagakure had never received such a message from them before. She carefully unrolled the parchment and began to read. From the elders of Tsunagakure. Esteemed Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade. In light of recent events, specifically Konoha's assistance in rescuing our village leader, Gaara, as well as helping us control the Biju, we would like to propose strengthening the relationship between our villages. As a proposal to further strengthen the bond and mutual trust, we propose a marriage alliance between members of our villages. We propose that Temari, the eldest member of our clan, become the wife of Naruto Uzumaki, in order to unite the efforts of the two villages in the fight for the future of our people. Sincerely, elders of Tsunagakure. Tsunade put the letter down, her gaze growing heavy. Her heart sank unpleasantly as she realized that this letter was not just a formality but a genuine political move. What the? She said in surprise, not expecting this from Tsunagakure. Temari and Naruto. She leaned forward, taking a deep breath and wondering what would happen next. Tsunade understood the importance of such an alliance, but the thought of Naruto and Temari in the same context made her smile, albeit with some confusion. Naruto and Temari, she repeated, reading the letter again. I wonder how he'll take it. She closed the letter and leaned back in her chair, mentally imagining what would happen next. Tsunade, after sitting in thought for some time, finally decided that she needed to talk to Naruto. This was an important matter, and she could not ignore it. Taking the letter in her hands again, she crumpled it up and placed it on the table. Naruto needs to know about this first, Tsunade said to herself, then took a deep breath and pressed the call button. Naruto soon entered the office. He noticed her serious expression and, despite his usual confidence, he realized that something was wrong. Granny, what happened? He asked, looking around the table with the documents. Tsunade looked up and looked at him with unusual severity. Naruto, I just received a letter from Tsunagakure. It contains a proposal that concerns you. And Temari. Naruto was a little surprised, but did not speak right away. You better sit down, this is important. Tsunade added, there was a certain seriousness in her voice that made Naruto wary. Now everything was in Naruto's hands. Tsunade took the parchment and spread it out on the table in front of her so Naruto could see. Tsunagakure has proposed a marriage alliance, she began, watching Naruto's reaction closely. They want to strengthen the relationship between our villages, and they believe that the best way to do that is for you and Temari to marry. Naruto froze in place, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait, what? Naruto couldn't believe it. This is some kind of prank, right? You're kidding. Tsunade shook her head, letting him know that she wasn't joking. This is not a joke, Naruto. This letter came from the elders of Tsunagakure. It is an official proposal. They believe that an alliance with you will strengthen our relationship, as well as help further stabilize the situation with the Biju and ensure peace. Naruto was silent, trying to process what he had heard. Marriage, you say? He said, feeling a question stuck in his mouth. What if I don't agree? Tsunade looked at him with respect, knowing that Naruto always did things his own way. You can choose what you want to do, she replied. But this is an offer from Tsunagakure, and it's an important one for our village. She paused, giving Naruto time to process her words. This alliance could be not only personal, but also a political move to strengthen the ties between the two villages. It's not an easy decision, Tsunade continued. But think about it, the decision is yours. Naruto leaned against the wall and sank into deep thought, his gaze becoming distant as if he was trying to sort out the complex labyrinth of his feelings. He sat silently, and Kurama's voice sounded in his head. Don't you like her? Kurama asked, his voice sounding a little insistent, as it always did when it came to Naruto's emotions. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, and bowed his head. He felt doubts and worries stirring inside him, which would be familiar to any person facing such an important decision. What if the situation with Hinata turns out to be the same? In our past lives, we weren't happy. What if it all happens again and I can't give her what she deserves again? His voice was heavy, as if he couldn't shake off this fear. Kurama paused for a moment before answering, his voice now calm and confident. That was a past life, Naruto. You are not the same person you were back then. This is a new life. You started over to correct your mistakes, to find your happiness. You are not the same person you were before. You have a chance to do things differently. Naruto closed his eyes, listening to Kurama's words, feeling confidence growing in his soul. He was not the old Naruto who had once made mistakes and lost his loved ones. He had been changed, and before him was a new opportunity to make things right. And that included the decision he needed to make now. You're right, Naruto whispered. This is a new life. And I will do everything to not repeat the mistakes of the past. Naruto opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his heart skipping a beat as he realized the gravity of what lay ahead. He thought again about what Kurama had said. It was hard to forget the past, but now, in this new world, he had a different goal, different opportunities. You're right, Kurama. This is a new life, Naruto said quietly but firmly, as if he had gained some new determination. I will not be afraid of repeating my mistakes. I will try to do everything right. And if this marriage is what will help Konoha and Tsunagakure strengthen their relationship, and if it will bring happiness to Temari, I am ready. He sighed and set a goal in his head. This was no longer just a matter of honor, but a chance to find the happiness he had been searching for so long. I agree, he said with confidence. This is a new step. I will do everything to make this path the right one. Tsunade, sensing that Naruto had made his decision, nodded and picked up the letter she was to send to Tsunagakure. She stared at it for a few seconds before opening it, and then with a quick, confident motion, wrote out her response, confirming her consent to the marriage alliance between Naruto and Temari. Tsunade hoped that this would bring peace and prosperity to both Konoha and Suna. When the letter was ready, she called one of her assistants and handed it to him. Send this letter to Suna, she said, her voice low and confident. Soon, the letter was delivered to Tsunagakure, and Temari was sitting in her office when she received it. She opened the letter and froze as she read it. The words seemed both unexpected and intense to her. It was hard to comprehend that her life could, in an instant, change. Is this true? She said out loud, not believing her eyes. Temari stared at the lines of the letter, rereading them over and over, as if trying to find some kind of confirmation that this wasn't just a mistake. Her heart began to beat faster. At first there was fear, then a strange feeling, like relief. Was she going to marry Naruto? The Naruto she knew, who had changed so much and become strong. What would it be like to live with him? Would it always feel like an obligation, or would her heart truly respond? She clutched the letter in her hands, her face darkening with thought. Had she considered her feelings for Naruto? Or was this move only important as a political move? Temari stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the desolate landscape, trying to calm the storm in her heart. Yes, she wanted peace for her people, and this union could be the beginning of something new. But what did her heart feel? Preparations for Naruto and Temari's wedding. The preparations for Naruto and Temari's wedding were not only an important event for both villages, but for the entire shinobi world, as it was a symbol of a powerful alliance that would strengthen the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure. The initial preparations began with both sides setting up the event, where every detail mattered. It was a moment for both villages to show their culture, traditions, and respect for each other. Preparations in Konoha. Tsunade, as Hokage, was not only the head of the village, but also the organizer of such an important event. She carefully monitored every step of the preparations. The goal was to create the perfect atmosphere for the wedding, one that would simultaneously reflect the power and strength of Konoha, as well as respect for Suna culture. First, Tsunade chose the location for the ceremony, a large hall in the center of the village, which was to be decorated taking into account the traditions of the two villages. The walls of the hall were decorated with red and gold fabrics with the Konoha symbols, and the ceiling was decorated with flowers, symbolizing fertility and prosperity. The lighting was soft and warm, to create an atmosphere of celebration and comfort. Naruto was a little nervous, because the wedding was a moment not only for him, but also for his village. He was surprised by how carefully everything was prepared. He especially did not like the idea of the outfit that Tsunade suggested for him, but in the end, he agreed, because he knew that it was important. His suit was black with gold elements, symbolizing his new role in adulthood. He abandoned his usual orange outfit, choosing something more formal and appropriate for the occasion. The Konoha team was responsible for the decorations and planning. Sakura helped with the selection of flowers and accessories for the wedding ceremony. Kakashi and Sasuke also provided support, albeit in a somewhat detached manner. Sakura even did the flower arrangements, choosing bouquets for the guests and for the bride herself. Everything had to be perfect. Preparations in Tsunagakure. Temari was a little nervous from the start, but she held her own with dignity. Temari's family took an active part in the wedding planning. Baki and the village elders suggested various options, from where the ceremony would take place to how the banquet would be organized. However, the choice fell on a beautiful sandy area surrounded by huge rocks and sand dunes, which created an incredible atmosphere, symbolizing both a connection with nature and inner strength. The place itself was decorated with sand flowers and golden fabrics. Along the path where the bride and groom would walk, there were rows of wooden candles surrounded by sand figures of animals made by local artisans. Temari chose a dress that combined both her native traditions and some elements symbolizing her new role. The dress was a golden sand color, with delicate embroidery and drapes that emphasized her slender figure. Her hair was gathered in an intricate hairstyle, decorated with red flowers. She was ready, although nervous, because this was a new step in her life. The wedding day. The wedding day began early. In Konoha, in a special hall where everything was ready, Tsunade and the elders of the village were greeting the guests. Sakura and the other shinobi of the village helped with the preparations. Everything had to be perfect. Each of them wanted this event to be truly historic. Naruto, in his formal suit, stood at the entrance, waiting for his bride. His heart was beating faster than usual, because this was the moment that would change everything. He was ready for it, but he did not know what to expect. Temari, with her steely character, entered the hall when it was her turn. She had a small smile on her face, but her eyes were full of emotion. This was not just an event, this was the moment of her life, and she realized that she was now not only a bride, but also an ally for Konoha. This marriage became a symbol of the unity of the two great villages. When Naruto and Temari met at the arch that stood in the center of the hall, they exchanged glances full of emotion and realized that now they were becoming not just partners but something more. And this was not only important for their two families, but for all the villagers who were watching this event. The ceremony was held according to all the traditions. Naruto and Temari exchanged rings, said their vows of loyalty and love, and in the end, they were pronounced husband and wife. This moment was filled with emotions, and their first kiss, which followed the exchange of rings, became the highlight of the day. After the ceremony, all the guests were invited to the banquet, where the festive celebrations continued. Sakura, Kakashi and other Konoha shinobi congratulated the newlyweds. Suna and Konoha became closer to each other, and Naruto and Temari began a new life together. In the evening, Temari entered her new home. As soon as she crossed the threshold, it became somehow quieter inside. This was a new stage, and she felt a wave of emotions rolling over her, uncertainty, but also something new, still unknown. Naruto, standing by the window, turned to her. He noticed her hesitation and approached with a slight smile. Regarding the wedding night, I will not insist. If you are ready and agree, I will be ready too, Naruto said, and his voice was soft, without pressure. There was no rush in it. Temari stopped and looked at him. She felt the sincerity of his words. It wasn't like in fairy tales, where a wedding is a moment filled only with expectations and passion. It was something real, something that began with respect and understanding. I appreciate your approach, Naruto, Temari said, her voice quiet but confident. We've both been through a lot, and I want this moment to be meaningful for both of us. It doesn't matter when, but when we're ready, that's what's important. Naruto nodded, relieved. He didn't want their first moments as a couple to be pressured. He wanted it to be natural, to respect their pace. With every word Temari said, every look she gave him, he felt like he'd made the right choice. So let's take it slow, he said, walking up to her. We're together, and I want this moment to be more than just a wedding night. Temari smiled, her heart lightening. She walked up to him and placed her hand on his chest. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, as well as the understanding that they had a path ahead of them, full of new emotions and challenges, but most importantly, they would walk this path together. Thank you, Naruto, she said, a soft expression in her voice. Naruto began to show around the house with a small smile. This is my parents' house, he said, leading Temari through the spacious hall. The air was cozy and calm. The walls were decorated with photographs and various souvenirs, reminding her of the past. Temari looked around and noticed one of the photographs hanging on the wall. It depicted the fourth Hokage, with a kind expression on his face, and next to him was his wife. She couldn't help but notice how this photograph seemed to symbolize many things in Naruto's life. You look like your father, Temari said quietly, pausing for a moment at the picture. Naruto nodded, his gaze becoming a little thoughtful, but it quickly returned to normal. Yes, he was a great man. I hope I can be at least a little like him, Naruto added, trying to change his tone. He then headed towards the room he had prepared for Temari. And here is your room, he said, opening the door. The room was cozy and bright. A large bed, windows overlooking the garden, and a few nice touches that gave it a cozy atmosphere. I hope you'll be comfortable here. Temari looked around and smiled softly. This was the beginning of a new chapter in her life, and despite the uncertainty, she felt like it would be nice here. Thank you, Naruto, she said quietly, taking in the space. It's really cozy. Naruto nodded and stepped back a bit, giving her time to look around the room before continuing to show her the rest of the house. Part 22. Early in the morning Naruto woke up and, stretching, began to go downstairs. To his surprise, he saw Temari standing at the stove, cooking something. Good morning, Naruto greeted her, smiling slightly. Good morning, Temari replied without turning around, intently stirring something in the pan. Naruto walked over to the coat rack and started getting ready, tying his forehead protector. Where are you going so early? Temari asked, looking at him. To practice. Do you want to join me? Naruto offered with a slight smile, turning to face her. What about breakfast? Temari asked in surprise, pointing to the food that was almost ready. Well, we'll grab something to eat at the store, like ramen, Naruto answered casually, shrugging. Temari thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, wait until I change into something sporty, she said and headed to her room. Naruto, watching her leave, smiled again. This was their first morning hike together, and he was pleased to realize that Temari was becoming more and more a part of his daily life. Naruto and Temari began their morning training with a run. They ran out of the house, heading towards the training grounds. The morning air was crisp and the sun was just beginning to rise above the trees. So, Temari, ready. You won't fall behind, Naruto teased, stretching his shoulders. Huh, me behind you? Don't be ridiculous, Naruto. If anyone gets left behind, it's you, Temari replied with a confident smile, adjusting her tails. They began to run, choosing a route through the quiet streets of the village. Let's speed up, Naruto called out, easily passing her. So, you want to play? Temari laughed and increased her pace, catching up with him. The run turned into a friendly competition, overtaking each other, jumping over low fences and dodging early passers-by who looked at the two in surprise. They made a circle through the central streets of the village, where shop owners were just starting to open their shops. Naruto waved to everyone, loudly greeting his acquaintances. Naruto, make less noise, Temari said sternly, although a slight smile played on her face. Well, that's my nature. He answered cheerfully, slowing down a little to wait for her. After jogging, they reached a park near the Hokage residence. There, stopping at a fountain, Naruto suggested that they take a rest. Admit it, are you tired? He teased, sitting on the edge of the fountain. Are you kidding? It was a warm-up, Temari said, sitting down next to him. For a while, they just sat, enjoying the morning coolness and the view of the village coming to life. You know, I like this village, Temari suddenly said, looking at the people around her. You see, Konoha knows how to charm, Naruto answered proudly, smiling at her. After a short rest, they continued walking around the village, discussing training plans and simply enjoying their time together. After a short rest by the fountain, Naruto and Temari decided to continue their walk, but at a more leisurely pace. They walked along the main street of the village, enjoying its morning atmosphere. Life was beginning to emerge around them. Merchants were laying out their wares, children were running along the streets, and shinobi from different units were heading to their tasks. Everything is so warm here, Temari said thoughtfully, looking at the smiling passers-by. Everything is different in Suna, they lack such energy. That's because Konoha is more than just a village, Naruto replied, clasping his hands behind his head. It's a family. Even those who sometimes quarrel still care about each other. Family, you say? Temari paused, looking at Naruto. It's surprising to hear that from someone who has been alone for so long. Naruto lowered his head slightly, but then smiled again. That's exactly why I appreciate it. Because I know what it's like to be without a family. Temari looked at him for a moment, lost in thought, but quickly became distracted when they passed a small stall with a couple of old men selling fresh buns. Let's get something to eat since you never let me make breakfast, she said, pointing to the counter. Oh, what a great idea. Naruto quickly ran up to the stall, pulling out some money. 2 buns, please. The old men smiled and handed them warm buns that smelled of sesame seeds. Help yourself, Naruto said, handing one to Temari. Thank you, she replied, taking a bite. Delicious. I told you Konoha has the best buns, Naruto said proudly, eagerly finishing his own. They continued walking, turning down quieter streets. Along the way, Naruto showed them different places that were meaningful to him. The training ground where he first trained with Kakashi and Sakura, the Ichiraku ramen shop. You really love this village, Temari said, looking at Naruto with a slight smile. How could you not? He replied. This is my home. They reached the training grounds, where Naruto stopped. So, ready for some real training? He asked, rubbing his hands together impatiently. After jogging and walking, you don't know how tired you are, do you? Temari replied, crossing her arms. For a real shinobi, there is no such word as tired. He exclaimed enthusiastically. Okay, Temari grinned, raising her combat fan. Let's see what you have to show me. They began training, and Temari was surprised to see how seriously Naruto approached the matter. He enjoyed not only training himself, but also teaching others and sharing his knowledge. You're not just strong, Temari suddenly said during a short break. You're someone who inspires. Naruto looked at her, slightly surprised, but then smiled. Thank you. Now let's continue. Naruto, the Hokage herself is calling you, said the Anbu who appeared. Okay, I'm going. See you at home, Naruto said and disappeared in a flash. Appearing in front of Tsunade, he asked. What happened? Sasuke went after Itachi to get revenge. We must stop him at any cost. Itachi has been a secret spy for Konoha for so many years, Tsunade said. Okay, I'll go, Naruto replied and disappeared in a flash. Naruto appeared next to Temari. No time to explain. I'll be there in a few days, the Hokage herself gave me a special mission, Naruto said quickly. Okay, be careful, Temari answered calmly. Naruto disappeared in a flash and immediately appeared at home. He headed to the armory, where he took several kunai and his katana. Naruto knew exactly where the battle between Itachi and Sasuke would take place. Understanding the importance of the mission, he headed to the indicated place without delay. Along the way, he considered the possible obstacles, especially the fact that Obito would most likely appear on his way and do everything to stop him. If he does appear, I must be ready, Naruto thought calmly, gripping the hilt of his katana. A flash of lightning lit up the night sky, and the sounds of thunder came on the wind. Naruto ran forward at full speed, preparing himself for the fact that he would soon face one of his most dangerous opponents. As expected, after a few hours of travel, a masked man suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Hello, Toby said in a mock childish voice. Naruto instantly jumped back, gripping the hilt of his katana. Get out of my way, I don't have time to play with you, he replied coldly. Well, I want to, Toby continued in the same mocking tone, as if deliberately provoking. Get out of my way, Uchiha Madara, Naruto said, but his gaze was confident, knowing full well that Obito was standing in front of him. Silence hung between them for a moment. So you know who I really am, Toby said, but his tone suddenly changed, becoming cold and rude. Naruto didn't waste any time. Quickly forming hand seals, he calmly said. Hiding in the mist. A thick fog immediately spread around them, hiding everything from view. Visibility disappeared, leaving only the sounds of footsteps and a feeling of tension in the air. Naruto began throwing regular kunai, and then kunai with explosion seals, filling the fog with chaotic movements of metal. Toby, with icy calm, stood in place. All the kunai, as expected, passed through his body, as if he were a ghost. Explosions from the seals spread throughout the area, but did not cause the slightest harm to him. You know you can't beat me with tricks like that, Toby said coldly, his voice breaking through the veil of fog. Naruto, without answering, concentrated, continuing his action, as if he was checking something or waiting for the right moment. Naruto threw the kunai again, sending it past Toby. It seemed that the throw was unsuccessful, as the kunai did not even come close to the target. Toby, confident in his immunity, ignored this movement. However, suddenly there was a bright flash, and Naruto appeared behind him with a rasengan in his hand. Gotcha, Naruto said coldly, pressing the rasengan into his opponent's back. Toby crashed into the ground with a crash, his body shaking in pain. Bastard, Toby hissed through clenched teeth, slowly getting up. But then he felt that something was wrong. His chakra suddenly weakened, and he realized that he had lost 80% of his strength. You, Toby said in a cold and angry voice, looking at Naruto. How did you do this? You made that mistake yourself, Naruto replied calmly, standing ready for another strike. You relied too much on your intangibility, Naruto said calmly. I created a fog to limit your vision, and then I started throwing kunai to distract you. I threw the last kunai right next to you on purpose. You didn't pay attention to it and didn't activate your intangibility. That kunai had the Hiraishin seal on it. And 80% of your power was lost because of the special seal I placed on you. Toby slowly stood up, feeling weak from the loss of chakra. You're just like your father, you bastard, he said coldly, looking at Naruto. But this time, I will retreat, Uzumaki Naruto. With that, he disappeared, leaving Naruto alone in the thick fog. Naruto hurriedly headed towards the battlefield, feeling the tension in the air. As soon as he arrived, he saw Sasuke, who was already ready to deliver the finishing blow. Both opponents were exhausted, but their intentions were clear. Before you die, you will see the power of hatred towards you. Sasuke shouted, raising his hand to the sky. At that moment, an electric dragon appeared in the air, sparkling with lightning. Itachi, with a cold gaze, watched his brother, the Mangekyo Sharingan burning in his eyes. Sasuke, in turn, looked at him furiously. Die, Sasuke said, swinging, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Naruto appeared out of nowhere. Lightning fast, he jumped up and with one blow to the stomach threw Sasuke back, forcing him to collide closely with the wall. Sasuke lost consciousness, his body was wounded, and he was unable to resist. Itachi, without having time to react, frowned and looked at Naruto in bewilderment. "Why did you come here, Uzumaki Naruto? Don't you want Sasuke to become stronger?" His voice was full of bewilderment, he could not understand Naruto's actions. Naruto wasted no time in appearing next to Itachi, his gaze determined. "I want to, but I won't sacrifice people," Naruto replied, then knocked Itachi out with one powerful blow to the neck. Carrying both unconscious Uchihas onto his shoulders, Naruto disappeared in a flash, taking them with him. Part 23. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, his body aching from the battle he had just endured. He looked around and realized that he was in a dark cave. Naruto and Itachi were standing next to him. His gaze instantly filled with rage. "Itachi, I'll kill you," he screamed, trying to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. He fell back to the ground, clenching his fists helplessly. "Calm down, Sasuke. You have a seal on you. You won't be able to move until you stop resisting," Naruto said calmly, watching his attempts. Sasuke glared at him. "Why are you doing this, Naruto? You know that bastard destroyed my clan, my family, broke all the ties." There was pain and hatred in his voice. Naruto answered shortly, "I know." Sasuke could not contain his anger. "I will kill both of you, bastards." But Naruto remained cold-blooded. He took a piece of paper from his bag and began to draw symbols on it. When he finished, he put the paper to Sasuke's face. The Uchiha's body instantly went limp, and his mouth no longer made a sound. "This is a paralysis seal, Sasuke. Now you will not only be unable to move, but also to speak," Naruto said, removing his hand. His voice was firm, but without aggression. "And now you will learn the truth about the death of your clan." Naruto turned his gaze to Itachi, who had been silent until then. Itachi nodded briefly, agreeing. His face was calm, but his eyes showed fatigue and a shadow of regret. Itachi looked down, sighing heavily, and began to speak, his voice low and full of sadness. "Sasuke, for a long time, I carried this burden alone. But it's time for you to know the truth." Sasuke glared at his brother, but he couldn't move or respond because of the paralysis seal Naruto had placed on him. His eyes darted around, trying to comprehend what was happening. "After the Nine Tails attacked the village, our clan came under suspicion," Itachi continued. "The Konoha leadership decided that the Uchiha were behind it. We were isolated, removed from power, accused of things we didn't do. This created discontent." He paused, his voice growing quieter. "Father, as the head of the clan, decided to start a rebellion. They were going to seize power in the village. The Konoha leadership found out about it. I was given an ultimatum. Either I destroy my clan myself, or they will, which will lead to huge casualties, to a war that will take many innocent lives." Itachi's voice trembled, but he continued, looking straight into Sasuke's eyes. "I chose the lesser evil. I agreed to save the village from war. And to save you." Sasuke looked at him with pain and indignation. His eyes burned with hatred, but he remained helpless. "I killed our clan, but I couldn't touch you. You were a child, innocent, unrelated to this conflict. I left you alive so that you could grow, so that you could become strong. So that one day you would learn the truth and make your choice." Itachi closed his eyes, as if reliving that terrible night. His voice trembled, but he did not allow himself to break. "I took on all the hatred and anger so that the village could live. So that you could live." Naruto, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his voice firm. "Sasuke, you may hate him, but he did what no one else could do. He gave his life, his honor, his happiness to protect the village and you." Sasuke wanted to scream, but he could not. His eyes were full of tears, which he tried to hold back. The silence in the cave was becoming unbearable. Itachi looked at Sasuke one last time and quietly added, "I'm not asking for forgiveness. You have every right to hate me. But know that everything I've done, I did for you." Silence hung in the air, filled with pain that all three of them now shared. Naruto walked up to Sasuke, his gaze cold, but there was weariness in the depths of his eyes. He touched the seal on the Uchiha's body and removed it. "I'll leave you two to have a heart-to-heart talk," Naruto said in a calm voice, looking at both brothers. Sasuke tried to move, feeling his body regain its freedom. His eyes immediately darted to Itachi, filled with anger, pain, and doubt. Without adding anything unnecessary, Naruto turned and headed for the exit. He paused for a second at the entrance to the cave, but did not turn around. "Try to understand each other," he said quietly, then disappeared into the shadows, leaving the brothers alone. Naruto returned a day later. He stopped at the threshold of the cave and, seeing the two brothers whose conversation was already dying down, said quietly, "I see you made peace." Sasuke turned around with a displeased look, but in his eyes, both pain and despair were noticeable. "Naruto, tell me one thing, you knew everything since childhood. Why didn't you tell me anything?" His voice was full of anger and pain. He could not understand why Naruto was silent when it was so important. Naruto sighed, his expression did not change. "Quiet, calm down. I had my reasons for this," he said and, not giving Sasuke a chance to continue, added, "I will show your destiny in the future." Having said this, Naruto instantly folded the seals and, barely touching Sasuke's forehead, cast a spell. An instant, and a strong blow transferred Sasuke to a nightmarish future. Images flashed before his eyes, heart-wrenching. The death of his wife, the death of his daughter, the fall of the shinobi world into chaos and destruction. He saw how death was imminent for him, too, a threat that followed his every step. Sasuke recoiled, wincing in pain, and opened his eyes. His body was covered in sweat, and tears stood in his eyes. What was that? He almost whispered, feeling his world turn upside down. Naruto stood there, calm as always, and his words were heavy. "This is the future. If we don't change it, it will never change," Naruto replied, not taking his eyes off Sasuke. "He showed me that too," Itachi said, struggling to get the words out. He suddenly coughed up blood and staggered, falling to his knees. "Itachi!" Sasuke shouted, rushing toward his brother. "It's bad, his illness is getting worse," Naruto said, walking over and gently lowering Itachi to the ground. He knocked him out cold to give him some time. "What are you doing?" Sasuke asked, not understanding what was happening. "I'll cure him," Naruto replied calmly. Bright orange chakra surrounded his hands. He began pouring it into Itachi, focusing on restoring and cleansing the chakra channels. After a few minutes, Itachi opened his eyes. He felt his body fill with strength, as if years of torment had dissolved in an instant. He jumped up, looking around in surprise, feeling alert and healthy. "I cured you. You had a chakra illness, one of the channels was blocked," Naruto said. "Thank you," Itachi replied, his voice filled with gratitude but also bewilderment. Naruto wasted no time. "Now let's get to it," he said decisively. "Sasuke, you have to get stronger. And to do that, I will transplant Itachi's eyes into you, and his into yours." Sasuke nodded silently, his heart full of determination and anger. Naruto wasted no time in knocking out both brothers to prepare them for the surgery. He carefully began the job, using his knowledge and experience in the field of medical chakra. Naruto took his time with each movement, focusing all his energy so that this operation would go smoothly. A week later. "I see that you have already recovered," Naruto said, watching the brothers closely. "I have already spent 2 weeks on you. I will leave you, and you train." He directed his gaze at Sasuke, pointing a finger at him. "Especially you. You must become stronger. Fully master the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan," Naruto said, and his voice sounded decisive. Sasuke only nodded, realizing that he had a difficult path ahead. Naruto looked at them both once more and without another word, he disappeared in a bright flash of thunder, leaving the brothers alone with their thoughts and training. Part 24. Naruto appeared in his house, feeling slightly tense after the events of the last weeks. "Temari, are you home?" He called out loudly, but there was no answer. The strange silence made him wary. Naruto walked to the window, looked outside, and his heart sank. Instead of the usual noise of the village, he was greeted by a picture of complete destruction. The streets were gone, the houses were turned into piles of rubble. Only his house remained unscathed thanks to the protective barrier. He walked outside, slowly looking around, and involuntarily said, "My mother. This is fucking." The words escaped by themselves, reflecting all the horror of what he saw. Naruto stood in the center of the ruins, trying to understand all that could have happened. "I feel a strange chakra in the center," Kurama said, his voice serious. Naruto frowned, nodded and ran in the direction indicated. His legs carried him faster than the wind until he stopped in front of a huge crater. Rocks, debris and smoke, it all spoke of one thing. "Damn, could it be him?" Naruto whispered, realizing that this was Pain's doing. Anger began to boil inside him. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the village, Sakura was kneeling among the rubble, her hands shaking and tears streaming down her face. "Where are you, Naruto?" she screamed in despair, her voice echoing throughout the deserted ruins. Suddenly, a bright red flash lit up the center of the village. Naruto appeared in front of Pain. His eyes were burning with determination and a palpable aura of power hovered around him. In front of him stood Tsunade, who who was trying to fight despite her fatigue. Her hands were shaking from the effort, but she did not retreat. "Granny, step back. Leave him to me," Naruto said calmly but firmly. Tsunade turned around. Seeing Naruto, her eyes filled with tears and a weak but sincere smile touched her lips. "Finally, hope has come," she whispered softly, stepping back. Naruto stood before Pain, who was in control of the 5 remaining bodies. They were lined up like a single machine, ready to crush their opponent. Naruto looked focused, his golden Kurama chakra flickering, amplifying his every move. "Nine Tails, surrender, and I will leave Konoha," Pain said calmly, but there was steel in his voice. "You surrender, and I will not break your theory of the world," Naruto replied, his voice cold and firm. The animal path Chikushodo instantly summoned 3 giant creatures, an ox, a rhinoceros, and a multi-headed dog. They rushed at Naruto. At the same time, the Asura path Shirato fired a volley of missiles to distract him. Naruto created several shadow clones that rushed at the summoned beasts. He himself dodged the missiles that exploded behind him. With incredible strength, he grabbed the bull by the horn, stopped its movement and threw it aside with force. He knocked the rhinoceros off its feet using the speed of Kurama's chakra. But the multi-headed dog was more difficult, each wound caused it to split into even more heads. "It's useless," Naruto whispered, jumping back. He created a huge rasengan, but the Preta path Gakido stood in front of him, absorbing the technique. "You can't defeat us with brute force," Pain said calmly. The human path Ninjendo attacked from behind, trying to grab Naruto and rip out his soul. But Naruto, anticipating the move, dodged at the last moment. Asura suddenly transformed his hand into a cannon and fired a huge explosive projectile. Naruto used Hiraishin, moving to one of the kunai left earlier to avoid the blow. "You rely too much on your numbers, but I'm starting to see your weaknesses," Naruto said calmly. He sent out several clones to distract Pain's bodies while he focused on destroying the most dangerous bodies. Naruto created Fudan, Rasenshuriken and threw it at the path of human. Preta tried to absorb the technique again, but it was only an illusionary clone. The real Rasenshuriken crashed into the target, destroying it. The remaining bodies surrounded Naruto. Path of Heavenly Realm Tendo used Shinra Tensai, throwing him dozens of meters away. Naruto stood up with difficulty, his body burning with pain, but his gaze remained cold. "You cannot defeat the true power of the Rinnegan," Pain said, rising into the air to use Chibaku Tensai. "And you cannot break my will," Naruto replied, his body enveloped in even brighter Kurama chakra. Pain activated Chibaku Tensai, creating a massive sphere that sucked in everything around it. Naruto, realizing that this was his last chance, summoned Kurama's maximum power. Along with Gamabunta and Gameiken that he had summoned earlier, he fired Fudan, Rasenshuriken into the center of the sphere. The explosion destroyed the technique before it could suck him in. "You really are strong," Pain said as his bodies looked exhausted but he still stood. Naruto was breathing heavily, but his gaze remained focused. Naruto stood in front of Pain, his body enveloped in the golden glow of Kurama's chakra. The surroundings were silent, broken only by the sound of debris being destroyed. Pain looked at him with cold determination, the other 5 bodies lined up behind him, preparing to fight. "Nine Tails, surrender and I will leave Konoha alone," Tendo said in an uncaring tone. Naruto didn't flinch, his voice was firm and cool. "Konoha is my home. I won't let you take anything else from me." Pain didn't respond, but held his hand out. The animal path was the first to break the silence, summoning a giant multi-headed dog and a chameleon. The dog lunged at Naruto, tearing up the ground with its huge paws, and the chameleon disappeared into invisibility. Naruto wasted no time, creating 3 clones to distract the dog and focused on finding the chameleon. "You're not hiding from me," he said, activating Kurama's sensory abilities. In the blink of an eye, he jumped on the invisible beast and hit it with a rasengan, causing it to disappear. But at that moment, the Asura path fired missiles that exploded around Naruto. Golden chakra protected him from damage, but Asura was already rushing into close combat, releasing mechanical blades. Naruto barely managed to dodge, activating Hiraishin mode to get behind Asura. He instantly hit him with a large rasengan, crushing the puppet's body. The remaining bodies worked in unison. The Preta path used its ability to absorb chakra to neutralize some of Naruto's attacks, and Tendo, taking advantage of the moment, used Bansho Tenon, pulling Naruto towards himself. "You are weak, like everyone else," Pain said, preparing a deadly blow. But Naruto, instead of resisting, suddenly smiled. He activated Hiraishin, instantly teleporting behind Tendo. With incredible speed, he struck with a fist enhanced by Kurama's chakra. The blow threw Tendo several meters away. Don't think that I will let you control the fight, Naruto said coldly. The animal again summoned more beasts, a giant bull, a bird, and a crab. Naruto, using Kurama's power, destroyed the bird and the bull in the blink of an eye, but the crab released a powerful stream of water that threw him back. At this time, Tendo used Shinra Tensei again, creating a wave of destruction. Naruto had to activate a barrier made of Kurama's chakra to protect himself. But even with this protection, he was thrown back several meters and crashed into the ground. You don't understand what real pain is, Tendo said, approaching Naruto. Naruto stood up, his eyes burning with determination. I understand pain more than you think, but that is no excuse to destroy everything around you, he replied. Pain decided to finish the fight by rising into the air to prepare Chibaku Tensei. He created a huge ball that began to attract everything around him. Naruto felt the ground beneath him begin to shift and his body began to be pulled into the sphere. If this is all you can do, then you will never stop me, Naruto said coldly. Activating the full power of Kurama's chakra, he created two huge Rasen shuriken. With incredible speed, he threw them straight into the center of the sphere, tearing it apart. Debris flew in all directions, destroying the remains of the battlefield. Naruto suddenly began to form seals, and then began drawing symbols in the air with his finger. What is this? Temari asked, watching what was happening. Tsunade was next to her, who was already starting to lose consciousness. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at Naruto's actions. This is Fuinjutsu, a technique of the Uzumaki clan. But this is not a simple Fuinjutsu, but the highest technique of the master, she said before finally passing out from fatigue. Do you think you can stop me with this? Pain said mockingly, watching Naruto. Naruto finished drawing the symbols, and suddenly a circle appeared in the sky. Following this, everyone was stunned. Pain's body, having lost its balance, fell to the ground. Naruto knew where Nagato was, and without hesitation ran towards him. Meanwhile, those watching the battle could not believe what was happening. As the battle over, Pain fell. Naruto ran somewhere, Shino said, looking at what was happening in bewilderment. Opening curly bracket question mark closing curly bracket opening square bracket. Elk skull. Naruto wasted no time in appearing next to the tree, his gaze set in determination. He walked up close and, sensing the magic, stepped inside the tree. There, in the shadows, Nagato was already waiting for him. His eyes were tired and disappointed, but they still burned with the same fire that once ignited his desire to change the world. Nagato, Naruto said, walking closer. This is the end. You can't go on like this anymore. Nagato looked up, his eyes meeting Naruto's. There was coldness and determination in them. Do you really think you can stop me? You don't understand, Naruto. You will never understand, Nagato said, his voice quiet but full of pain. Naruto clenched his fists tighter, but he didn't back down. I understand the pain. I understand what you've lost. But that doesn't mean you have to take revenge. You can change this, you can believe in people like me. Nagato chuckled, his expression turning sad. You think the world can be changed just like that? We've lost everything. Everything I've done it to stop the suffering. You understand that, right? Yes, I understand, Naruto replied, feeling every word he said pierce deep into his soul. But I believe that the world can't be changed through force. Not through destruction. I want you to understand that. You're too naive, Naruto. Your faith in people, do you think it's stronger than the pain and fear? Nagato stepped forward, his voice growing harder. You're as naive as everyone who comes after me. Naruto shook his head, a sense of determination clouding his eyes. I'm not naive. I just believe that people can change themselves. You can do it too, Nagato. I believe in you. The silence stretched on, and in that moment, Nagato noticed how Naruto's strength didn't just come from himself, but from all of his faith in people. His gaze softened, but the fear of change was still great. Naruto and Nagato continued to talk for hours, their conversation becoming increasingly tense, but at some point, something changed in the atmosphere. Nagato, after listening to Naruto, realized that this boy truly believed in the dream that he himself once believed in. His gaze became softer, and for a moment, he seemed to believe in the possibility of change. I entrust our dream with Jiraiya-sensei to you, Nagato said quietly, his eyes filling with a deep, almost tragic light. With these words, he formed hand seals, his face darkened with determination, and, standing right in front of Naruto, said, Divine Resurrection. At that moment, the air around Nagato began to vibrate, and his hair began to change. It turned white, as if the light itself was healing his body. But instead of being resurrected, instead of being forgiven, Nagato felt his strength leave him. With his last breath, he quietly fell to his knees, his body no longer supporting life. Part 25. Why didn't you take the rinnegan? Kurama asked, looking at Naruto carefully. I won't rush, Naruto replied, his voice remaining calm and cold. First, I'll take all the tailed beasts, and the rinnegan. Its time will come. Naruto opened his eyes. The room was quiet. Temari was sleeping next to him, curled up. Her calm breathing was comforting. Naruto couldn't help but smile, watching her. He carefully got up, trying not to wake the girl, and left the room. A few minutes later, the rustle of a knife on a board and the slight smell of frying vegetables could be heard in the kitchen. An hour later, Temari woke up. A set table was waiting for her and Naruto was sitting calmly opposite her. Good morning, he said with a slight smile, pushing a plate of breakfast towards her. Temari narrowed her eyes in displeasure, and then suddenly slapped him. Where have you been? She flared up, folding her arms across her chest. You said you were going to be gone for a few days, but you were gone for almost a month. Do you know how worried I was? Naruto just looked at her calmly, his gaze remaining confident. I know, Temari. But now you need to eat. He handed her a cup of tea. After some time of conversation, Naruto heard about Jiraiya's death, although he already knew about it. I told that stubborn old man that he shouldn't go alone, but he never listened to me, Naruto said calmly. After breakfast, Naruto went outside and joined the restoration of the village after the destruction. Naruto, concentrating, folded seals and used the shadow clone technique. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 clones appeared around him, which immediately began to act. Each of them ran to different corners of the village to clear the streets of rubble and restore the destroyed buildings. Work faster, we have a lot to do. Naruto commanded loudly, watching his clones pick up the debris and stack it in neat piles. He himself did not stay aside. Grabbing a nearby beam, Naruto helped the builders clear the way to the houses. His movements were confident and fast, and determination was written in his eyes. The villagers, seeing how he put all his effort, could not remain indifferent. One by one, they began to join the work, feeling that together with Naruto, they could cope with any difficulties. We will restore everything, he said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and continuing to work. After this, Konoha will become even stronger than before. The children who were watching him from the windows began to smile. For them, Naruto was a real hero who did not give up even in the most difficult moments. The villagers whispered that it was thanks to him that the village regained hope. By evening, work was in full swing throughout the village. Naruto's clones worked with incredible coordination. Some were clearing the streets, some were helping to move the heavy debris, and some were even starting minor repairs on the destroyed buildings. Naruto, standing in the center of one of the destroyed squares, watched the results of their efforts. Where there had been piles of stones and rubble in the morning, the familiar outlines of streets and houses were now beginning to appear again. This is just the beginning, he muttered under his breath, clenching his fists. One of the villagers, an elderly man with a tired but grateful look, approached him. Thank you, Naruto, he said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. We wouldn't have done it so quickly without you. I'm doing what I have to, Naruto replied with a slight smile. Konoha is my home, and I won't let it remain in ruins. At that moment, one of the clones disappeared, passing on his memories to Naruto. He saw that in the western part of the village, under the rubble, there was a group of people who needed help. I'll be right back, Naruto said quickly, running in that direction. When he reached the place, he saw a group of shinobi trying to clear away huge stone slabs. Naruto immediately created another dozen clones and joined them. Let's do it together, he shouted. Having combined their efforts, they quickly coped, freeing the victims. One of the rescued, a young girl, rose with difficulty and looked at Naruto. Thank you, you saved us. Everything will be fine, Naruto assured her, helping her up. You are safe now. The work did not stop with the sunset. The light of torches illuminated the streets, and the noise of construction continued to sound. But despite his fatigue, Naruto did not think of stopping. In his head, the voice of Jiraiya sounded, who once said, a true leader is one who is ready to go to the end for his people. I will not fail you, Naruto said quietly, looking up at the starry sky. Neither the village nor you, Jiraiya-sensei. The night was dark but quiet. Walking home after a long day, Naruto enjoyed the moment of peace. Suddenly, he was surrounded by Root Anbu, their masks hiding their faces. Uzumaki Naruto, you should come with us, one of them said coldly. Naruto looked at them carefully, but did not show any worry. Okay, he answered calmly and followed them. They led him to a dark root hideout, where the walls seemed to absorb the darkness. As soon as they entered, sealing techniques were cast on Naruto, restricting his movements. Danzo appeared from the shadows in front of him, his gaze full of self-satisfaction. I knew you would act sooner or later, Danzo, Naruto said calmly, his eyes cold as ice. You are under my control now, brat, Danzo said, tearing off the eye patch that concealed the Sharingan. With your strength and the Sharingan I will obtain, I will become Hokage and make Konoha invincible. Naruto chuckled slightly. Do you really think you can subdue me with this? Suddenly, the seals holding him began to crack and crumble. In one movement, Naruto was freed as if they were ordinary ropes. How did you do that? Danzo shouted in shock, taking a step back. I am not affected by such cheap tricks, Naruto said coldly. Suddenly, he disappeared in a bright flash of light. Before Danzo could do anything, Naruto reappeared, but he was not alone. Sasuke and Itachi stood next to him, their eyes glowing with the power of the Sharingan. You wanted to control me, Naruto said, his voice filled with menace. Now let's see who's controlling who here. Itachi took a step forward, his gaze piercing. Danzo, you've gone too far again. It ends today. Danzo felt a cold sweat run down his back. I'll leave you, Naruto said calmly, looking at Sasuke and Itachi. Deal with this bastard, and I'll destroy Root. Without waiting for an answer, Naruto pulled his katana from its sheath. The blade glinted in the dim light. He instantly rushed forward, attacking the nearest Root Anbu. Stop, one of them shouted, but Naruto was already faster. His strikes were precise and deadly effective, leaving his enemies with only seconds to realize their weakness. You've chosen the wrong side, Naruto said coldly, cutting through another attack from an enemy shinobi. Root is rotten to the core, and I will cut it down completely. The Anbu tried to resist, but their techniques and attacks were no match for Naruto's strength and speed. One by one, they fell, while Naruto's clones, created at the same time, began to clear the room. None of you will leave here alive, he said, blocking an attack from one of the Anbu and immediately counter-attacking. The roar of battle echoed throughout the shelter, destroying the silence. Naruto moved like a hurricane, destroying everyone who stood in his way. Each step brought him closer to finally destroying Root. An hour later, Naruto completed his mission, slaughtering all of the Root members. His footsteps echoed throughout the empty halls, and his katana dripped with blood. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Itachi and Sasuke, who had already finished their job. Oh my god, Naruto. Itachi said quietly, looking at him. Naruto was covered in blood, his clothes were soaked in scarlet stains. But his gaze remained cold and calm. You slaughtered an entire clan, and you were covered in blood too, Naruto replied calmly, looking at Itachi. Then he turned his gaze to the two of them. I guess you've had your revenge. He pointed his hand towards the remains of the base. This is your training base now. It is full of scrolls, weapons, and materials. Use them wisely. With that, Naruto disappeared in a bright flash, leaving the brothers to face the destruction. Moments later, he appeared at home. Temari froze in shock when she saw him. Oh my god, Naruto, what happened? She exclaimed, running up to him. Naruto looked at her, his face cold despite his fatigue. It's okay, he replied shortly. It's not my blood. Temari squeezed his hand, unsure of what to say. Her gaze was worried, but Naruto only turned away and headed to the bathroom, leaving bloody footprints behind him. Part 26. 3 months had passed since the destruction of Root. Konoha was slowly recovering from the ordeal. The destroyed buildings were being rebuilt, the villagers were returning to their normal lives, and the shinobi were working to restore order and protect the village. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had been in a coma after using all of her powers during Pain's attack, had finally woken up. Her awakening was a bright event for the entire village. How long was I unconscious? She asked, sitting up in the hospital bed and looking around the familiar room. Shizune, who was standing next to her, replied. 3 months, Tsunade-sama. A lot has happened in that time. Tsunade frowned, feeling the weight of responsibility fall on her shoulders once again. Is Konoha recovering? She asked with tension in her voice. Yes, thanks to Naruto and everyone else. They did an incredible job, Shizune said with a warm smile. Tsunade sighed heavily, knowing that the village had been through a lot, but was glad that her people were strong and united. Okay, she said, standing up. There is no time to waste. I need to see for myself. Together with Shizune, she went out onto the streets of Konoha, where construction and restoration were in full swing. The residents greeted her, rejoicing at the return of their Hokage. Tsunade walked along the streets of Konoha, carefully looking at the restored houses and the shinobi who were working tirelessly. But suddenly her gaze stopped on a familiar figure. On one of the built balconies, she saw Naruto and Temari. They were sitting at a small table, calmly eating lunch. There was a slight smile on Naruto's face, and Temari was telling something, gesturing with her hands. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, noticing the details. It seemed that Temari had brought lunch. Packages with food lay nearby on the table. Temari looked relaxed, and Naruto, despite his fatigue, seemed content and peaceful. Well, who would have thought, Tsunade said quietly, grinning. So he finally found someone who can look after him. She watched the pair for a few more seconds before continuing on her way, leaving them alone. Tsunade continued down the street, admiring the restored village. She finally reached the Hokage's residence, which stood majestically above Konoha. The residence was restored only a week ago, Shizune noted, pride in her voice. Tsunade stopped at the base of the building, looking around. The new Hokage's residence was impressive. Its walls were gleaming with fresh plaster, and the large windows reflected the sunlight. The woodwork of the facade was made of sturdy wood, and at the very top, above the main entrance, the Konoha symbol was carved with special care. Impressive, Tsunade muttered, walking up the steps. She walked inside and was amazed at how carefully the building had been restored. The hall was spacious, tiled with smooth tiles, and the walls were covered with fresh scrolls detailing the village's great history. The Hokage's desk and chair stood in the center of the office, made of dark, expensive wood. The floors gleamed with fresh paint, and the ceiling was newly carved with the symbols of the 5 great nations. It seems the village is growing stronger again, Tsunade said, looking around the room. Shizune nodded. Yes, and it is thanks to your example, Tsunade-sama. We knew you would want this. Tsunade smiled, but her eyes were still determined. It is time to take control again, she said, walking to her desk. There is still much work to do. A week later, Tsunade returned to her normal life as Hokage. She sat at her desk in the office, which now looked as good as new, and sorted through a mountain of paperwork. A lot of work had accumulated in the 3 months she had been gone: reports, mission requests, recovery plans. Phew, this just goes on, she muttered, signing another one. Tsunade was grateful that Kakashi was filling in for her temporarily. His efforts helped keep the village in order, but the work that remained after he left still required her attention. Suddenly, the door to the office burst open and Shizune rushed in, out of breath. Tsunade-sama, she exclaimed, holding her breath. Tsunade looked up, her brows furrowed. What is it, Shizune? The Raikage is calling the 5-cage summit in the Land of Iron, Shizune said quickly. Tsunade straightened up, her face turning serious. The 5-cage summit, something serious happened. Shizune nodded. It has to do with the threat from Akatsuki and their plans. It seems they have kidnapped the Raikage's younger brother. Tsunade stood up from her desk, her tone immediately businesslike. Then we should not waste time. Make all the necessary preparations for departure. Hard times have indeed come to this world. Tsunade, thinking for a moment after Shizune's words, reached out to a hidden button on her desk. Pressing it, she activated a mechanism that instantly summoned a squad of Anbu. 3 masked shinobi appeared in front of her, standing at full readiness. Find and summon Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade ordered in a stern voice. The Anbu nodded in unison. Yes, Hokage-sama, one of them replied, and a moment later they disappeared as suddenly as they had appeared. Tsunade turned back to Shizune, her gaze turning serious. If the Raikage is calling the council, then the situation is truly serious. Naruto must be aware. He is our greatest strength in this war. Shizune nodded, understanding the gravity of the moment. Naruto was working on the rebuilding, with Tazuna and Temari working next to him. The construction was in full swing, and each of them contributed their efforts to rebuilding the village after the destruction. Yes, Temari-san, Naruto saved our country, Tazuna said gratefully, his face showing deep appreciation. We couldn't have done it without him. Temari nodded, standing next to him and watching Naruto work. He was tired, but he continued to work tirelessly. Suddenly, from the shadows, as if they had appeared out of nowhere, several figures in black masks and cloaks jumped out. They were Anbu. They stood in front of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage-sama is calling for you, one of them said, his voice calm but stern. Naruto paused for a moment, then looked back at Temari and Tazuna, nodding towards the Anbu. Understood, he said, putting down his tools. I'll go. There's enough work to do without me. He walked towards them, and a few moments later, he disappeared around the corner, heading for the Hokage's residence. Naruto entered the Hokage's office and immediately noticed Tsunade's serious expression. He walked up to the desk and asked, narrowing his eyes. What happened, Granny? Tsunade looked up from her paperwork and, without changing her expression, replied. There will be a 5-cage summit. I want you to be my guard. Get ready, you have 2 days to prepare. Naruto, slightly surprised, but always ready to do his job, nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I will do everything right. Tsunade smiled slightly, watching Naruto's determination. This will not be an easy meeting. Be prepared for anything, she said, returning to her papers again. Naruto, succumbing to his usual confidence, quickly left the office, preparing for the upcoming task. 2 days later, Naruto, along with Tsunade and a small guard, set off on a journey to the Land of Iron, where the 5-cage summit was to be held. Time to prepare was limited, but Naruto managed to gather everything he needed and prepare for the meeting. The journey took a week. The path was long and not the easiest, but the team moved with confidence, despite the possible dangers. Along the way, they passed through mountain paths and forests, sometimes encountering small problems, but overall, everything went according to plan. Finally, after a week, they arrived in the Land of Iron, where the other cage were already waiting for them. Tsunade, despite the fatigue from the long journey, maintained her grandeur and determination, and Naruto was ready for any challenges that could arise at the council. Place the cage's hats on the table, said Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, standing in front of everyone. Today, at the request of the Raikage, the 5-cage summit will be held. I, Mifune, will act as the mediator. I declare the meeting of the 5-cage open, he continued, addressing the assembled. I will begin, said Gaara, preparing to speak first. But he was interrupted by Onoki, who was sitting opposite him. Our composition has changed since the last meeting, Onoki began mockingly, looking at Gaara. It's not bad that the cage managed to become the head of the village at such a young age. It's a shame your father didn't have time to teach you the rules of etiquette. Gaara, unable to contain himself, answered sharply. You are absolutely right, otherwise I would not be here. Onoki laughed and, narrowing his eyes, said. You have no lack of impudence. Mei intervened, trying to calm the situation. Tsuchikage, let the cage speak, do not interrupt him. Gaara, slightly pursing his lips, continued. I was the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed. Akatsuki kidnapped me, after which they removed the Biju. I consider Akatsuki a serious threat. The cage began to discuss the situation with the theft of the Biju. Mifune, watching everyone, noticed that Tsunade was silent, listening attentively. If Akatsuki continues their activities, we will all be in trouble, the Raikage said, drawing attention to the seriousness of the situation. We have already lost several Biju. We cannot allow this to continue. I agree with the Raikage, Gaara continued, sharpening the topic. Akatsuki has already kidnapped the One-Tailed. I know they will not stop there. If we do not act, we will face disaster. Onoki, narrowing his eyes slightly, agreed. This is not just a threat, this is a war. If Akatsuki really does intend to collect all the Biju, it means that they are planning serious action against us. Mei, as always, offered her point of view. We must unite and find a way to protect the remaining Jinchuriki. With each battle, Akatsuki's strength grows. We cannot allow them to take even more. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained silent, carefully observing the situation. As far as I know, there are only 2 Jinchuriki left in the world. Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee, Gaara said, watching the crowd's reactions closely. At that moment, the Raikage suddenly became angry. He stood up from the table and slammed his fist into the surface, breaking the table in half. The impact was so strong that everyone present suddenly flinched. Naruto, sitting to the side, prepared for a possible fight. His face became serious, and without losing confidence, he said. I am warning you, calm down. His voice was calm, but threatening. Everyone in the room fell silent, realizing that Naruto was not joking. The atmosphere became tense, but fortunately, everyone quickly came to their senses. Tsunade, noticing that the situation could have gotten out of control, finally spoke up. I think we should all work together to confront Akatsuki and prevent further losses. If we act separately, we risk becoming their next victims. You are so pathetic, said a cold voice, and a masked man appeared in front of the cage. Everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to the stranger. He continued. I came here to talk to you. If we can find common ground, I will tell you about my Eye of the Moon project. His voice was confident and secretive, as if he was in complete control of the situation. The Raikage, unable to stand such a brazen tone, immediately entered the cloak of lightning and swiftly attacked Toby. But his attack passed right through the masked man's figure. I told you, I came to talk to you, Toby repeated calmly. Bring back my little brother, the Raikage said sharply, drawing attention to the recent kidnappings. Let's listen to him, suggested Onoki, trying to ease the tension in the room. Toby removed his mask, and the true leader of Akatsuki appeared before their eyes. I am the true leader of Akatsuki, my name is Uchiha Madara, he said, looking at everyone with restraint. Impossible. I knew Uchiha Madara, Onoki muttered, clearly shocked. Madara chuckled. I remember you, little Onoki. Alas, I was wounded in the battle against Hashirama, nothing remains of my strength except my name, Madara replied with a grim smile. In Konoha, under the rubble of the Uchiha clan, there is a stone left by the Rakudo Sannin himself, Madara continued, ignoring the shock in the eyes of the assembled. Rakudo Sannin, what kind of fairy tales are you telling everyone here? He did not exist, the Raikage interrupted him, doubting the veracity of these words. Madara sighed, taking his time to answer. Once, a long time ago, the Rakudo Sannin saved the world by defeating a single creature, it was the 10-tailed Biju, he said. The current tailed beasts are just fragments of the 10-tailed Biju. Everyone fell silent, digesting these words. Give me the remaining Biju, and I will recreate the 10 tails. With this power, I will become its Jinchuriki. I will bring peace. A world of eternal illusion, without war. A world where everyone can be happy, Madara continued, his gaze becoming more and more determined. Naruto could not stand it, and, feeling that this conversation was leading to great danger, said, forming a rasengan on his right hand. Bullshit. Such a world is just an illusion. His words were full of rage. All the Kage nodded in agreement with Naruto. Madara, with a smile, whose gaze was full of menace, said. In that case, I declare the Fourth Shinobi World War. Part 27. All countries began to actively prepare for war. The Shinobi Alliance was formed, and each village began to mobilize their forces. At this time, Tsunade was looking through the reports in the Hokage's office. Suddenly, the door opened, and Naruto entered the room. Tsunade-sama, he said seriously, getting her attention. Tsunade looked up and looked at him in surprise. Naruto usually called her Granny, but there was an unusual seriousness in his voice now. Is something wrong, Naruto? She asked, a little wary. I have to go to training, Naruto said firmly. If we are to win this war, I must become stronger. Tsunade thought for a moment, realizing the importance of his words. Okay, she nodded, hiding her worries. But be careful. Naruto nodded silently and left the office, leaving Tsunade lost in thought about the coming war and the strength he needed. When Naruto arrived home, he saw Temari sleeping. Her face looked calm, she was fast asleep, not even noticing his arrival. It was already late, deep into the night. Naruto walked quietly into the room so as not to wake her. He began to get ready, carefully folded his katana and put it in its sheath, took a small bag in which he put the necessary things for training. On the table, he left several sealed scrolls filled with important techniques that Temari could use in his absence. Then he sat down at the table, took a piece of paper and wrote a letter. Temari, I am leaving to train. There is a war ahead, and I must become stronger to protect everyone I love. Do not worry about me, I will return. Take care of yourself, Naruto. Carefully folded the letter, he left it in a prominent place. Taking one last look at Temari, Naruto lingered his gaze on her face. Sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, he whispered, barely audible. After that, he silently left the house and, closing the door behind him, disappeared into the darkness of the night. Naruto appeared among the ruins of the old city of Uzushio. The moonlight illuminated the rickety buildings and the remains of the majestic walls that once protected the strongest Uzumaki clan. This place always gave him a sense of pride and longing, for it was here that his family's roots lay. During his past travels, Naruto often visited Uzushio to better understand his heritage. On one such visit, he built a small house that now served as his shelter. Approaching his humble abode, he paused for a moment to inspect it, and then confidently walked towards the underground storage room he had discovered earlier. Entering inside, Naruto saw many old scrolls, shelves, and artifacts covered in the dust of time. These scrolls contained incredible knowledge accumulated by the Uzumaki clan. He took one of them down and began to read, carefully delving into the ancient techniques and secrets. Each scroll was unique: barriers, sealing techniques, healing, the creation of fuinjutsu patterns that he had never heard of before. He became more and more drawn in as he read. Naruto felt like he was getting closer to his ancestors and stronger with each new scroll. I have to master all of this. This isn't just knowledge, it's my responsibility, Naruto said quietly, continuing to delve deeper into the study of his clan's heritage. Night turned to dawn, but Naruto didn't stop. His goal was clear: to become stronger and use this knowledge to protect the world and fulfill his destiny. A month passed. Naruto practically never left the underground storage of Uzushio. He carefully studied each scroll, absorbing the knowledge of his clan. Around him lay unrolled scrolls with techniques that he couldn't even imagine before: barriers, sealing arts, healing secrets and unique combat techniques. But all of this was just preparation. He was looking for something special, a technique that could change the course of the war. And then, among the hundreds of thousands of scrolls, he found one that stood out. Its surface was sealed with a complex fuinjutsu pattern, and on the scroll was the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto carefully activated the seal, using the technique he had mastered over the past weeks. When the scroll opened, his eyes widened in surprise. "This is it, what I have been looking for all this time," he muttered, studying the contents. The scroll described an ancient method related to the highest techniques of sealing and energy manipulation. This technique was so powerful that, judging by the notes, it was only used in extreme cases. However, Naruto knew that this was the one that could help him in the coming war. "With this, I can definitely change everything," he told himself, his voice sounding confident. He carefully rolled up the scroll and hid it in his bag, realizing that he now had the key to the future, not only for himself but for the entire world. Naruto found himself inside the consciousness, next to Kurama. He looked around, not understanding why he was here. "Kurama, what am I doing here?" he asked, but before he could hear the answer, he felt a familiar but ancient and powerful chakra. Naruto turned around abruptly and saw a silhouette. Suddenly, a majestic man with wise eyes and a staff appeared in front of him. It was none other than the sage of the six paths himself. "Hello, Hagoromo-sama," Naruto bowed respectfully, surprising the sage. "Do you know who I am?" Hagoromo asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto looked him straight in the eyes. "Yes, I know you. But I'm sorry that we meet under these circumstances. I'm actually from the future," Naruto began. "From the future?" Hagoromo was surprised. "Yes, and this future is terrible. In it, the world is destroyed, no one is left. Only scorched earth and a battlefield. I have returned to fix everything, to save everyone," Naruto said firmly, then folded the seals and respectfully asked, "Allow me, Hagoromo-sama." The sage nodded, still surprised by his words. Naruto gently touched his forehead. At that moment, Hagoromo saw what Naruto had spoken of. Fields covered in ash, destroyed villages, mountains of bodies, complete chaos and darkness. A war that had consumed the entire world. When the visions ended, Hagoromo looked stunned. "This is a terrible fate. You speak the truth," he said, sighing heavily. "But if you wish to change it, you will need a power that can withstand such evil." Naruto looked confidently at the sage. "That is exactly what I came for. Help me. Give me Ashura's power," Naruto said. Hagoromo, hearing Naruto's words, closed his eyes and thought. "You say that the future is not just a human war, but something more." "The Otsutsuki," he said quietly, as if remembering something from his distant past. "Yes, it is them. They have been moving towards our planet for a long time. And in the future, they will bring chaos, the likes of which the world has never seen. The Otsutsuki will destroy everything if we are not prepared. They want to take over all the chakra on Earth and create a new god tree," Naruto said firmly, clenching his fists. Hagoromo nodded slowly. "This is more than I could have imagined. I knew that the Otsutsuki clan could return, but I did not think that their influence would spread so far. You are right, Naruto. To protect the world, we will need a force that can stand against them," he said, looking closely at the young man. Naruto took a step forward. "That is why I want Sasuke to receive Indra's power. He and I are a team. In the future, we will fight against the Otsutsuki together. His strength and determination will help us. Only in this way can we protect everyone," he said with unwavering confidence. Hagoromo smiled, seeing how much Naruto had grown not only as a shinobi but also as a leader. "Very well. If that is your decision, I will fulfill your request. You will receive the power of Ashura, and Sasuke will receive the power of Indra. You will both be the guardians of this world and its hope for salvation," he said. Hagoromo extended his hands forward, and light filled the space. Naruto felt an unimaginable energy engulf his body. In that moment, he knew that he would do everything in his power to protect this world from the approaching darkness. Naruto woke up and instantly felt an extraordinary power filling his body. This power was exactly what he had been yearning for so long. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy flowing through them, and smiled. Slowly rising to his feet, he took a deep breath and focused. At that moment, the chakra inside him flared up like the sun. A golden halo surrounded his body, and a sage mark appeared on his forehead. "This is what I've been waiting for," Naruto said quietly. He entered the Sage of the Six Paths chakra mode. 9 black spheres appeared behind him, truth-seeking balls, that slowly hovered around him, emitting power. His eyes glowed with power, and a strong determination was reflected in them. With this power, I can protect everyone. This time will be different, Naruto said, looking ahead with confidence. Naruto looked into the distance, feeling the battles engulfing the world. He knew that every warrior, every unit of power was important now. It's time to act, he said, forming seals. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 clones appeared around him. They all looked confident, determined, and ready to fight. You know what to do. Go and help the Shinobi Alliance. Together we will stop the enemy, Naruto ordered, addressing his clones. The clones nodded in unison, and then with incredible speed, they dispersed in different directions, heading to where their help was needed most. Left alone, Naruto sat down on a rock, crossing his arms over his chest. He looked up at the sky, taking a deep breath. I need to be prepared. The real battle is yet to come, he said quietly, deciding to stay and prepare for what awaited him. Part 28. Who is that next to the second Tsuchikage? One of the shinobi asked anxiously, pointing to a mysterious figure approaching through the haze of battle. The noise of the battle died down for a moment as all eyes turned to the figure, which was slowly moving forward. The figure approached, and the shinobi watching the scene froze in shock. It can't be. One of them breathed out, looking at the stranger in horror. When the figure completely emerged from the shadows, it was revealed to be wearing an ancient Uchiha clan battle armor. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold gaze, full of contempt and power, slid across the battlefield. Uchiha Madara. Someone said his name, and it echoed across the field. Everyone was dumbfounded. The legendary warrior, long thought dead, stood before them alive, radiating incredible strength. So this is the legendary Uchiha Madara, another shinobi muttered, hardly believing his eyes. Madara silently looked at them, as if assessing whether they were worthy of his attention. He took a step forward, his presence alone suppressing the will of his opponents. Is that all? Is this what a united army looks like? He said coldly, his voice sounding like a menacing rumble that echoed across the field. The shinobi froze, realizing that before them stood a legend capable of changing the course of the war. If this guy is the real Madara, then the guy in the mask is a fake. Gaara said in surprise, watching the fearsome enemy. He's coming. Don't look at his eyes. Onoki loudly ordered, warning the alliance shinobi of the power of the Sharingan. Madara carelessly jumped off a high cliff and began to run quickly towards the army. He moved at an incredible speed, and his steps sounded like thunder. The 1,000-strong alliance army prepared for battle, but it was all in vain. Madara, using only taijutsu, immediately rushed into battle. With precise and powerful strikes, he easily dealt with dozens of shinobi in a matter of moments. Such power. This is insane, one of the shinobi shouted, falling after Madara's attack. Madara stopped, looked around the battlefield, and moved on with an arrogant smirk. No one could stop his onslaught. Tamari, who was on the front line, grabbed her huge fan and, making seals, used a wind technique. Wind release, wind blade. A powerful wave of wind hit Madara, throwing him back. He landed, sliding slightly on the ground. Madara stood up, inspected the dust on his armor, and wiped it away with a grin. Not bad, but it's not enough, he said, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A huge pillar of fire erupted from Madara's mouth, raining down on the shinobi's positions. The air around him instantly became hot, and the sky was filled with smoke. Everyone get back. Use defensive techniques immediately. Gaara shouted, creating a huge wall of sand to protect his allies. The alliance shinobi, despite the panic, began to combine their water and earth techniques to stop the stream of fire, but Madara's flames were so strong that they broke through the defense layer by layer. It seemed that nothing could stop the Uchiha, whose strength surpassed anything they had faced before. If this guy is the real Madara, then the guy in the mask is a fake. Gaara said in surprise, watching the fearsome enemy. He's coming. Don't look into his eyes. Onoki loudly ordered, warning the alliance shinobi of the power of the Sharingan. Madara carelessly jumped off a high cliff and began to quickly run towards the army. He moved at incredible speed, and his steps sounded like thunder. The 1,000-strong alliance army prepared for battle, but it was all in vain. Madara, using only taijutsu, instantly rushed into battle. With precise and powerful strikes, he easily dealt with dozens of shinobi in a matter of moments. Such power. This is madness, one of the shinobi shouted, falling after Madara's attack. Madara stopped, looked around the battlefield, and with an arrogant grin, moved on. No one could stop his onslaught. Tamari, who was at the front lines, grabbed her huge fan and, making hand seals, used a wind technique. Wind release, wind blade. A powerful wave of wind crashed down on Madara, throwing him back. He landed, sliding slightly on the ground. Madara stood up, inspected the dust on his armor, and wiped it off with a grin. Not bad, but it's not enough, he said, making hand seals. Fire release, great fire destruction. A huge column of fire erupted from Madara's mouth, crashing down on the shinobi positions. The air around him instantly became hot, and the sky was covered in smoke. Everyone get back. Use defensive techniques immediately, Gaara shouted, creating a huge wall of sand to protect his allies. The Alliance shinobi, despite the panic, began to combine their water and earth techniques to stop the stream of fire, but Madara's flames were so strong that they broke through the defense layer by layer. It seemed like nothing could stop the Uchiha, whose power surpassed anything they had encountered before. Mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everything. The enemy was invisible, but everyone knew Madara was nearby. And it didn't take long. With incredible speed, the Uchiha began attacking the shinobi one by one, using hand-to-hand techniques and deadly moves. Suddenly, sand enveloped his leg, slowing him down. You won't get away now, Gaara said firmly, sending more sand towards Madara. But the Uchiha, showing incredible agility, pushed back, avoiding the capture. He continued to dodge Gaara's attacks, while the sand followed him like a persistent shadow. As Madara landed, Onoki formed hand seals and said loudly, Earth release, Earth podium. A stone pedestal appeared under Madara's feet, abruptly lifting him up. Gaara created a spear of sand directly above him and aimed it downwards to pierce the enemy. However, when the spear fell, it did no harm. Madara had activated Susanoo. A giant figure with two swords appeared, destroying the sand with one blow. This is Susanoo, Temari whispered in fear, looking at the huge giant, threatening with its entire appearance. The Alliance shinobi began to combine techniques, attacking Susanoo from different sides. But with each blow of Susanoo's blades, dozens of shinobi fell, and it seemed that this force could not be stopped. Gaara used the sand again to grab Madara's leg and pull him out from inside Susanoo. The giant form disappeared, and the sand completely encased the Uchiha, preventing him from moving. 5 elements combination technique, the shinobi shouted, attacking Madara with a powerful technique in unison. However, when the dust cleared, Madara was standing without a single scratch. His eyes, now in the form of the Rinnegan, glittered. He absorbed the technique. How is that possible? Temari said in surprise. Madara calmly stepped back, heading towards the cliff where the second Tsuchikage stood, his body controlled by Kabuto. What did you do to my body? Madara asked coldly. I only improved it, Kabuto replied with an arrogant smile. You now have the power of the Sage of the Six Paths because of me. You are nothing, Madara said, looking at Kabuto with disdain. This power is not yours. The Uchiha returned to Susanoo, and suddenly a huge meteor appeared in the sky, heading straight for the Alliance. This is impossible, the shinobi whispered, looking at the falling cataclysm. All forces to the defense. Gaara shouted, raising sand to stop the meteor. Next to him, Onoki used Earth Release, maintaining a barrier. Quadruple A, they shouted, straining all their strength. With great difficulty, the meteorite was stopped. But then another one appeared, flying after it. Another one, the shinobi cried out, losing hope. Temari, kneeling, whispered. Where are you, Naruto? And at that moment, a bright yellow flash lit up the field. A silhouette appeared, and a voice said loudly. Rasen Shuriken of the Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto threw his technique straight at the meteorite. A bright flash lit up the sky, and the meteorite was destroyed, flying apart. Sorry for being late, Naruto said calmly, looking around the destroyed battlefield. Temari, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed. You really made us wait, Naruto. Naruto looked at her for a moment, his face softened, but he quickly returned to his focused expression. On the cliff where Madara stood, he narrowed his eyes, assessing the young shinobi. Who is this guy? Madara asked, turning to Kabuto. This is Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kabuto answered using the body of the second Tsuchikage. Madara chuckled, looking at Naruto. Uzumaki. So you are from the same clan as Mito. You have unusually powerful chakra. He thought, and then quickly rushed towards Naruto. Naruto instantly reacted, blocking Madara's attack. After that, he kicked Madara in the stomach, throwing him back several meters. Madara, having evened out his breathing, grinned. I assume you control the Nine Tails. Naruto did not answer, his gaze remained cold. He immediately entered Kurama mode, his body was surrounded by golden chakra, Nine Tails appeared behind his back. Madara felt the air around him ring with power, and rushed to attack. An intense fight began. Madara, with his vast experience, dominated, delivering quick and accurate blows. However, Naruto did not lag behind. He blocked the attacks and deftly dodged, each time responding with his own powerful blows. After another exchange of blows, both jumped back, folding hand seals at the same time. Wood release, great forest emergence. Madara shouted. Enormous tree roots began to grow from the ground, heading towards Naruto, trying to bind him. Wind release, storm. Naruto replied. A powerful wind arose, which began to cut and destroy the trees, depriving Madara of the technique of power. Madara grinned. Not bad, kid, how do you like this? He folded another series of hand seals, and Susanoo appeared around him in full form, armed with two huge swords. Susanoo began to bring down swords on Naruto, destroying everything in its path. Naruto, without hesitation, created the tailed beast's Rasenshuriken, concentrating his chakra. Rasenshuriken, he shouted, throwing the technique towards Susanoo. The ball hit the giant figure, and from the powerful explosion, Susanoo began to collapse. Madara, having fallen to the ground, slowly rose, his body already beginning to recover. Impressive, Madara said, looking at Naruto with a slight smile. But this is only the beginning. Madara had fully recovered, his face remained calm, but the fire of battle excitement burned in his eyes. You are truly strong, Naruto, he said, folding his arms across his chest. But you have no idea what I am capable of. Madara folded his hand seals again. Fire release, hellish destruction, he shouted. A huge stream of flame rushed towards Naruto, engulfing everything around. The ground began to melt, and the air filled with heat. Naruto folded his hands, concentrating his chakra. Water release, great water wall, he said. A massive wave of water burst out of the ground, colliding with Madara's flames. Steam filled the battlefield, hiding everything from view. Don't try to stall for time, Madara's voice rang out from the fog. Madara suddenly appeared behind Naruto and struck, but Naruto managed to activate the truth-seeking balls, which reflected the attack. You even have time to defend yourself. Not bad, Madara said, jumping back. Naruto formed two clones and simultaneously activated Sage Mode. Let's see how this feels, Naruto said. He charged forward, the clones attacking from different directions. Madara dodged the first strikes, but Naruto suddenly appeared from above, aiming a rasengan at him. Madara activated his minimal Susanoo to block the strike, but Naruto, anticipating this, used truth-seeking balls, destroying the defense. Amazing, Madara said, retreating. He raised his hand and activated his full Susanoo, which rose above the battlefield. That's enough warm-up. Now you will feel the full power of the true Susanoo. Susanoo raised both swords and slammed them down on the ground, aiming a strike straight at Naruto. Naruto concentrated, his eyes flashing, he formed hand seals and created two giant Rasenshuriken. I will not retreat, he shouted. This is my fight. He threw both shuriken, which collided with the strikes of Susanoo's swords, causing an explosion of colossal force. A wave of energy spread across the battlefield, shaking the ground and destroying the surrounding rocks. When the dust settled, Naruto stood there, breathing heavily, and Madara's Susanoo still stood tall, although it was noticeably damaged. You are truly worthy of being my opponent, Madara said, stepping out of Susanoo. But what will you do now? Madara formed another series of hand seals and summoned a huge tree with flowers that began releasing a paralyzing gas. Naruto quickly retreated and formed a release seal to clear the air around him. You leave me no choice, he said. I will show you what I can do. He activated Kurama's full chakra and formed a giant-tailed beast avatar, which slammed its paw into the tree, destroying it in one move. Kurama, let's show him some real power, Naruto shouted. The giant Kurama charged into the battle, its tail starting to destroy everything around it, while Madara, activating his complete Susanoo, rushed forward. Their clash caused an explosion so powerful that the ground began to crack. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the Raikage appeared on the battlefield, quickly assessing the situation. Tsunade immediately noticed the large number of injured shinobi and without hesitation began using her medical techniques to save as many people as possible. The Raikage, looking around the battlefield, suddenly stopped, his gaze directed into the distance. There, in the epicenter of the battle, two gigantic figures towered, the nine-tailed ninja and the colossal samurai Susanoo. What the fuck? The Raikage exclaimed, not believing his eyes. Tsunade, hearing him, turned her head in the same direction and froze in shock. Is this Naruto? She asked quietly, barely containing her emotions. Temari approached them, wiping sweat from her face. Yes, Naruto is currently fighting Uchiha Madara, she replied. Tsunade clenched her fists, watching the raging battle. That boy is taking all the weight on himself again, she whispered. We have to support him. The Raikage said, clenching his hands. I can't just stand here. No, Tsunade stopped him. This is his fight. If we interfere, we will only ruin everything. Temari looked at Tsunade with concern. What if he loses? Tsunade looked at her with a firm gaze. Naruto will not lose. I believe in him. We must be ready to cover him when he is finished with his battle. The battle between the giants continued with incredible force. Madara, controlling his Susanoo, swung his sword and sliced Kurama's avatar in half, causing the Nine Tails' massive form to dissipate into thin air. Naruto, who stood in the center of the avatar, landed softly on the ground, surrounded by dust and debris. Madara stepped out of his Susanoo, striding forward with ease. Forming hand seals, he used a pull technique, harshly pulling Naruto towards him. Before he could dodge, the blade pierced his body. Naruto! Temari screamed, her voice shaking with terror. But at that moment, Naruto's form exploded into a cloud of smoke, leaving Madara empty-handed. A shadow clone, Madara said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Then a wide, smug grin appeared on his face. How interesting. So this is just a fraction of your powers. I want to fight you, Naruto Uzumaki. Show me all that you can do. Madara smirked as he watched the 5 Kage, Tsunade, Raikage, Mizukage, Gaara and Onoki, line up before him. Their presence filled the battlefield with tension, as if time itself had frozen in anticipation of the battle. We will stop you, Madara. Tsunade said loudly, her voice full of determination. Madara looked at them with obvious disdain, crossing his arms over his chest. Stop, he repeated, mockingly. The 5 of you have decided to challenge me. How touching. We will not fight for ourselves, but for the future of this world. Gaara said firmly, raising his hands, sand beginning to gather around them. Your ambitions are a threat to us all. We will not allow you to continue. Maiterumi added, her hands already burning with fire. You were a legend of the past, Madara. And now you are just a mistake that needs to be corrected, Onoki said, his body beginning to radiate incredible power due to the strengthening of his technique. The Raikage silently stepped forward, his body surrounded by lightning. Let's finish this quickly, he growled. Madara's grin widened, activating his Rinnegan. Well, have fun. I will show you why they called me the God of War. Part 29. Naruto, are you not going to help? Kurama asked, his voice sounding wary. I'm not going to, Naruto answered calmly, closing the doors of Uzushio's storage room behind him. I know the outcome. They will all survive, and I am not worried about Temari. If a real threat arises, I will teleport her here. Kurama snorted. Your confidence is certainly beyond measure. It's not confidence, it's calculation, Naruto explained, throwing his bag over his shoulder. I have more important things to do than interfere with what has already been decided. So where are we going now? Kurama asked with a hint of interest. Naruto disappeared in a red flash and appeared next to Sasuke. He silently looked around the field, then turned his attention to Itachi, who continued to keep Kabuto under control, forcing him to dispel the Edo Tensei technique. After a few moments, Kabuto completed the dispelling and all the resurrected ones began to slowly disappear, their bodies turning into ash that was carried away by the wind. Naruto noticed that one of Itachi's eyes had lost its light after using Izanami. Without saying a word, he walked up to him. What are you doing? Sasuke asked in surprise, looking at his brother. Naruto reached out and gently placed his palm on Itachi's blind eye. His hand glowed with a soft golden light. After a minute, the eye began to recover. Here, Naruto said, removing his hand. Of course, I can't give you back your Mangekyo Sharingan, but at least you have both eyes now. It's still better than being left with just one. Itachi smiled slightly, looking down. You surprise me, Naruto. Thank you. Sasuke, revive Orochimaru. I have business with him, Naruto said calmly, looking at him. Sasuke nodded silently, then made hand seals. A snake began to crawl out of Anko's unconscious body, which soon formed into a familiar silhouette. Orochimaru stood in front of them. You really want to resurrect me? Orochimaru said with a sly smile, looking at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto stepped forward, looking at him intently. Either you help me, or I kill you. This time for good, he replied coldly, adding a note of menace to his voice. Orochimaru laughed, raising his hands in submission. You underestimate me, Naruto-kun. I was going to help you anyway. I take it you want me to resurrect all the Hokage. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly and smirked. You're a smart little snake, he replied, looking at Orochimaru. Do it, and I might even let you live. As you say, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. This will be interesting to watch. Naruto teleported himself, Sasuke, Itachi, and Orochimaru to Konoha, to the outskirts where the ruins of an ancient Uzumaki temple were located. They entered the temple, and Orochimaru immediately found the mask of the death god hidden on one of the altars. This mask will give me access to the forbidden technique. There remains the last step, Orochimaru said, turning to Naruto. The group headed to the former Uchiha clan quarters. They went down to a secret hideout, where an inscription left by Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself was carved into the walls. This place is perfect for the ritual, Orochimaru said, examining the space. Naruto took a scroll from his bag and activated it, releasing 5 white zetsu. Orochimaru put on the death god mask, folded the hand seals, and began the ritual. His face contorted with tension when the figure of the death god appeared before him. Using a kunai, he cut open the god's stomach, and the souls that were sealed inside began to burst out from within. He actually did it, Itachi said quietly, watching the process. Orochimaru returned his hands, feeling their power. Then, without wasting time, he used one of the white zetsu as a vessel and transferred his consciousness to a new body. After that, Orochimaru made the final seals, and the souls of the 4 Hokage materialized in front of them. Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen and Minato appeared before Naruto, Itachi, Sasuke and Orochimaru, ready to talk and further action. The Hokage looked around the place they found themselves in with surprise, and exchanged puzzled glances. Impossible. What is going on here? Tobirama was the first to break the silence, looking suspiciously at those present. Minato, looking around at those around him, suddenly stopped his gaze on the red-haired boy. His eyes widened in surprise. Naruto, son, he said, taking a step forward. Naruto walked up to him, smiling. Minato hugged him back, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. Hello, father, he said, and without holding back, he hugged Minato tightly. You've grown. So strong, Naruto, he said with a tremor in his voice. I couldn't have done this without you, Naruto replied, stepping back and examining his father. But time is short, we need your help. Hashirama, looking at the scene, smirked. So this is your son, the 4th. He has strong chakra. It reminds me of an Uzumaki. He really is half Uzumaki, Minato said proudly. Enough of these family scenes. Tobirama interrupted. Which of you underground devils dared to use the forbidden technique? I did, Orochimaru said with a smile, stepping forward. And you're here too, Tobirama said with disdain. We don't have time to sort out the past, Naruto said calmly, attracting the attention of all the Hokage. The 4th Shinobi World War has already begun. Madara Uchiha has been resurrected. And only you can help us defeat him. The Hokage listened carefully to Naruto and exchanged glances. Madara has become a threat to the entire world again, Hashirama said. We must intervene and stop him. It is our duty as Hokage, Sarutobi added. There is no doubt, Tobirama said coldly. We are leaving immediately. Minato looked at Naruto, his face was serious, but his eyes were filled with pride. We can do it, son. Hang in there, and thank you for everything you have done. The Hokage nodded in unison and prepared themselves. Then it is decided. We are leaving, Hashirama said. The battlefield was in chaos, the Shinobi alliance was exhausted, and the 10 Tails stood tall, radiating terrifying power. Madara and Obito stood next to the creature, watching their work of destruction with satisfaction. Finally, the world will soon be as we intended, Madara said, crossing his arms. Nothing can stop us now, Obito added, his voice cold and confident. Suddenly, a bright flash of light illuminated the battlefield. Everyone, including the 10 Tails, turned their gaze to the source of the light. 2 figures appeared in the center of the field. Can you feel it, Madara? Obito asked, his voice suddenly taking on a wary tone. It's him, Madara said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the bright light, their expressions serious, their auras instilling both fear and hope. It seems we came just in time, Naruto said calmly, his eyes fixed on Madara. Have you had enough of playing around yet? Sasuke added, his Rinnegan and Sharingan flashing with an ominous gleam. Madara smiled. Interesting. Let's see what those who try to challenge the gods are worth. Just as the tension on the battlefield reached its peak, another flash of light illuminated the area. The powerful chakra caused all the Alliance shinobi, including Madara, to freeze for a moment. Their gazes turned to the new source of power. Someone else has arrived, Obito said, frowning. These are no ordinary shinobi, Madara added quietly, sensing a familiar aura. 4 legendary figures emerged from the light, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato. Behind them stood Itachi Uchiha, his gaze cold and focused. Is that really you, Madara? Hashirama's voice was firm, but with a hint of sadness. Hashirama. It's been a while, Madara chuckled. How sweet of you to show up again to try and stop me. Your confidence is commendable, Tobirama said, frowning at Madara and Obito. But your game is over. And you, Uchiha Itachi. Obito turned to Itachi. Even you decided to stand against your blood. I do not serve blood, I serve peace, Itachi replied coldly, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Let's get this over with, Hiruzen said firmly, his gaze full of determination. Very well, Madara chuckled. The more opponents, the more interesting. The Hokage formed seals and began to activate the barrier. 4 crimson lights flared up at once, creating a powerful protective dome around the 10 tails. The lights pulsed, their chakra emanating from each of the Hokage, filling the space around them. The barrier that encased the 10 tails was impenetrable. Madara and Obito felt their control over the 10 tails weakening. All attempts by the monster to break through the barrier were met with powerful resistance. When Naruto and Sasuke attacked Obito and Madara, they were faced with these powerful techniques. Madara used Susanoo, creating a gigantic defense that repelled all of his opponent's attacks. At the same time, Obito actively used Kamui, manipulating space to dodge attacks and attack enemies unexpectedly, absorbing everything that came into his sphere of influence. Naruto and Sasuke worked together, using their strength to counter such powerful techniques, but each moment of the battle became more and more intense, as Madara and Obito became more and more difficult to attack due to their incredible strength. Naruto and Sasuke continued to attack, giving their opponents no respite. Naruto used the tailed beast's rasengan to deliver powerful blows to Madara's Susanoo, trying to break through his defense, but each time Madara restored it with renewed strength. Sasuke, on the other hand, used Amaterasu to create flames that could not be extinguished and attacked Madara and Obito. However, Madara's Susanoo served as a shield against the flames until his giant sword-wielding creature swung and sent Sasuke flying backwards. Obito, not giving them time to recover, used his Kamui, instantly disappearing and appearing behind Naruto and Sasuke, creating such a distortion of space that the opponents' attacks could not hit their target. But Naruto, with his intuition and experience, noticed his movements and used Rasengan in space, which created a reverse flow of energy to return Obito to the physical dimension. Madara, on the other hand, began his attack in response to the resistance, compressing the energy and releasing meteorites that fell from the sky, destroying everything around. Sasuke and Naruto coordinated their actions, and with the help of Chidori and Rasengan, they were able to destroy several meteorites but not all. One giant meteorite headed straight for the center of the battle. You can't stop this, Madara thundered, enjoying what was happening. Naruto felt his chakra pulsating and with renewed momentum, he used Kurama in his Sage mode, creating a tailed beast Rasenshuriken that slammed into the meteorite and tore it apart, creating a massive shockwave that shook the ground. But Madara didn't give up and his attacking moves became more aggressive with each passing moment. He activated the 10 tails seal on his body, increasing his power to incredible levels. This is just the beginning, he said, swinging his Susanoo sword as he and Obito prepared for their next attack. At this time, Sasuke and Naruto focused and combined their powers. Naruto created a massive tailed beast Rasenshuriken with all of his chakra, while Sasuke activated his dancing arrow and increased his attack capabilities, creating a deadly combination. They immediately attacked, but Madara and Obito met them with an equally powerful attack, destroying the ground around them. At the moment of the explosion, the ground split open and the battle continued with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the Hokage and Itachi watched the events, ready to intervene at the right moment if the situation became critical. As Obito's body was captured by Black Zetsu, Madara appeared on the battlefield again. In the blink of an eye, he folded the seals and said, "Divine Resurrection." With these words, Madara was brought back to life, his body began to regain its strength, and he stood up again. At that moment, Obito was powerless, his body was engulfed in dark energy, and he himself, having lost everything that was left, began to disappear into the dark shadows. Madara looked at his former ally, and with a smile, removed the Rinnegan from his eyes, transferring them to himself. Black Zetsu brought another Rinnegan, and Madara transplanted it into his eye without hesitation. He stood in his new body, ready to fully regain his power. Now that he was the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, his power had surpassed all limits. Madara felt a tremendous amount of power wash over him. His aura became even more terrifying, and the 10 Tails energy filled his body. I now have the power to destroy this world, and no one can stop me, Madara said with a confident smile, looking around the battlefield. His eyes, filled with the power of the Rinnegan, sparkled, and his body was ready for a battle that would determine the outcome of the war. Naruto and Sasuke merged in a single impulse. Sasuke, let's use this. Naruto shouted, instantly plunging into Kurama's cloak. His form was unusual, with 4 arms, which greatly increased his offensive capabilities. All of you, get out. Naruto and Sasuke attacked at the same time. 5-element Rasengan. Naruto shouted, his form, saturated with Kurama's chakra, took on a new powerful form. A giant Rasengan formed in his hands, in the center of which all 5 elements were united: fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. It was an incredibly powerful attack projectile, aimed straight at Madara. As Naruto released his technique, Sasuke did not hesitate to gather his power. Indra's arrow, Sasuke said, charging his technique in his Susanoo. He clenched his fist, and a glittering energy arrow filled with the power of the Rinnegan appeared in his hand. The arrow was ready to rip apart the space it was moving through. Both techniques collided with Madara the moment they were released, creating a gigantic explosion that literally made the ground shake. The blast wave engulfed space, and the air was filled with energy and destructive power. Madara was forced to concentrate all his strength to at least minimize the effects of this powerful attack. The barrier that the Hokage tried to maintain could not withstand the full force of Naruto and Sasuke's attacks. Its defenses cracked, and a huge wave of energy spread across the battlefield, destroying everything in its path. A cloud of dust and steam hung in the air, and the ground began to crack under the weight of the blast wave. The force of the explosion was so great that it seemed as if the space itself began to collapse. The battlefield turned into a gigantic wasteland, covered with deep cracks and pits. Not all elements of the environment remained in place. Trees, stones, buildings and debris flew in different directions, and the air was filled with fragments and sparks. At this moment, when it seemed that everything was lost, the resurrected Hokage showed their power. They coordinated and used their last strength to protect the living. At this moment, they moved the entire alliance, including themselves, from the battlefield to a safe place, thereby saving them from destruction. The battlefield, however, looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape. The ground was cratered and pockmarked, and ash fell from the sky, covering everything. There wasn't a single tree or building left standing for several kilometers. The fog that had risen from the destruction covered the area, making it difficult to see what was happening in the distance. In the distance, where the battle had recently raged, all that could be seen were black, melted patches of earth and the remains of everything that had existed before. The silence that followed the explosion seemed strange and menacing. Everything around was destroyed, and there were no living sounds or breathing, only emptiness and traces of the incredible force of destruction. Damn bastards, I almost died. Madara laughed, coughing up blood, his body slowly recovering despite the damage. So that's how it feels. He slowly rose to his feet, his body began to restore the destroyed parts, and in just a few moments, Madara looked like new again. His eyes sparkled as he felt his full power again. His gaze was full of rage and pleasure from the fight. Naruto and Sasuke, realizing that they could not allow Madara to fully recover, activated their cloaks again. Naruto in the form of Kurama, and Sasuke in Susanoo. They immediately rushed forward, using their strongest attacks, trying to not give Madara time to recover. But despite their efforts, Madara was faster. Using his abilities, he dodged Naruto and Sasuke's attack, and immediately went on a counterattack. His eye was filled with chakra again, and he called upon the powers that were becoming more powerful with each passing moment. Naruto, gathering all his strength, began to form seals with incredible speed. Mystical symbols began to appear in the air, which lined up around Madara. Is this really it? Madara whispered, not even having time to react. The ultimate Fuinjutsu technique, Naruto said loudly, and the symbols surrounding Madara flared with a bright light. Madara tried to move, but his body suddenly froze, as if he was caught in an invisible bond. He couldn't move, his chakra was blocked, and no amount of power could free him from this magic. Naruto walked up to him, and despite the shock in Madara's eyes, he continued to act. Naruto made a few more seals, and his eyes, full of determination, met Madara's. Look, Madara, you were deceived the whole time, Naruto said, transmitting visual images in the form of Madara's chakra. At that moment, Madara's eyes reflected great horror. He saw that this entire struggle and all the events of his life were not orchestrated by someone else, but by forces he could not control. His goal was false, and he did not realize that he was being manipulated. Naruto, seeing Madara dumbfounded, wasted no time. He formed the seals again and summoned the tailed beasts, calling them from the imprisoned chakra. A palpable shock overcame Madara himself as Naruto himself became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his power now soaring to the skies. Madara tried to fight, but it was already useless. Naruto, without wasting a second, pulled the Rinnegan from Madara's eyes and struck him down with one powerful blow, completely absorbing his power. Madara fell, and the Rinnegan ended up in Naruto's hands. The 10 tails chakra filled his body, making him unimaginably strong. Naruto now controlled not only the Rinnegan, but also the powers that Madara once wanted to use to destroy the world. Part 30. Naruto, focusing all his strength, formed the seals with incredible precision, his chakra vibrating as if ready to destroy reality itself. Divine Resurrection, Naruto said, his voice echoing in the air, shaking the space around him. Minato's body began to crumble into light like sand blown away by the wind, but it wasn't over. Suddenly, everything changed. The marks that symbolized his dead body began to disappear, as if death itself could no longer hold him. Minato felt his soul reconnect with his body. He felt a sudden and surprising return, as if he could feel his pulse again, his life. His heart, which had not beaten for a long time, began to flutter once more. Blood began to move inside his chest, and he felt its flow filling his body with a strength and energy long forgotten. His breathing became deep and even, as if he had just woken up, becoming alive again. He inhaled the air, feeling its freshness, and instantly realized that his body had once again fully perceived physical reality. Minato opened his eyes and a familiar world appeared before him, the world where he once fought and protected his village. At first, he didn't realize what was happening. He looked at his hands as if he was seeing them for the first time. But then his gaze switched to Naruto. Minato realized that it was his son standing in front of him, and his heart filled with warmth and relief. Naruto, Minato said barely audibly, his voice sounded hoarse but with great gratitude. I told you that I would bring you back to life, and mother soon too, Naruto said, turning to Minato, his voice full of confidence. However, something in his back made him tense up. He suddenly felt danger. His instincts kicked in instantly. He abruptly turned away and threw his attention off his shoulder, dodging the attack. Black Zetsu, like a ghost, was rushing towards him. Too much evil energy was gathered in his body. Did you think I forgot about you? Naruto said, his gaze becoming even more focused and determined. He was ready for any threat, not letting it pass by. Naruto quickly formed the seals, his chakra flaring up and the dark forces that tried to escape were trapped. In the blink of an eye, he cast the spell. Sealing, Naruto said forcefully. Black Zetsu was instantly imprisoned, his attempts to escape were useless. All of his darkness was absorbed by the special seal, preventing him from moving. The war is over here, Naruto said, turning to Minato, his voice firm and confident. The world became quiet again for a moment. All that was left now was to rebuild everything that had been destroyed and return people to normal. 2 years had passed since the war had ended. The world was slowly recovering, but the most important changes had occurred within Naruto himself. The resurrection of his mother, Kushina, was the moment he had been waiting for his entire life. He was no longer alone and now he had a family reunited after being separated for so long. Naruto, Temari, Minato and Kushina began living together, enjoying the moments they had been missing for so long. The house became a warm and cozy place, filled with laughter and conversation. Kushina happily returned to her son, and every day was a new beginning for them. Minato, with a smile on his face, returned to the post of Hokage once again, because there could be no more important task for him than to serve his people. Tsunade, feeling that her time had come, handed over the post of Hokage to Minato. She knew that this was his place. After many years of struggle, she decided that she wanted to devote more time to herself and her personal life. She stepped away from politics, but continued to help the village as a medic and a wise mentor. It was a decision that brought her peace and tranquility. Temari was 9 months pregnant, and the whole family was preparing for the upcoming edition. Minato, as the newly elected Hokage, was actively involved in the affairs of the village, and Naruto spent time with his family, trying to support Temari. Tsunade, though she had stepped down as Hokage, continued to help and monitor Temari's health, doing her best to prepare her for the birth. Temari began to feel intense pain, and Naruto quickly rushed her to the hospital, accompanied by Tsunade. The labor pains intensified, and soon, under the watchful eye of the experienced Tsunade, Temari's dark red hair became loose, and her face showed determination and pain. After several agonizing hours, with loud cries, 2 babies were born, a girl and a boy. The girl had beautiful red hair and eyes like Naruto's, bright blue, sparkling like the ocean. The boy, though slightly younger than his sister, also had bright red hair and his eyes were the same intense blue. Naruto, smiling with relief, hugged Temari tightly, feeling pride and joy for his family overwhelm him. Tsunade watched them with warmth in her eyes, and Minato and Kushina, who arrived later, greeted their grandchildren with delight. All the pain was gone, and happiness filled the house. You two are incredible, Naruto said, looking at the little ones, and added, our children. They will be the future of this world. Naruto happily announced the names of his children, his son, Izanagi, and his daughter, Izanami. These names, filled with deep meaning and symbolism, reflected the hope for a great future for their family. Naruto suddenly felt a strange tension in the air. His intuition, always alarming, told him that something was about to change. This was the moment when he needed to act. Kurama, sensing the same thing, asked, "What happened?" Naruto looked at his partner and calmly answered, "It's time to act." Naruto, sensing an important battle was approaching, decided to make dinner for his family. He took care of the cooking himself, trying to create an atmosphere of comfort and peace. The evening was filled with laughter and conversation. Everyone sat around the table enjoying the food, not knowing that for Naruto this moment could be the last time they would all be together. He looked at Temari, his children and parents, feeling how important this moment was, but hiding his feelings behind a calm expression. End.